Good morning, everybody. I hope this finds you well. We are here a bit early because I have a new technology that I am trying out, and I'm very excited for it, and I hope it's working. I tried it with my mods last night, and it was awesome. So let's see if it's working now, because now I have time to go back and fix it if it's not. Let me see. So let's see if it's working now. Now I have time to go back and fix it if it's not. Let me see. Okay, the sound is good. And I can hear myself. Yay! We're good. We're good. Let me share with you what's going on. If you notice in the title, there's an addition, and the addition is ASL and closed captioning. I have found a way to connect my hearing aids. Hi, Anne. Good morning. I have found a way to connect my hearing aids Bluetooth to my Rode I can't say it in Caster Pro 2. It's hard. I'm messing up. It's hard to talk at the same time and fingerspell and look, and it's not easy. But today's the first day that I'm going to try and sign and talk at the same time. But I also have to take my notes, push buttons. So there may be moments I'm not signing, but I will sign and, kind of make everything work together. This is to mesh everything together. So we're going to go ahead and get ready and do this morning's birthdays. Are y'all ready? I'm ready. Let me get to the music. All right. This will be voiced.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you.
Okay, we have happy birthday, Shauna, Patricia, Jenny May, Jacob, Jacoby, Deborah, Fiona, Tammy, Marie, Kim, Robin, Rachel. Now, for the weekend, we have Mary, Barbara, James, Isa, Brandy, Teresa, and my hand. It's been like forever. Angela, April, Anna Maria, Lori, and Irene. Happy birthday, everybody. I hope y'all have a great weekend, and I hope your family just blesses your stuff. Happy birthday, all. Happy birthday. I really want to go into the old. I used to work at a Shoney's restaurant. Anybody here remember Shoney's? And we had to sing this birthday song every single time. No, that's not how you spell it. Shoneys. And oh my gosh, it was happy birthday. We're really glad you came. Happy birthday from the Shoney's gang. We hope you are excited. We hope you are impressed. So happy birthday to our special guests. But we did it much faster. We hated doing the happy birthdays. Okay, well, I did a boo-boo. I took my notes home to review them and to start clipping everything down for the Friday. Guess what I forgot? My notes. I forgot my notes. So I'm going to call my son and I'm going to say, hey, dude, bring my notes. They didn't sound awake. They did not sound awake. Okay, so yesterday's trial, um, I'm trying to think who was on. My brain is dead. It wasn't really, oh, Colin, um, I can't do this now. If I think about it, I can't. Was testifying yesterday, and there was a video, well, actually two short videos, and in both of them, he was cussing and threatening and being really and it came across very, very bad for the state. It did not look good at all. And I really don't know. Oh, I'm seeing a warning light on one of my devices here. I'm looking at it. So I don't know if the jury is going to accept him as a credible witness or not. I worked at a grocery store, Kroger. I did too, a long time ago. And during the holidays, they have a giant Santa that was sing every time a person walked by. Oh, yes, it was awful. I worked in the cigarette area with was it the VCR tapes? That's where I worked. Y'all, there was so many cuss words, cussing, and I had to beep them, and I couldn't. It was too many. Too many. Y'all, this is not easy. I'm going to have to practice signing and talking at the same time. This is hard, y'all. If you're deaf, patience, please. I have so much to do at the same time. It's so much to do. At the same time, it's hard. And I see, is that a hair? No. Okay, it's a wire. So, how is everyone this morning? I am okay. I'm waiting for the court video to start. I have that set up. I have my ears on. I have everything ready early. And now, what to do? Okay, y'all, how is my sound? I feel like I'm talking into a can. Pretty good. The sound. How is the sound? That's what I need to know. Perfect. But I feel like I need to be, once again, this is all new, and I hope that it will work. I need to explain something. I did not grow up deaf. I'm not born deaf. I'm not culturally deaf. I grew up hearing because of illness and medication over the last 20 years. My hearing was slowly declining. But over the last 5 years or thereabouts, my hearing plummeted to now, without hearing aids, I am fully deaf. Back in 2013, I started college. I wanted to be an interpreter for the deaf. Didn't know that my hearing loss was going to be so bad. I graduated with a degree as a deaf support specialist, a focus on sign language. And now ASL is a second language for me. I am not interpreting the testimony. We have captioning. I am not a certified interpreter for court. I am not going to even try and interpret that. I'd do okay, but I'm not here to practice on the deaf community. That's wrong. But I can sign and talk because I myself am deaf now. And if a deaf person is watching and I make a mistake, it's okay. If you nicely tell me, I'll be happy to fix it. Okay? I don't know what to do. I think this is where it's going to get hard. Trying to drink, talk, write, fun, all at the same time. Okay. So, and other than the videos with the cussing, what other thing did you see or hear yesterday that made you go, aha? I'm still stuck on 2 days ago when Caitlin, I can't do it and do it. Caitlin. It's hard. Caitlin is not an easy one to spell. When she said in a moment of frustration that Colin was not at the house when John was there, I'm like, ah! You said that. You really, really said that. I hope the jury was listening to that. That was a big mistake on her part. And the lawyer said, with his microphone on, not remembering, she screwed that up. I knew it. If we can hear that with the jury so close to everyone, could the jury hear that at the same time? I don't know. But I will say everyone caught that. And then she starts crying. I'm sorry, may I have a moment, please? Please. Y'all. I'm going to try something. I'm going to try and have the music in my ears and talk at the same time and see how that is. Why am I going so English strict? I'm ASL. Okay. It feels different when you talk with the wired and when you have the hearing aids. Why? Because I cannot hear myself talk. It feels empty, so I have the music in the background. Is that okay? And how is it with the music and talking and the microphone? Yes. Yep. And Colin, the son to Chris, Albert, said that the family were close friends with Proctor. Good morning, CG in Texas. How are you? I can't leave these up as long because I'm signing and talking at the same time. Good morning, good morning, good morning, everyone. Yes, Colin Albert said, and they've been trying, the defense lawyer has been trying and trying to get any witness to say that they or the Alberts are close friends with Proctor. Because why? He's connected with everyone in this case. I don't understand why he's not excused from the investigation. I don't understand that. That is a huge deal for me. But Colin said, yes, our family are close friends. I grew up knowing his kids. Now that I'm older, I'm not so close. I'm not involved in their lives, but my aunt is best friends with his Proctor's wife. This is not easy, y'all. So, that was a huge win for the defense. Huge win. It's starting to set up the defense's theory. These little connections, these short little connections all add up in the jury's mind, and that's the important thing here. Not, how do I say this? Every lawyer wants the big aha moment. But it's not the way it happens. It normally happens with a lot of short or little moments, connections. I went and listened to Emily D. Baker yesterday afternoon. She had really good points. Like why didn't McCabe I said that yesterday too. Yes, that was a good point. I kind of said that yesterday, but I didn't focus on that point. I wanted to talk about that tonight, but that's correct. If I am sitting in a house and it's bad weather, and I know that these two people were supposed to join the party and they did not, and I see them sitting for a long time, I myself would have gotten up, gone outside, and I would have tapped on the window and go, "Are y'all okay? Everything fine? Yes, this is the correct home. Come join us." But then again, the weather was starting to get bad. I would have called. If the weather was too bad for me to join, I would have called, said, "Hey, John, what's up? You coming or not? Why not? You're here already. Okay, bye." "Oh, that's fine, Anne. There are a lot of things that we can say that get lost. It's fine. I remember hearing that. See, when I finish here, I go to Recovery Addict, Emily D. Baker, and other lawyers. Let's see, Ian and Rob, and I will watch real fast and I will scroll to the moment I want to see and listen to what they say and make sure that I am on the right path. I'm not a lawyer. Yes, I'm going to college for a degree in criminal justice. Melanie, lawyer, yeah. I watch a lot of them. Oh, Runkle, I said his name. Yeah, I watch all of them. And but no one has thought, if it's not a dog bite, what is it? Possibly the broken glass and bite? I don't know. Good morning, Miss Kevin. Signing and talking is hard, y'all. Finger spelling and talking is like, I almost spit that out. That is funny. Agree. I agree. My dog is at home with the kids and I could feel was that loud here? I need lotion. It is. Itchy. I may need to raise the camera a little more. I want this. I want that. Hey, there we go. I have to come back here when I have the thing down there. So I will not leave them a long time because I want the deaf community to be able to see me clearly. I forgot my notes at home. I hope my kids remember to bring them. Congratulations, I already did it, but we have time, so let's go and do it again.
To you, happy birthday. To you, happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, Joanna, and congratulations, Miss Kevin, on your anniversary of 5 years. That is a very, very special day. Happy birthday and anniversary. That opening, that's a door. That opening with Lully was awful. It's one of the worst I've ever seen. It was bad. Not good. It only makes the defense look so much, much better. Oh, I hope to sign as much as possible through all of today, but if I take a break, I will say sorry. This is the first day I'm doing all of this and signing and taking notes and everything is not easy. I hope to become better. We all know we become better with practice. So hopefully, if there's closed captioning, I'm not going to sign. I'm not interpreting. I'm only signing myself when I talk. This morning, my daughter doesn't have school and came out and signed grumpy. How do you sign grumpy? So she asked for no super ears this morning. I understand that. I have the photos from the um, autopsy. And yes, I have seen that, but I've not put it up because it's not been entered into court yet. Thank you so much. Maybe tonight we'll see. I cleared everything. Tonight we'll have our phone lines connected and everything. Yep. Grumpy. Yay! Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. One thing that happens when you sign is scratch yourself, get excited. I'm having to sign really close to myself because I can go back, but my microphone, not sure if it's good. The further the further back I sign, it's harder to write and I can't touch. So I have to, okay, that's my sign space. Right here is my sign space, and it's not easy, but I love it. Oh my gosh. Um, Miss Kevin, what is your favorite? Well, do you have a sign name? If so, can you explain it for me? Please explain it. I'm going to give all my mods a sign name. Okay, do you have a favorite hobby? Yeah. It's going to be interesting when the court starts and my listening and talking. I really need you to tell me when I speak with the video playing at the same time if you can hear me well. If I am below the sound or equal or above, that's very important. Oh, that's got a crack. Good morning, Sparkles. That's your sign name, Sparkles. Yay. This is to make, I can't use this, Miss Kevin, because that's careful. Oh, forgot your first name. I am so sorry. Come on. Bring it in. Your first name, I forgot. I am so sorry. I'm bad with names, but sign names I remember good. Lindsay, that's right. And you love to bake and you like to create things. You have curly hair? I can do this. You have hair that's straight or curly? Let's see. And Eddie, I need to give you a sign name. I will start setting up sign names for people who are here all the time, like Anne. Ah, so this could be your sign name for now. The more I get to know you, the easier it'll be. But for now, Lindsay, for Miss Kevin, or I may do a K if I forget. And I don't know what to give you yet. Eddie, if you're here, I need to give you one. CG text. I'm going to do CG text. CG. This is Texas in sign language. I live in Texas, so it's half a T and that's Texas. So I'm going to give you that. I'm going to get that music going again. It's really strange to talk and not hear anything. And I can't really hear the music. I feel the vibrations and it's more comfortable for me. I hate not having any feeling or hearing of music or sound. I'll become better with that as time goes on. CG's fine. CG. That works. Have you thought about becoming a mod? Rose. Okay. Andrea. Andrea? Rose? We can do A, but that looks like I don't want that. So Rose. Man, I'll have to remember it. So instead of RA, you're an AR. Oh, sounds like the gun. AR. Sorry, my bad. Well, that's awesome to know. CG. Wait, CG. CG, that's it because you're taking the hat. CG. I like that. Your sign name is CG. I got to remember it. See, that's why it's good to know more about the person before we give them a name. So many times or often the name will change over time and then it'll stay. I'm upset that I forgot my paper. Oh. I've not done a whole lot. I hope to finish this weekend. But there we go. I hope to finish this weekend. That's fine, but I'm going to go ahead and make you a mod. That's right. I got to go to Court TV. Go to my YouTube. Pull me up. You're now a mod. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And if you want to be a mod, you're more than welcome to be. I need multiple mods because not everybody can do it at the same time. So, and if you, I mean, and what was gonna, and if you want to be a mod, I would let you. That'd be great. Court is coming in.
All persons having business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court.
Ready. And your mod.
Your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
22-117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Good morning, council. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. So I'm going to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Why is it
Everyone
not
said
letting
yes
me
or
come
nodded
lower?
affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday?
No.
Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you very much. May we have Mr. McCabe, please?
I want it down. Can y'all hear this? Is it good? Is the volume good?
Can you raise your hand one more time? You solemnly swear the answer to the court and during the case that answer the truth, so help you, nothing but the truth, so help you.
I do.
Thank you.
Trying to get the camera
All
where
right,
I'm
Mr. Lally,
comfortable.
whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yay!
Good morning.
Where left off yesterday, you had gone to bed on the 28th, correct?
Yes, that's correct. Friday night.
And at some point you woke up on the later in the morning on the 29th, correct?
Yes, Saturday morning.
And do you recall, sir, what awoke you on that morning?
Yes, I do.
What was that, sir?
I awoke to the screaming of Jen, Jen, Jen. So when I woke up, I thought there was somebody in my bedroom. I kind of snapped up out of bed. What the hell's going on? Looking around the room, realized my wife was actually on the phone.
And the screaming that you heard, how loud was that, sir?
It was loud enough to wake me up from a dead sleep. I could hear it. It was loud. Obviously, I was laying in bed and realizing after my wife was laying right next to me on the phone. But it was a loud Jen, Jen, Jen. It was repetitive.
And do you know approximately what time that was, sir?
Yeah, shortly before 5 a.m.
And did you recognize the voice that you heard scream?
I did not recognize the voice.
And as far as that phone conversation went on for, well, let me ask you this first. As far as that phone conversation was concerned, could you hear both sides of that conversation?
Yes, I could.
And that was based on the volume of the person speaking on the other end, correct?
Correct.
And eventually, were you able to recognize or identify the voice on the other end of your wife's conversation?
Yes, I asked my wife, what the hell is going on? After I woke up and popped up, looking around the room to find out who's in my bedroom, assuming it was a kid, one of my kids screaming. I asked my wife, what is going on? And I could hear her saying, I'm on the phone with Karen. She can't find John.
And From the course of that conversation continues while you were in your bedroom, is that correct?
Yeah, that conversation continued for a couple minutes. I could hear the dialogue, and then again, right back to Jen, 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 the repeating of my wife's name again.
As far as the dialogue was concerned, specifically from the defendant, Ms. Reed's perspective, what, if anything, do you recall about that?
She didn't know where John was, and the last time she saw him was at the waterfall.
And about how long did that initial phone call or that initial conversation between your wife and the defendant go on for?
From when I woke up, minute and a half, 2 minutes, I don't know the exact time.
And after,
Give or take.
you recall how that conversation ended? Did your wife hang up or?
Yes, they hung up the phone. I was laying in the bed. My wife was next to me. And I think my wife immediately called somebody else, was calling friends that lived near the waterfall that happened to be out that evening.
Happy Friday,
And she
everyone.
started making those phone calls.
And as your wife was making those phone calls, what, if anything, did you say to her?
Objection.
What, if anything, did he say to her?
Yes.
To,
No, I'm not going to let you testify to that. Next question.
With respect to the defendant's statement that the last time she saw Mr. O'Keefe was at the waterfall, what, if anything, occurred to you in reference to that?
in reference to her saying she last saw him at the waterfall, I then told my wife, "What are you talking about?"
So I'll not what you said, sir, but I think Mr. Lally asked you what you thought. What you gathered from that.
I thought she was crazy
And why was that?
because I saw her vehicle. I saw the black SUV arrive to the 34 Fairview that morning.
You had overheard the conversation from Mr. O'Keefe to your wife the night previous, correct?
Good
That's
point.
correct.
And so what happened then?
I told my wife, "What are you talking about?"
Objection.
She was at,
It's not what you said to your wife.
all right, sorry.
It's hard. Ask the question, Mr. Lally, so that he can answer it properly.
So your wife made some phone calls in your presence, correct?
Yes, she did.
And following those phone conversations, what, if any, other conversations did she have with the defendant that morning?
There were multiple calls. I don't recall what calls were made, what time, but the next call, we were informing the defendant that, wait, we saw your car. We saw
Sorry, guys. I'm trying to get that.
you come to 34 Fairview. You guys were there. And I heard the response of, "I don't remember."
Oh, I got to go back. I got to go back. I got to go back. Sorry.
It's not what you said, sir, but I think Mr. Lally asked you to her.
Y'all, I'm learning.
To,
No, I'm not going to let you testify to that. Next question.
With respect to the defendant's statement that the last time she saw Mr. O'Keefe was at the waterfall, what, if anything, occurred to you in reference to that?
in reference to her saying she last saw him at the waterfall, I then told my wife, "What are you
I think I
talking
like
about?
that better.
So not what you said, sir, but I think Mr. Lally asked you what you thought. What you gathered from that.
I thought she was crazy
And why was that?
because I saw her vehicle. I saw the black SUV arrive to the 34 Fairview that morning.
You had overheard the conversation from Mr. O'Keefe to your wife the night previous, correct?
That's correct.
And so what happened then?
I told my wife, "What are you talking about?"
Objection.
She was at,
It's not what you said to your wife.
all right, sorry.
It's hard. Ask the question, Mr. Lally, so that he can answer it properly.
So your wife made some phone calls in your presence, correct?
Yes, she did.
And following
He's
those phone
saying
conversations,
the
what, if
address
any, other conversations
specifically.
did you have with the defendant that morning?
So it's clear
There were
where.
multiple calls. I don't recall what
It's a
calls
legality
were
thing.
made, what time, but the next call, we were informing the defendant that, wait, we saw your car. We saw you come to 34 Fairview. You guys were there. And I heard the response of, I don't remember. I don't remember going there.
Whoa.
With any other
Wow.
conversation you recall in those subsequent phone conversations that you overheard from the defendant?
At some moment, as I said, my wife had made a couple phone calls. In one of the calls with Karen Reed, she blurted that she broke her taillight, cracked her taillight, something to that effect, while we were, while Jen and I were still in the bedroom and she was on the phone.
And as your wife and you were in the bedroom and your wife is on the phone, what, if anything, were the two of you doing?
After my wife had made a few calls, we were completely confused on where the hell John was. The thought process in our head at that moment was, we knew that John had mentioned that he was potentially going to be meeting up with another person. So we called that individual, my wife called that individual to see if by chance,
Well, what?
again, confused,
What?
left at the water,
What? Let's
broke
go
her
that
tail
again.
light, cracked her tail light, something to that effect, while we were, while Jen and I were still in the bedroom and she was on the phone.
And as your wife and you were in the bedroom and your wife is on the phone, what, if anything, were the two of you doing?
What?
After my wife had made a few calls, we were completely confused on where the hell John was. The thought process in our head at that moment was, we knew that John had mentioned that he was potentially going to be meeting up with another person. So we called that individual, my wife called that individual to see if by chance, again, confused, left at the waterfall. We saw them at the house. Did John not go with her? What happened? Did he get out of the car? Did he go somewhere else? So we proceeded to call a couple other people that we thought he possibly might have met up with, or another individual.
From those other phone calls that you observed your wife making at any point in time, other than her conversations with the defendant, did you observe her to have any conversation with anybody?
You're asking if my wife did?
What I'm asking is not to any content or anything like that, but your wife made phone calls, correct?
That is correct.
And when she made those phone calls, did you observe her conversing with anybody on the phone?
No, she did not speak to anybody. Nobody answered any of our calls.
And at some point, did you yourself reach out to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I did.
And how did you do that?
I know I texted him, and I think I called him as well. Pretty much, where the hell are you? I think it was when Karen Reed and my wife were leaving my house. I think I responded, where the hell are you? Now Karen and Jen are out looking for you.
And in
Yeah.
regards to those text messages,
I have the
you mentioned you talked
photos.
to Mr. O'Keefe.
I did not.
It's not a
And with regard to
Car.
that, you had Mr.
This is
O'Keefe
car.
over
This
the phone, is that
is
correct?
person. It's
Yes,
a
I did.
bike.
And you had had prior conversations with him via text message and phone using that number that you had programmed into your phone.
Yes.
So no response to the text as far as the phone call that you placed to Mr. O'Keefe. Did he answer? Did you speak with him at all?
I did not speak to Mr. O'Keefe.
Now, at some point, do you and your wife proceed downstairs?
My wife proceeded downstairs. I remained in the bedroom.
And what is the next thing that you remember occurring that morning?
Well, I was getting dressed. I put my jeans on. My wife went downstairs. She was going to make a coffee. My wife and I were proceeding to leave. We were going to leave our house and make a drive to the house of the gentleman that my wife was calling, that we possibly thought John could have met up with. And within that moment, again, I don't know the exact time, I then heard yelling out in my front yard.
And when you heard the yelling in your front yard, what did you do?
I realized it was Karen Reed, and I told my wife to please tell her to shut up. She's going to wake up the whole neighborhood.
And where is this, or when is this in relation to that first phone call when you sort of shoot up out of bed?
At least a half hour, give or take. Again, I don't know the exact time.
Now, at any point after you hear the yelling out front, you hear the defendant yelling out front, what was she yelling at that point?
She again repeated, Jen, Jen. She for some reason kept repeating my wife's name. I don't know if she got all the way to my doorway or my wife walked out, but my wife had said
You can't say that
actually
objection,
relieved.
assumption.
Because I was like, not thinking what happened to John happened to John. I was just thinking he was on somebody's couch. So I was like, good, I'm not going to look for him, thinking my wife was going to go. My wife said she's going to go with Karen to go find John.
And at any point,
Why is the defense not
when you
objecting?
arrived at the house, did you actually go outside or look outside?
I did not go outside. I did look out the blinds of my bedroom window, which is the closest to the driveway.
What, if anything, did you see when you looked out the blinds?
Saw Karen's car in my driveway.
Did you see the defendant, Ms. Reed, anywhere outside as well?
I don't recall physically seeing her. I saw the vehicle. I don't recall seeing her directly, making any physical contact as far as seeing her.
Now, what, if any, concerns did you have in reference to your wife going out with Ms. Reed at that particular time?
I had mentioned to my wife before she was leaving the house
Objection.
that
No, I'll allow this.
That-
What were your concerns?
my concerns were she was going to be driving with Miss Reed in their vehicle, in Miss Reed's vehicle, and my concerns were that she had a broken taillight. What I thought by a broken taillight was that her taillight was out, meaning there was no light. And I didn't think it was a bright idea to be driving around with no physical light on the taillight
Particularly given the weather, is that fair to say?
because of the weather, correct?
And so your wife then leaves with Ms. Reed, is that correct?
That is correct.
You know, did you happen to see like who got in where as far as the car, who was driving when they left?
I did not see that, no.
Now, was that within the same time frame that you were describing before, about a half hour after you hear the initial call?
Yes, from Miss Reed arriving at my house was, yes, half hour or so after the initial call. And it wasn't long after before they proceeded to leave.
Now, at this time that you're looking out from the blinds and you see the defendant's car and the defendant outside, was it light out? Was it dark out? What are we talking about?
No
It was dark
sparkles.
out.
He did not see.
And so they leave.
He was
and you're
guessing.
home, with the 4 children, correct?
That is correct.
And when was the next time that you spoke to your wife?
The next time I spoke to my wife was an hour later. I received a phone call from her. I don't know the exact time, but I'm going to say about an hour or so.
And without reference to much of the content of that, all I'm really asking for is what, if any, indication did she give you as to where she was?
She indicated they found John and at Fairview.
And upon receiving that information, where did you go?
I proceeded to finish getting dressed and drove over to Fairview.
And when you got to Fairview, what, if anything, did you see when you arrived?
When I got to Fairview, I had come down through the Chapman Street entrance. And as I proceeded down the hill towards the Albert residence, I noticed all the first responders, fire engine, et cetera, police cars. And I realized I was not going to be able to get to the Albert residence because it was all blocking the street. So I backtracked, turned around, went back up Fairview to the top to Chapman, took a left and took a left down Spring Lane, which is a parallel street to Fairview, and came down Spring Lane to Cedar Crest onto Fairview so I could get to the Albert household.
Now, during your drive from your home over to Fairview and doing all that sort of turning around and coming back around the other way to Cedar Crest, what were the roads like?
It was snowing, careful driving.
And the snowing that you observed that morning when you drove from your house to Fairview, what was that like in relation to the snowing that you observed when you were driving home from Fairview hours before?
Much thicker snow, much more snow on the ground, much more snow to wipe off my car. And again, I had to drive slow.
Now, when you come around to sort of the other side, as far as the first responders, you mentioned police cruisers and a fire truck, is that right?
Yeah, there might have been an ambulance there as well, but yes.
Do you recall specifically seeing an ambulance?
I don't remember anyone saying
I
that
do
he
recall
was
seeing the
there
ambulance. I don't know if I saw it when I
at the
came down or
time
if I saw
that
it
the
when I
ambulance
eventually
was
parked the
there.
car, but I do recall seeing an ambulance.
Not one EMS has said he was there.
I proceeded on to Fairview and I parked the car along the side of the road because there was another vehicle in front of me. I believe the other vehicle might have been blocking the driveway, but there was another vehicle right on the side of the road as well.
Now, in addition to the other vehicles, as far as cruisers, fire truck, or whatever from first responders, what, if any, other vehicles or who, if anyone else, did you see outside the house? It ended up being Kerry Roberts' vehicle was parked as I was at the driveway. Ford Explorer, I think it was. And again, without any reference to the content of the conversation, did you have any conversation with Ms. Roberts at that time?
Yes, I did.
Did you know Ms. Roberts at that time?
I knew who she was. Didn't really have a relationship with her, but I knew who she was.
And how did you know who she was?
Friends through the town. She did live in the Ponkapog neighborhood, though I believe she moved in and we moved out shortly after. I don't know the actual time period. Her kids were a couple of years younger. One was 1 year younger than my child, so I knew who her child was through being the grade beneath my youngest child through soccer.
And just to be clear, when you talk about the Ponkapog neighborhood, that's where you used to live on Sutcliffe and where Mr. O'Keefe used to live in the house that was the fur pusher's house.
Yes, that's correct.
So then, after your conversation with Ms. Roberts, about how long was that conversation?
Oh, that was a brief conversation. She informed me that she was going to pick up the, she informed me Karen was going, she was dropping Karen off back at the house. She was going to the hospital and she was going to pick up John's parents in Braintree. I told her I would come with her to pick up the parents. Like I said, the road conditions were pretty bad. And, just for safety reasons, I thought I would go with her, help her go pick up the parents. She informed me that Jen was in the house. Jen is waiting to be interviewed by the police.
So where did you go from there?
I then proceeded to the front door of 34 Fairview.
And when you got inside, who, if anyone, was inside when you got?
When I got to the front door, it was my wife.
Whoa,
Brian
wait,
Albert, Nicole Albert, and Officer Lang.
Did he just say that Jen was in the house at 34 Fairview waiting to be interviewed by the police? Is that the first time we have heard that? I have not heard that before. Am I wrong? Please tell me, because that is new to me. I don't remember that. Holy crap.
And when you came in, can you describe, starting with your wife, Jennifer McCabe, can you describe her demeanor when you first came into the house?
But not Jen.
Shocked. Just face was drawn, just kind of in awe. All three of them
Awe?
were just looking like
Aw,
Yeah.
that's strange.
with a drawn face of
Aw,
I'm walking and going, what the hell is going on?
that is not a normal way we use the word awe.
Brian Albert, Nicole Albert.
Correct.
And just turning back briefly to the phone conversation that you had from your wife, which led you.
Okay, I'm going to go back.
With her to pick up the parents. Like I said, the road conditions were pretty bad. And,
We went
you know,
back.
just for
There
safety
again.
reasons, I thought I would go with her, help her, go pick up the parents. She informed me that Jen was in the house. Jen is waiting to be interviewed by the police.
So where did you go from there?
I then proceeded to the front
Yes,
door
but
of 34 Fairview.
Jen has never been
When you got
mentioned
inside, who, if anyone, was
as a
inside?
part of that group.
When I got to the front door, it was my wife,
It was him.
Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm
Officer
thinking
Lang.
Karen Reed. I'm fine. I'm sorry. My bad.
And when you came in, can you describe?
My bad.
with your
Sorry.
wife, Jennifer McCabe, can you describe her demeanor when you first came into the house?
One time I heard that, that
Um,
he
shocked.
picked up the
Just
parents
face was drawn.
and
just
drove
kind of
them
in
to
awe.
the hospital.
All three of them were just looking like, you know, with a drawn face of I'm walking and going, what the hell is going on?
Wait.
Go with her, help her.
Wait, I
go
want to
pick up
hear
the
that
parents.
again.
She informed me that Jen was in the house. Jen is waiting to be interviewed by the police.
So where did you go from there?
I then proceeded to the front door of 34 Fairview.
And when you got inside, who, if anyone, was inside when you got?
When I got to the front door, it was my wife, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Officer Lank.
And when you came in, can you describe, starting with your wife, Jennifer McCabe, can you describe her demeanor when you first came into the house?
Shocked. Just face was drawn, just kind of in awe. All three of them were just looking like, you know, with a drawn face of I'm walking and going, what the hell is going on?
And just to be clear, by all three of them, you mean your wife, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert?
Correct.
And just turning back briefly to the phone conversation that you had from your wife, which led you to come over to Fairview in the first place, how would you describe her demeanor on that phone call?
Matt, we found John at Fairview. It was a quick conversation. I didn't get any details.
Now, at some point,
Why are they not saying
while you were at the house,
the name?
speak to, mention Officer
We
Lang, was that
found
correct?
John
That's correct.
Recall if there was
at
any other officers,
Brian's
in
house.
the house at that time or any later?
That is strange.
At that moment, it was just Officer Lank at that moment. Other officers came in the house a little later, but at that moment, it was just Officer Lank.
And at some point,
I think he does not want to say the
while you were at
name
house, did you have any
because
what, if any, conversations
it
you had with
supports
Officer Lang or any other
supports the theory
Yes, Officer Lank asked me to step outside,
for the defense.
and we spoke briefly. He asked me about if I knew what happened to John. Obviously, I told him no. I had no idea. I'm just finding out right now. He asked me when I last saw John. I told him I saw him at the waterfall. We saw him at the bar. We haven't seen him. I believe, again, heat of the moment, I believe I said we saw his vehicle out front, but we never saw John.
Now, at the house on Fairview, about how long were you there that morning?
I'm going to say give her at least 4 hours
From the time that you got there?
from the time I got there, yes.
And where did you go from there?
When I left Fairview, I went back to my house on Jen and I's house, home.
Wait. Wait a minute. Did he not say that he was going to go and pick up the parents? And now he said he drove home? I'm confused. He said that he was going to drive and pick up the parents. Did he not? I'm not going to go back that
Is
far.
that correct?
My children
Not gonna
were
go
all there,
back.
correct.
And at some point after you arrived home, who, if anyone else, as far as police officers or anybody like that came to your home that day?
Two Mass State police officers came to my house.
And did you speak with those officers?
Yes, I did.
Troopers from the state police, correct?
Yes, that's
Trooper
correct.
Proctor?
And as far as the troopers that you spoke to, do you recall what their names were?
Yes, Trooper Michael Proctor and Trooper Yuri Buchanan. If I said it right.
Probably closer than. Now, on that date of January 29th, 2022, had you met either Trooper Proctor or Trooper Buchanan before?
I had never met them.
And where did they speak with you in the house?
Well, they first came in the house and informed me they were going to interview my wife and asked me to leave the room. I went up to my bedroom.
And at some point, did they interview you as well?
Yes, they did.
And where was your wife when they interviewed you?
I'm assuming, I think she wasn't in the room with me. I think she went upstairs. As I said, my kids were home. I don't know if she went in the kids' bedroom to kind of wake them up. And I don't know what she was
In the
doing.
room when they interviewed you, correct?
No, she was not.
And in addition to the troopers that came over to your house, did your brother-in-law, Brian Albert, did he come over at any point in time around this?
Yes, he did.
And if you know, did he speak with those troopers as well?
Yes, he did.
And where were you and your wife when the two troopers were speaking to Mr. Albert?
I was still upstairs in the bedroom.
Your wife, where was she?
I'm trying. She might have come up and seen me, but I think she might have went in the girls' bedroom. I
Wait,
don't
did he
recall if we
say
were standing in the same upstairs? And I don't know if she went.
talk
in the kids'
about
bedroom to kinda
interviewing
wake them
Mr.
up.
Albert?
I don't know what she was
In the
doing.
room when they interviewed you, correct?
No, she was not.
And in addition to the troopers that came over to your house, did your brother-in-law, Brian Albert, did he come over at any point in time around this?
Yes, he did.
And if you know, did he speak with those troopers as well?
Yes, he did.
And where were you and your wife when the two troopers were speaking to Mr. Albert?
I was still upstairs in the bedroom.
Your wife, where was she?
I'm trying. She might have come up and seen me, but I think she might have went in the girls' bedroom. I don't recall if we were standing in the same room. I think she might have went in my daughter's bedroom. Again, my kids were starting. It was, I don't know the exact time, 12 o'clock, give or take. So time to wake up.
So the troopers, when they were speaking to Brian Albert Sr., they were in the downstairs area of the home,
Yes, they were.
and both you and your wife were upstairs?
Yes, that's my recollection.
Now, turn your attention to a couple.
Good
people
point.
Did you speak with any other troopers from the city?
I did. I only remember the first name of one of them. It was a man and a woman. I just remember Connor something. I don't know their names.
And where did that conversation occur?
I was in my first floor dining room table.
And do you know if those same two troopers that came on a subsequent date spoke with your wife as well?
Yes, they did.
And sort of same arrangement as far as where you were and where she was at the time that you spoke with those two troopers?
Yes, that's correct.
And he was not declared dead at the house. They were CPR. They were trying to warm him up to see if they could save him. One thing that people don't understand, a lot of states, you must have the body temperature like 80 degrees or whatever because many, many times when the body starts to warm up, become warm, the heart can start again. So he was declared dead at the hospital. Declared dead.
Just briefly, sir. So, describing your wife's demeanor, you described her to sort of be in shock. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Have you seen your wife display that kind of demeanor before, or have you seen your wife in sort of crisis mode over the course?
Why is that
your
important?
relationship and your marriage?
I've seen her in crisis mode. I would call it crisis mode as well in the past.
And sort of typically, how would you describe how she handles situations like that, or what her demeanor is in those types of situations?
She is very calm, very calm.
And when, just so it's clear for the jury, so when you're talking about sort of prior incidents in regard to sort of crisis modes, what types of scenarios or what types of incidents are we talking about?
Well,
Oh,
Deaths of my parents, my brother.
he is trying to
She
set up
is the
his wife
she's the one that can get in the room,
and explain
sit,
why she's not
relax,
upset
hold
on
their hand,
scene where they found
make them
John.
feel comfortable. She's
calm,
much more. I can't do that.
not
She's much more.
excited.
So she's done that with my family, and she's also done that with our neighbor.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Yep.
all right, Ms. Giannetti?
Point. Oh, I want to hear that. He does that a lot, y'all. I want to hear that. Let's see. I'm going to listen. Let's crank the volume.
Ms. Giannetti?
Thank you, Ron.
So how did I do? That's what he said.
Good morning.
He
I'd
said,
like to start
so
by
how did I do?
discussing January 22nd, the week prior to January 29th. Do you remember that Saturday?
Yes, I do.
You had been at one of your daughter's hockey games that day?
If it's the Saturday before, we're saying?
Yes.
Yes, I was.
And you wound up going to the hillside in Canton, correct?
That is correct.
You went with your wife, Jennifer McCabe.
Yes.
When you got there, you saw Karen Reed and John O'Keefe there together, correct?
I was there previous to them, but yes,
Okay.
I saw them there. Yes.
I
Eventually, I saw them there.
I should have phrased the question that ultimately you ran into John and Karen together, correct?
Yes, I did.
And when you came in contact with them, you and your wife and Brian Albert and his wife, Nicole, who's your sister-in-law, hung out with Karen Reed and John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes, there was a big group of people hanging out together. Correct.
There were other people in addition to the ones that I've just named?
Yes, there were.
So you were with John and Karen for maybe around an hour or so that night of January 22nd?
I'd say, I don't know exactly what time they arrived, but yes, I'd say they were there for at least an hour.
And during that hour span of time, they appeared to be enjoying each other's company.
Yes.
And the two of them had arrived together, correct?
They walked in together. Yes.
And there were no problems that night that you could see between John and Karen, correct?
Yes, I did not see any problems.
Okay. Now, moving on to the waterfall on January 29th. I am not going to go through with you who arrived when and who left when and where people sat at.
Thank you for not doing that.
All that. And I'd like to streamline the questioning if I can.
Focus it. Yay!
2 or 3 areas. You would agree that at the waterfall, the mood among the people who were there was festive, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Everybody appeared to be happy and enjoying themselves, correct?
Everybody was enjoying each other's company. Correct.
Specifically with regard to John O'Keefe and Karen Reed, they appeared to be quite happy that Kaylee had been accepted into Bishop Fian, correct?
John, I recall talking to John about it, and he was happy that Kaylee was at Bishop Fian. I do not recall speaking to Karen about Bishop Fian, but definitely John was happy about Kaylee.
That was the word
being in
and
Bishop Fian.
All right.
with added
You
to.
have previously testified that they were both excited about that, have you not?
If I did, I did. I just know that John mentioned he was out because he was excited about Kaylee being at Bishop Fian. If I looped them both in, then they both were happy. I don't remember what I said when I said it. I didn't put it this way.
I would assume
didn't see
both of
her.
them were
She wasn't
happy.
happy about it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, well, I'm just going by your words, sir. As far as you could see, they were both excited about her acceptance, correct?
Yes, yes.
And they had just found out the previous day or so, correct?
I don't recall what day they found out, but I know that John had mentioned he had went out for some beers. He was excited because Kaylee got into Bishop Fian, and he mentioned he was out with another one of his friends whose daughter also got into Bishop Fian.
Right. And it appeared to be new news, correct?
Oh, yes. It was news they were waiting on, yes.
Right. You hadn't heard it before. This is the first that you heard it, correct?
I don't know if I heard it, if a kid had already leaked it the day before or that
Why is that
day, but
important?
First,
Move
I heard
on.
it from John.
All right. But it was clear to you that it was really important to John O'Keefe that Kaylee get into Bishop Fian and go there, correct?
Yes, and
They applied. He was excited for her to go
move
there.
along.
And it was clear that he believed it was an achievement for her, correct?
Yes.
And you could glean also that John O'Keefe felt like it was an achievement for him as well, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Did you glean that from him?
He was happy that she got in. I don't know what if he felt it was his achievement. He was happy for Kaylee.
Of course. And he was doing right by his sister's daughter, correct?
I don't know what that means. They can go to any school and do right.
All right. In any case, everything seemed good that night.
Everything was good.
There were no arguments.
There were no arguments that I saw.
He's trying to lay down the
John was
foundation
drinking beer.
that everyone
My
had a
recollection,
reason
yes.
to be
And you
happy.
previously testified that
John
you
and
saw,
Karen
was
especially.
drinking some type of clear liquid that you assumed was some type of vodka, correct?
That is correct.
But you didn't think that they were drinking much, correct?
At the waterfall? No, they were only there for an hour. So
Right. And they got there around 11, correct?
give or take, yep, 11-ish.
And that bar is pretty strict about last call, correct?
That is correct.
And you spoke with both of them during the course of the night, correct?
Yes,
Neither John nor Karen was intoxicated in your view, correct?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
they were drinking. I don't know what the guideline of intoxication is, but they were drinking.
Oh, B. I call that.
Do you recall testifying before the grand jury regarding this matter on April 26th of 2022?
If you have that, then I don't recall my questions, that question specific, but yes.
Right. Well, I didn't ask you about the questions. I just asked if you recall testifying before the grand jury on that date.
I don't remember the date. I recall testifying before the grand jury.
Oh, if I suggested to you that it was April 26th of 2022, would you quarrel with that?
That was, no, did you say would I quarrel?
Yeah.
No, it was definitely around that time.
Okay. And at that grand jury presentation, Mr. Lally was there, correct?
Yes.
None of the defense team was there, correct?
No,
Karen Reed was not there, correct?
no,
And there was no judge there, correct?
no.
And April 26th was approximately 3 months after January 29th of 2022.
Yes,
Is it fair to say that your memory about whether or not John and or Karen was intoxicated would have been better on April 26th of 2022 than it would be today?
May we approach, Your Honor?
Ooh, first
Please
sidebar.
feel free to stand up.
First sidebar. Okay. I have a few questions. He talks about a few things that I've not heard before. Who was John going to meet? I hope the defense will be able to ask that question. That to me is an important question. He knows who the other person was. He knows the answer. Who would John go to meet other than Karen? If John was cheating with Brian, no, another woman, excuse me, well, also can be a man. He knows. We're back. Yes.
I had just asked you if your memory of your observations of Karen Reed and John O'Keefe from January 29th would have been better on April 26th of 2022 than it would be today.
Yes, I think that's fair to say.
And that's because your memory doesn't get better over time, correct?
I don't know. I would say it's fair to say, yes, my memory would be better that day.
And on that day, you were asked by Mr. Lally, quote, did either of them, strike that. I'm going to go back to the previous sentence to put it in context.
Yes.
The previous sentence was from Mr. Lally, obviously you've had social occasions with Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed before, correct?
Ooh, he didn't like that.
Oh, yes.
He breathed real hard on the
Objection.
mic.
I'm gonna let that one go.
My answer is yes. I had previous. I don't know if I said, oh, yes, but my answer was yes. Of
Okay.
course, I had
And
previous relationships with them.
I'm sorry, I cut you off, sir. I don't.
I'm saying, of course, I had previous relationships with them.
And the question that I wanted to direct you to, just to put it in context, was did either of them, speaking about John and Karen, on this particular evening seem sort of overly intoxicated to you? Do you recall that question?
I don't recall the specific question, but that's the question.
And your answer was no to that?
Yes, if that's my answer, then it was no.
In terms of whether you can confirm that that was the question and answer, if I showed you the transcript, would that refresh your memory?
Yes, of course it would.
This is 2103, lines
Just
13 to 15 for council. And I didn't ask permission, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
I just signed. I moved my camera to make it more comfortable to sign. I'm having to sit further back.
Thank you.
Having reviewed that transcript, did I get the question and answer correct?
Yes, you did.
I'll be back, y'all.
Okay, just a couple more things about the waterfall. I wanted to ask you about Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, sir.
Yes.
They were both there that night while you were there, correct?
Yes, they both were there.
And they are both pretty big guys, correct?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
Yes, they're good sized guys.
Did you see Brian Albert and Brian Higgins practicing fighting at the waterfall?
Practicing fighting?
Right. Did you see them kind of square up in a fighting stance to each other?
I recall them
Play
grabbing
fight.
each other. I don't recall them squaring up like they were fighting each other. No, they were playing a little grab ass with each other. I did see them grab each other. I don't recall a physical, hey, let's go duke it out. I do not recall that.
Okay, so are you saying, taking you literally, that they grabbed each other's asses? Is that it?
No, I'm saying grab ass. It's a figure of speech.
Okay, but what they didn't grab each other. They were in a fighting stance, weren't they? Didn't they crouch down low with each other?
I'm telling you, I don't recall seeing them crouching in a fighting stance. I recall them I recall someone grabbing somebody. I don't remember who
Roughhousing.
grabbed who. I just recall like a bear hug or something. I
All right.
thought I
Play
recalled them
fight.
doing a bear hug.
All right, so you recall them, one of them getting behind the other one and kind of restraining them or grabbing them?
I think there was a bear hug, yeah. That's what's in my memory. I don't,
And you would agree with me that after closing time, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were two of the people who went back to 34 Fairview Road, the Albert home, correct?
I'll be back.
yes, that's correct.
But before everyone left, before you left, it was announced around the table that everyone was welcome back at Brian Albert and Nicole Albert's house, correct?
Yes,
Karen Reed and John O'Keefe were both there when that invitation was announced, correct?
yes,
And you would agree that it was expected that Karen Reed and John O'Keefe would go to the Albert home that night, correct?
if they wanted to come, they were welcomed, yes.
And that plan would have been for them to go inside the Albert home, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall what time you left the waterfall?
I left the waterfall after midnight, give or take 12:10, 12:15-ish. I don't know the exact specific time. Well, a little before 12:15, but definitely 12:10-ish, 12:15-ish in there.
And you were one of the last to leave the waterfall?
Yes, as I had mentioned, Nick Kolakis and I walked out together from the waterfall.
Your wife, Jennifer McCabe, had walked out of the bar physically before you did, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you actually met her in the parking lot?
She was already in the vehicle in the parking lot, correct?
And then you got into the car to drive to the Albert's home, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. So I'm going to ask you about the ride back to the Albert's home in a bit, but right now I want to skip to when you got there, okay?
Okay.
When you first got there, your wife parked your vehicle in the driveway, correct?
Yes.
Which side of the driveway did she park your vehicle in?
As I mentioned yesterday, I don't recall if it was immediately on the left, meaning the left towards the lawn, or if she was in the next spot over. She pulled in. I don't remember exactly if it was here or one spot over, but she pulled
How many cars were
in.
in the driveway at that time?
At least two. I don't recall if there was more than two.
So if there was at least two, those two would have been parked abutting the garage area. In other words, would they be? Let me rephrase. So there are two lanes in that driveway, correct?
My recollection is two lanes, but there is more space I know when we go over and we've gone over, there's more space to kind of park three cars.
Right?
To the right, correct.
Okay.
But we weren't to the right. We were either left or middle.
You were behind one vehicle, whichever lane you were in, or were you pulled right up to one of the garage entrances?
I don't recall if we pulled all the way in or not, but I don't remember.
So there were at least two vehicles in the driveway before you got there, correct?
In the driveway?
Yes.
Yes, there were cars in the driveway.
And when you parked in the driveway, fair to say that there was no black SUV at the Albert's home?
Are you referencing Karen's SUV? I don't know what color the Albert's cars were.
Oh, okay.
Are you referencing their SUV?
Put it this way. Yes, I'm referencing Karen's SUV.
That was not at the home.
And that was not in the driveway, correct?
Karen's SUV was not in the driveway.
And it was not adjacent to the property or on the street anywhere that you could see?
Correct. It was not there.
All right, but you say that there was a Jeep in the street at that time, correct?
There was a Jeep parked in front of the end of the driveway in front of the mailbox.
And that Jeep belonged to Brian Higgins?
I found out it belonged to Brian Higgins. I didn't know it was his Jeep when I arrived.
And it had a plow on the front of it?
Yes, it did.
It was parked adjacent to the Albert's property on Fairview, facing up the hill toward Chapman Street, correct?
Yes.
And at
That's
the time
the
that you arrived,
first
that was the
time
only
we've heard exactly
vehicle
where
on Fairview Street
Brian
adjacent to the Albert's property,
Higgins
correct?
Yes.
And your
Car was
testimony
parked.
is that that Jeep remained parked in front of the Albert house, just to the left of the driveway as you face the house, until Brian Higgins finally left and drove it away at the end of the night, correct?
That's my recollection, was his Jeep was out in front of the mailbox.
With the court's permission, could we display Exhibit 66?
Okay.
Y'all, what time did he leave? I don't have my notes. Y'all,
So, Mr. McCabe, I'm highlighting with a spotlight the front of the Albert's home. When I get to the point where the Jeep was parked, can you stop me? And you can adjust it right or left if I go too far.
Objection, Your Honor.
Can we have him use the laser pointer first and then?
Sure. Hope you're better than I am.
Yeah,
May I approach?
I was hoping I didn't have
Oh,
to
you
do
have the
this.
other laser pointer.
I don't have one.
That's fine.
No.
You could, yeah, please.
The Jeep was right there. From the edge of the driveway to right there. I believe it was a two-door Jeep.
Okay, it looks like a part of the Jeep would have been blocking the driveway.
Nope.
this is very, very important information. Everyone has said, I can't remember. Wait, oh, I got to do it.
Can't remember where Brian Higgins' car was parked.
But if Ryan Nagel drove Julie and other people I'm really struggling with this information because everyone said that first they saw Karen Reed's car stop at the mailbox, then drive and stop at the flagpole. How is that possible if Brian Higgins' car is parked at the mailbox? This is conflicting. Very, very conflicting information.
Where the mailbox is, the Jeep was right there. It was not blocking the driveway.
Sure.
I
The mailbox that's spotlighted there, would that have been where the back of the Jeep was?
Yeah, the back would have been right in the vicinity of the edge of the driveway in the mailbox.
I see, so it wasn't blocking the driveway at all when you saw it?
No.
And it was facing to the left as we look at Exhibit 66, correct?
Facing, heading to the left of the house, correct?
We can have the lights back on. And as you testified, that Jeep was there the whole night. Brian Higgins didn't go out to move it at any point, correct?
I never saw Brian Higgins go outside to move his Jeep.
About 5 minutes after you got to the Albert home that night, you saw a black SUV parked outside the home, correct?
Yes, again, I don't know the exact minutes, but give or take 4 or 5 minutes.
And when you saw that black SUV parked outside the Albert home, Higgins' Jeep was still there, correct?
Yes, to my recollection, the Jeep was still outside in front of the mailbox.
The black SUV was parked in front of Higgins' Jeep with the plow on the front, correct?
That's correct.
How far or close to that Jeep was the black SUV?
I don't recall the exact distance. Again, when I looked outside, I noticed my focus was on the black SUV, which looked outside would have been in front of the front door.
With regard to the distance between the Jeep and the black SUV, was it greater or smaller than the distance between you and me right now?
Oh, it'd be smaller.
Um,
If I'm the end, if you're the end of the Jeep and
Let's
I'm
say-
the end of the
Let's say that I'm the
Lexus,
rear end of the black SUV, and you're the front end of the Jeep.
yeah, I'd say you'd be a little closer to me.
With the court's permission, may I walk closer to the witness so that he could give an estimate?
Sure.
And you can just stop me, sir.
Yeah, I don't know. Again, when I looked outside, I was focused on the SUV. I wasn't focused on the Jeep or the truck. I don't know the exact distance. You can
It
walk
is a
3 more
Lexus.
feet or 3 feet that way, but it was out in front of the house. That's all I can tell you.
Karen Reed's car was a
You
Lexus.
will agree with me that you've given conflicting information about where the black SUV was when you first saw it?
If you tell me I gave conflicting information, you can show it to me. I don't recall. I've always said the SUV was in front of the house.
Right. And when you said in front of the house, you meant that as you look out the front door of the Albert residence, which on Exhibit 66 would have been the door to the left, that's the classic front door,
The classic front door looking at the house on the main part of the Colonial.
looking straight out from there, that's where the black SUV was positioned, correct?
In that vicinity, correct.
Right. It would have been sort of directly in front of you as you look out that front door, correct?
Like I said, in the vicinity of looking out the front door was the black SUV. If it was 3 feet this way or 3 feet this way or 3 feet that way, I don't know. It was just out in front of the house.
Right. And that was where it was when you first spotted it, according to your testimony today, correct?
Yes,
But you spoke to Michael Proctor during the afternoon of January 29th, did you not?
yes, I did.
That was the very day that these events occurred, correct?
Yes, it was.
You would agree with me that your memory of where that black SUV was when you first spotted it on January 29th would have been better on that very day than it would be today, correct?
Possibly, yes.
It's almost 2.5 years later.
2.5 years that I've lived in my memory, yes.
But your memory does not get better over time, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
On January 29th of 2022, when you spoke to Michael Proctor, you told him that you saw a black SUV parked to the right of the residence as you look at the property from the street. Did you not?
I did not. Can you elaborate what you mean by to the right of the residence?
Well, I will just repeat the question. Did you tell Michael Proctor on January 29th of 2022 that you observed a big dark SUV parked to the right of the house?
What right? Looking at the house to the right or looking at the house to the left? When you say right, I don't know what you mean by right.
Is your memory exhausted as to what you told Michael Proctor?
No, not at all.
So if your memory is not exhausted, would you agree with me that while you were at 34 Fairview, you told Michael Proctor that you observed a big dark SUV parked to the right of the house?
That could have been
Y'all,
the second time. I
he is
informed him of
so
seeing the
impeaching
SUV.
him.
Okay. If I suggested to you that that was the first time, according to what you told Michael Proctor, would you dispute that?
Objection.
Sustained.
Is your memory exhausted as to whether or not that was the first or second time, according to what you told Michael Proctor?
My memory is not exhausted.
Okay, so if your memory is not exhausted,
Badgering the witness?
do you deny
I like it.
telling Michael Proctor that you observed a big dark SUV parked to the right of the house?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
I don't know if I can answer it. I believe it's the second question.
All
I
right.
told him I saw an SUV and parked in front of the house. Then I saw an SUV move further up the road, which looking out of the house would be to the right of the house. So that would be when I saw the SUV to the right of the house, would be the second time I saw the SUV. I've always stated the SUV was in front of the house if looking out the front door.
Okay, so when you so you deny telling Michael Proctor that when you first saw the SUV, by the way, sir, is this funny? I'm sorry. you
This
were
is
laughing.
not funny, sir. Not at all. It's been 2 years of misery.
Well,
Okay?
You're smiling now, that's why I asked.
You keep repeating the same question.
Well, I'm trying to get an answer that you won't give me, sir. When you talked to Michael Proctor on January 29th of 2022, when you first observed the big dark SUV, you said to him it was parked to the right of the house.
Objection.
This is the last time on that question. Is that right?
That is not right. The SUV, the first time was in front of the house, coming out the front door. The second time it was to the right of the house.
All right.
You have to move on.
Gotcha. Okay, all right. So you did not say that, but you did say that you were making those observations from the front door, correct?
As I stated yesterday, I recall.
That's a yes or no question. I'm sorry.
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer it yes or no?
I can't. I said yesterday, it's either I looked out the window and I looked out the front door. I don't remember which order.
Well, you told Michael Proctor that the first time you looked out, it was out the front door. Did you not?
I don't recall what I told Michael Proctor on April.
You don't recall. May I approach you on
Yes.
page 2 of Proctor's report, counsel?
So next time, just show it to Mr.
Of course, I'm sorry. You'd read the first few sentences of that second paragraph.
Second paragraph.
May I approach?
Yes.
You had said that you don't remember what you told Michael Proctor. Did that report refresh your memory?
I'm not saying I don't remember what I told Michael Proctor.
Well, hold
I'm
on.
stating what I remember.
Hold on a second, sir. You just told this jury that you don't remember what you told Michael Proctor. Those were your words.
Yes, at the point I'm reading, I don't remember the exact wording, but I know what I told Michael Proctor.
All right. And you told Michael Proctor that you observed a big dark SUV parked to the right of the house. Did you not?
At some point in the conversation, yes, I told Michael Proctor that a big dark SUV moved to the right of the house.
Moved to the right of the house? Is that what you just said?
All right, let me rephrase. At some point, there was a big dark SUV parked in front of the right of the house. I physically didn't see it move, so I need to rephrase. I can't say move.
Right, but what I'm concentrating on now, sir, is not what your memory is today or what you testified to the jury today. I'm concentrating on what you told Michael Proctor that very day on January 29th, 2022. Okay? And you initially told him that it was parked to the right of the house, the big dark SUV, and that you made those observations from the front door. And then you stated
I had to plug in my
you looked
iPad.
out the front window
Objection, Your Honor.
and observed the same big dark SUV had moved to the other side of the property.
So
Correct?
the objection sustained, you have to break that down, and I thought we moved on from this, Mr. Yannick.
No, we haven't gotten to the second part of the.
So bring the document, I'll see it's iPhone.
Whoo, y'all. Y'all, this is getting good. Spicy. Okay. He's doing a good job of setting the witness. One thing that's so important about the testimony is that Brian Higgins' Jeep, where it was parked, he's the first person to tell any of us where that was parked. Because everyone has said that Ryan Nagel, when he drove up to the house, parked in front of the mailbox. No other car was there. He's starting to poke holes in the testimony. Yes, but Higgins hasn't testified yet, right? Yep. Wowza, y'all. Oh, I didn't do this. My bad. Like I said, it takes a lot to run all this. So he's testifying that Brian Higgins was parked next to the mailbox. Everyone else has testified that there was no car in front of the mailbox. This is news. This is good.
Oh, thank you very much.
And he is showing
One last question.
that the witness
Yes, with regard to
gets
Trooper
angry
Proctor's
easily.
report that you have in front of you, right? It's II for identification.
Yes, I'm reading the
You
report.
will agree with me that you reported your conversation as saying that the vehicle was first to the right and then moved to the other side of the property, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You testified before the grand jury regarding this issue on April 26th of 2022, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And you talked about the vehicle moving from point A to point B, correct?
Yes, at some point.
And you estimated that it was 15 to 20 feet or so that the SUV moved along the property line, correct?
Yes, again, I don't know the exact distance, but estimates.
And you, at that point in time, you were asked to clarify what you had meant when you said that the vehicle was first on the right side of the property. Do you recall that testimony?
I do not.
Do you recall that Mr. Lally asked you, to the right would have been toward the driveway side of the property, and that you answered that's correct?
I don't remember the conversation. And again, to the right, looking at the house, or to the right, looking out of the house?
Well, that's what I'm talking about. To the right, looking at
Your
the
view,
would be toward the driveway,
perspective.
correct?
To the right, looking at the house would be toward the driveway.
Open the door, look outside to the right,
Correct.
in
And
front,
then moved toward the flagpole
to the
second
right.
time?
The vehicle started in front of the house and moved towards the flagpole. Correct. So looking out of the house, it moved towards the right.
Mm.
Excuse me.
Y'all.
You told Michael Proctor that initially it was parked closer to the driveway or the mailbox when you first saw it, correct?
Objection.
Objection sustained. We were moving off of this, Mr.
Okay, yes, you are. Wherever it was when you first saw it, Where was the Jeep in relation to that black SUV when you first laid eyes on the black SUV?
I thought we were moving on.
Again,
I
I was
thought we were
focused on the
moving
black
off of the
SUV.
topic.
My recollection, the Jeep was still in the same spot, which we had pointed out earlier on the exhibit.
Correct? In terms of where it was facing, the black SUV was behind, I'm sorry, the Jeep was behind the black SUV.
Jeep would have been behind the black SUV, correct?
And wherever it was along that property line, you would agree with me that before the black SUV arrived outside the Albert home, you didn't notice any tire tracks in the snow on the street in front of the house, correct?
Before, yes, that's correct,
Before the black SUV arrived.
correct.
And at all times that you saw the black SUV, first or second, it was always facing toward Chapman Street, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And it was always facing in the same direction that you say that Higgins' Jeep was facing, correct?
Yes,
And that would mean that the passenger side of the black SUV was the closest side to the Albert home, correct?
yes,
And it was the closest side to you when you were first looking at it, correct?
yes.
And now your testimony today is you don't recall if the first time you looked at that black SUV, it was through the front door or if it was through a front window, correct?
Correct. I don't recall which one I looked out first. I know I looked out both of them at some point. I just don't recall which one was first.
Whichever one it was, when you first laid eyes on that black SUV, you did not see John O'Keefe in the passenger seat, correct?
That is correct.
How long a span of time was it between the first time you looked out and saw the black SUV and the second time?
Again, I don't have the exact time. I'm going to guess 3, 4, 5 minutes at most.
And what you did in between those 3, 4, 5 minutes was you went back to the table or near the table in the kitchen dining room area where everybody was congregated,
That's correct.
and you went back there to talk to people and socialize, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then you came back to the front of the house and either went to the front window or the front door, and that's when you noticed that the black SUV
You
had
go back and
moved
look
to the
again.
other side of the property, correct?
Yes, at that moment, it had moved to the right of the property.
It driven forward, correct?
I did not see it drive, but it had moved, yes.
It had moved
So it had to
forward.
get there somehow, yes.
All right. It was now closer to the flagpole than it was the first time, correct?
That is correct.
And the flagpole, as you look at the property, not from your vantage point looking out, but as you look at the property from the street, that would have been to the left, correct?
Yes,
And again, it was still facing toward Chapman Street.
yes.
In terms of how many times you saw the black SUV having moved outside the house, you would agree with me that you have contradicted yourself about how many times that it moved, correct?
No,
Yesterday and today, you testified that it had been in 3 different spots and then it was gone, correct?
yes. Three times I looked out and saw the SUV.
Right. And, you know, again, in May of 2024, yesterday and today, all 3 times it moved, it was moving further or farther up Fairview toward Chapman Street, correct?
Yes,
And in fact, you've testified now in May of 2024 that the 3rd time that you saw it, the black SUV was even past the fire hydrant, just about to the neighbor's property, correct?
yes.
But again, your memory of where it was the last time that you saw it, or how many times you saw it, I should say, would have been better on January 29th than today, correct?
Again, assumption, yes, I guess it should be.
And in fact, when you were talking to Michael Proctor, you had just observed the black SUV just hours before speaking to him, correct?
Yes.
Not 2.5 years before. Right?
Oh, yes.
And when you spoke to Michael Proctor, you told him that you only saw the black SUV in 2 different spots, correct?
That's what it says on this paper. My recollection is always been, I saw the black SUV in 3 different spots.
And you just called it a paper. It's a police report, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained, Mr. Yannetti.
Ooh, she's getting pissed.
To Michael Proctor on January 29th of 2022. It's fair to say that you've had multiple conversations about this case with your family, correct?
Of course, I've talked about this case
That includes in-person conversations, correct?
with my family.
Yes.
Yes,
As well as phone calls and texts?
yes,
You've also, since you talked to Michael Proctor, have had multiple conversations about this case with your in-laws, correct?
yes,
That also includes in-person conversations as well as phone calls and texts, correct?
that is correct.
And since you gave that statement to Michael Proctor, you've had multiple conversations specifically with Brian Albert, correct?
Yes, I've talked to Brian Albert.
That includes in-person phone calls and texts, correct?
That is correct.
Would you agree with me that in terms
Wait. Didn't Brian Albert say? Have we heard from him yet? He said he did not talk to anyone about the case, right? Strange.
of
At
the
least
changes in
he's
your version
being
of
honest
events
about that.
from what
Yes.
you've testified during this trial to what is in Michael Proctor's report, you put the SUV farther down Fairview toward Chapman Street now, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your testimony during this trial puts the SUV past the fire hydrant, almost toward the neighbor's house, correct?
That is correct.
But
Why
however many
change it?
times you saw that black SUV, you'd agree with me, you never observed any damage to the rear of that vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Never saw any damage to the rear right taillight, correct?
Correct.
You'll also agree with me that every time you saw that black SUV, the vehicle had its headlights on, correct?
I was looking as we talked about it moving up the property. I was looking at the back. I could see the back of the SUV. The assumption is the headlights were on, but I wasn't looking at the headlights.
All right, well, that would have meant that the area in front of the vehicle was lit up, correct?
Yes, but like I said, it was further up the road.
Now, sometime after that black SUV first arrived, you noticed that there were tire tracks, I should say, in a V shape on the street in front of the Albert home, correct?
That's correct.
And those tire tracks were from the curb in front of 34 Fairview toward the neighbor's property across the street and then back toward the curb, correct?
Yes, it came out, waved out to the across the street and came back in.
All right. And the pattern of those tire tracks that you observed were consistent with the vehicle making a 3-point turn, correct?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
I don't know if the vehicle made a 3-point turn. It could be consistent with because it was a wavy pattern. I've never looked at a tire tracks after I've done a 3-point turn to determine what they actually look like, but in and back out.
There was nothing about those tire tracks that ruled out a 3-point turn to you, correct?
No,
All right. You didn't see those tire tracks again until the black SUV arrived at the home, correct?
I didn't, you mean, yes, I didn't see them previous to the black SUV.
And Higgins' Jeep was already there before the black SUV arrived, correct?
Yes,
So Higgins' Jeep was already parked and stationary when there were no tire tracks in that area, correct?
I didn't notice what, we parked in the driveway and I walked in the house, so I wasn't looking at the tire tracks. So,
You
but
didn't see-
Higgins' Jeep was already parked.
Right, right. You didn't see tire tracks at that point, is my point.
Yeah, well, I didn't see any.
And at the point that you saw those tire tracks, there were no other vehicles in the area along the Albert family property line on Fairview other than Higgins' Jeep and the black SUV, correct?
That's my recollection, yes.
Okay, so now we're going to go back to where I had left off with regard to meeting your wife, Jennifer McCabe, in the car after leaving the waterfall. You recall that we sort of left off with you getting in the car and starting the drive home.
Yes,
Once you got inside the car, your wife ultimately called John O'Keefe along the ride home, correct?
John O'Keefe had texted my wife and my wife had called him. He was asking where to We think he was asking for the where to, where's the address. So she called him to tell him.
And you knew that he was asking that because the Bluetooth of the car was connected to her phone, correct?
I believe the Bluetooth was on. Again, I could hear his conversation.
Yeah.
My assumption is the Bluetooth was on.
Right. You could hear both sides of the conversation, correct?
I could hear John as well, yes.
Yeah, your wife and John, correct?
Yes, I was sitting next to my wife. I could hear her.
And you heard John tell your wife that he was planning to go to 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes,
He had told your wife in your presence that he and Karen would meet your wife and you there, correct?
he said we're on our way.
Right. And you knew, again, the plan was to go inside 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes, that was the plan.
You heard your wife tell John that 34 Fairview's off Chapman Street, correct?
Either I was also talking, so I don't know if my wife was repeating, but yes, we did say off of Chapman Street.
It could have been you, could have been your wife, but he was
Yes.
told it was off Chapman Street, right?
That's correct, yes.
And then your wife hung up with John, at least temporarily, but then John called back, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
He indicated he needed more specific directions to 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes,
And then you heard your wife, or maybe you participated in the conversation, I won't rule that out, but between the two of you, you did give him more specific directions, correct?
yes, we did.
And either you or your wife, and you can correct me if you know if it's one or the other, but one of you told him to go down Chapman and take Fairview as if they were going to Bella's house, correct?
Yes, we had mentioned go down Chapman to Fairview. You know where Bella lives. Drive past Bella's street. The house will come up on your left.
Right, and I believe you previously explained that Bella was a friend of John's niece Kaylee and also your daughter Olivia, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So that was a good way to orient him as to where to go, correct?
Yes,
And once you did that, John O'Keefe never called back for any clarification, correct?
yes, not to my recollection.
All right, and with regard to your state of mind, based on that conversation and the instructions that either you or your wife or both of you gave John, you certainly assumed that John and Karen would be arriving at Fairview coming from the Chapman Street direction, correct?
That was my assumption.
Okay.
As I had stated yesterday, there's multiple ways to go, but that was my assumption.
And it was an educated assumption based on the conversation that you had, correct?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Okay.
Oh, hold on, y'all. There was some whispering. We're going to go back. I'm going to crank my hearing aids. Crank the volume. See if I can hear it.
You had, correct?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Okay.
Oh,
Your Honor?
Stated yesterday, there's multiple ways to go, but that was my assumption.
And it was an educated assumption based on the conversation that you had, correct?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Okay.
they're talking about clarifying.
I mean, in the
Thank you.
document, I have
Okay,
handed you.
I couldn't hear every word, but I heard perhaps
Take a look and
we'll
tell the
see
jury whether you
something
recognize what that-
Chapman Street. So they're
Yes,
going
this is
to,
a map
on redirect,
showing Cedar Crest
talk
Road
about this.
intersecting with Fairview Road. On the opposite side shows Chapman Street intersecting with Fairview, as well as other streets in it's called the Cedar Crest neighborhood, in the Cedar Crest neighborhood.
Okay, and realizing that you don't have a compass or a rule, does it appear to be generally to scale in terms of where the roads are?
Yes,
And it appears to be a fair and accurate depiction of the layouts of particularly Cedar Crest, Fairview, and Chapman Street?
yes.
Okay, I would offer that, Your Honor.
Is there any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Exhibit 86. And Mr. McCabe, why don't we hand over the other one?
Because if they drove up,
Display that for the jury, Your Honor.
Okay, I know where he's going. Here, Fairview. If they came up this way and needed to turn around, they would have backed up and turned around. The turn may have been before they parked, not after. I think. Let's see. A lot, Miss Kevin. A lot.
Oh, thank you.
What is displayed on the screen, Mr. McCabe? Does that appear to be?
Can you see my mouse?
what I just
They drove
showed
up
you
this
on
way,
88?
backed up, turned around,
Yes.
and faced
You
that
see
way.
that there's a red bubble there. Does that have any meaning to you as you look at the map?
Not back up and
Yes,
hit
it'd
him.
be
Good
the
point.
location of 34 Fairview.
Okay. And as we look at the map, Cedar Crest is up the top and Chapman is down the bottom.
That is correct.
With regard to the directions that you gave, or you or your wife gave John O'Keefe, if they were coming as you directed them on Chapman Street, would they be taking a right onto Fairview or a left?
If they went the way that we mentioned, they'd be taking a left.
Okay, so in terms of looking at this map,
So
they'd be
they're
traveling
coming
on Chapman Street
from
really
here.
from the left to the right as you look at Exhibit 88.
They're coming from here.
Yes, left to right, correct.
Take a
And
left,
that would allow them to take a left down Fairview,
and then they
heading towards.
back
Cedar
up
Crest,
and turn
correct?
around
That is
and then
correct.
face
And
this
you
way and
agree
park.
with me that that would put the driver's side closest to the Albert property if they just kept going straight all the way to Cedar Crest, correct?
Yes, the driver's side would have been closest to the property.
Okay, we can turn the lights back on.
So they backed up and turned around when they arrived,
That would mean.
not when she left.
Well,
Woo!
so you agree with me that your state of mind was that was the direction that they would go?
That's what I thought they would have, that's how I thought they would have come into the neighborhood, correct?
But you never saw the black SUV traveling in that direction or parked in that direction, correct?
That's correct.
That would mean that in order for the SUV to be facing in the other direction, one way would be for it to make a three-point turn, correct?
Objection.
No,
Allow it.
So we're saying if they came down from Chapman and then spun around and facing back up towards Chapman, is what you're asking? Yes, at some point she would have had to turn around.
Or do a three-point turn, correct?
She could do a 3-point turn, or she could just loop around at Cedar Crest and come back up. Either one.
And a three-point turn would be consistent with what the V-shaped tire tracks that you saw when you looked out the front of Brian Albert's house, correct?
Objection.
Sustain.
When you were interviewed by Michael
What,
Proctor on
Judge?
January 29th of 2022, you had not spoken with Ryan Nagel, correct?
No.
So it's fair to say you did not know what, if anything, Ryan Nagel had seen in terms of how or what direction the black SUV arrived in, correct?
Objection.
Sustain.
When you spoke to Michael Proctor on January 29th of 2022, the phone conversation that your wife had with John O'Keefe that you were either participating in or listening to, that was regarding the directions. That was fresh in your mind on January 29th, correct?
Yeah.
Those directions had just been given to John, the night before or really hours before, correct?
Yes.
So on January 29th, when you're talking to Michael Proctor, believing that John had driven down Chapman Street, you were trying to square in your own mind how the vehicle wound up in the other direction when you looked out the house, correct?
Objection.
Were you?
Can you just repeat that again?
Yeah,
I think I heard you. I just want to make
It
sure.
wasn't a great question. I'll see if I can make it any better. You're talking with Michael Proctor on January 29th in the afternoon, correct?
Yes,
And he's asking you about the positioning of the black SUV, among other things, correct?
yes.
And again, I'm just getting to your state of mind. Your state of mind was that, you know, you gave the direction, you or your wife gave the directions to John, and you're thinking he came down Chapman, but you never saw the vehicle in that direction. It was only in the other direction facing toward Chapman. Is that fair?
Yes,
And so you're naturally trying to square in your own mind, trying to make it make sense as to how that happened, correct?
Objection.
You can answer that. Were you trying to square that in your own mind?
I wasn't trying to, I don't know if I was trying to square it. I just knew that for some reason her vehicle was facing up Chapman. Are you asking?
All right.
I didn't know what she did. I just know her vehicle was facing up Chapman.
And to you, that was the significance of the V-shaped tire tracks when you're talking to Proctor, right?
Objection.
Was it?
If I recall, I said there was a V-shaped tire tracks, and I believe the question was, could it be consistent with a three-point turn? I said it could be. I didn't know if it was a three-point turn. It could be because there was weird tracks. Again, I did not see the vehicle. I don't know if she pulled in the driveway and turned. I don't know if she went to Cedar Crest and turned. I don't know if she did a three-point turn and turn. I have no idea.
All right, but just one last question.
Whoa. So you're the one who set up, you're the one who talked to Proctor and set up the thought that the 3-point turn that hit John. Am I wrong? Y'all tell me. Is he the one that started that? Question.
Three-point turn.
Wow.
You offered the V-shaped tire tracks as an explanation for what could have happened, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that one.
I had stated there was a V-shaped tire tracks. I didn't say it was a three-point turn.
All right, well, you'd agree with me in any case that if John and Karen entered from Cedar Crest and you saw them where you saw them, there'd be no need for a three-point turn, correct?
So you're saying if she didn't come from Chapman, she came from the other side, Cedar Crest, there would be no need for a three-point turn
Because
or any type of turn because she was already facing that way.
that's right. If she came from Cedar Crest, she's already in the very direction that you saw the black SUV when you looked out, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, your testimony during this trial is that you were looking straight out from the house to the street. And, you know, again, I understand your qualification. It could have been 3 feet this way or 3 feet that way. But your memory is that the car was essentially right in front of you, give or take.
Wow.
My memory is the car was right in front of the front door.
Yes, okay. And you were looking straight at it, correct?
As I had stated earlier, the first time I looked out, I don't recall if I was looking straight out from the front door or if I was peeking out through the window, but it was, my sight would had it lined up in front of the front door. So if I looked out from the front door, then it would have been, yes, straight in front of me.
And you would agree with me that when you were looking at the vehicle from wherever you were looking at it, you were looking straight over the front lawn, correct?
I was looking over, I would have been looking over the lawn, correct?
And
Again,
the
I was
V-shaped
focused on the
tire
vehicle.
tracks were
Hold on, Mr.
Sorry.
Yannetti.
I said I was focused on the vehicle. I was focused.
I didn't know that he was not done with his
It's
answer.
my fault.
We only can have one person speaking at a time. The court reporter can't be expected to have 2 different people at the same time. So please be cautious. The lawyer needs to be
Yeah,
cautious of that.
I will try, Your Honor. Did you get your full answer out, sir?
I did.
You would agree with me that the V-shaped tire tracks were farther away from you than the front lawn?
Yes, they were on the road.
And if you were able to clearly see those V-shaped tire tracks, you certainly were able to clearly see the Albert's front lawn, correct?
As I mentioned, I was looking over the lawn, but I'm assuming the lawn was somehow in my visibility. I wasn't focusing on the lawn.
Okay. I'm going to try that question again and see if I can get a yes or no answer. If you were able to clearly see the V-shaped tire tracks, you were certainly able to clearly see the Albert's front lawn. correct?
Yes.
If I looked at it, it's a confusing question. As I said, I was focused.
Yes
on the
or
road.
no?
I
Could
wasn't
you
looking at the
see
lawn.
the yard?
Let me
The
be
yard.
clear. I'm not asking you
If you can see
looked
the
at it.
street
I
with
asked
tire,
if you were able
speed track,
to clearly see it.
I
you
would be
can
able to,
still
yes.
see the yard. Yes.
And when you looked out at that black SUV, you and saw the V-shaped tire tracks, you did not see a 6'2" man lying on the front lawn, correct?
No, I did not.
And at no point in time, whenever you looked at that black SUV, did you see John O'Keefe inside the vehicle, correct?
No, I did not see John in the vehicle.
At no point in time did you hear any yelling outside 34 Fairview, correct?
No, I did not.
At no point in time did you hear any scream of pain outside 34 Fairview, correct?
No, I didn't.
At no point in time did you ever hear any crash noises outside 34 Fairview.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No,
And last question on this point, at no point did you hear any noises at all outside 34 Fairview that attracted your attention?
no, there's music playing in the house, so I didn't hear anything.
Ah.
Okay. Now, after being at the Albert home for a period of time early that morning, you left the home approximately 1:40 a.m. or so,
Yeah, give or take 140, 145. I don't know the exact time.
and you walked out with your wife, Jennifer McCabe, and two of Brian Jr.'s friends, correct?
Yes, Brian's two friends were joining Jennifer and I. We were driving them home.
And whether you knew their names or not that night, you subsequently learned their names to be Sarah Levinson and Julie Nagel.
That's correct.
And you all came out of the house together, correct?
Yeah, I don't recall who was where when we walked to the car, but we all left the house at the same time.
And directly in front of all of you was the front lawn, correct?
If I was to walk straight out the front door, yes, the front lawn's in front of me.
And when you were walking out, the black SUV was gone, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And when you first came out of the house facing that front lawn, you didn't see a black baseball cap, correct?
That's correct.
Or a black sneaker, correct?
That's correct.
Or 45 pieces of red plastic taillight, correct?
That's correct.
Or even one, correct?
That's correct.
And once again, you didn't see a 6'2" man lying on the front lawn, correct?
No, I wish I did, but I didn't.
As you were walking out with your wife and these two other women, none of them yelled that they saw anything like that, correct?
Correct.
And then you all piled into the vehicle, which was in the driveway, correct?
Yes.
You and your wife got into the front, the driver's seat and the passenger seat, correct?
Yes, I sat in the driver's seat. My wife was in the passenger seat. I had to brush off the car, but that's where we sat.
And the other two women who were friends with Brian Jr. got into the second row passenger seat, correct?
Yes.
And I believe your testimony is you don't know who was where within that, but they did get in there.
Yes, they were behind us. I don't know who sat in what seat.
Once you got inside the vehicle, is that when you realized that you had left something back into the house?
I don't recall leaving something in the house.
I'm sorry?
I don't recall leaving something in the house. If I did, I did. I don't recall leaving something in the house.
You don't recall going back into the house?
No, I don't recall going back into the house.
If you went back into the house, the front lawn would have been directly in front of you from the driveway, correct?
The lawn would have been to my left, and I would have went up the walkway to
Right.
the house.
Okay, well, that's my next question. When you went up the walkway, the front lawn would have been to your left, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And then coming out, you would have had the same view that you'd had the first time, correct?
Yes, I would have come back out the same way down the steps to the left.
And without going through all the various items that I asked you about in terms of not seeing on the front lawn, you know, the speaker, the cap, the tail light, et cetera, you didn't see any of that stuff at any point the second time, correct?
Correct. I did not see anything.
Okay, so now you're finally back in your vehicle and you are backing out of the driveway, correct?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that to get to your, well, strike that. Is it fair to say that to drop the women off, your plan was to head toward Chapman Street?
Yes, that's what we did.
which would mean that as you back out of the driveway, the rear end of your car would have been facing towards Cedar Crest.
Correct.
And then you would straighten out, and now you've got a straight shot up.
Welcome,
Up toward
everyone.
Chapman Street, correct?
Yes.
And it would also mean that you drove the length of the Albert's property, correct?
Yes.
While you did that, sir, Julie Nagel never said, "What was that?" Did she?
I did not hear Julie say that.
She never said she had seen a black object, correct?
I did not hear her say that.
She never said that she saw a black blob, correct?
I did not hear her say that.
And she didn't say that the black blob that she supposedly saw was 5 or 6 feet in length, correct?
Again, I did not hear her say it.
And she never said that she might have seen a person, correct?
I did not hear her. You talk about in the car?
Correct.
Yeah, I did not hear her say it in the car.
And you were right there driving, correct?
I was driving, obviously focused on the road. The windshield wipers, it was snowing pretty heavily.
You didn't have
That's
earplugs.
huge.
I
Wow.
didn't, but they were all talking in the car.
You didn't have AirPods in it.
No, I didn't.
Certainly not the noise cancellation AirPods, correct?
Correct. I did not have earpods in.
And you never stopped the car because you never heard Julie Nagel say anything about anybody being in trouble, correct?
I did not hear her say it.
Okay. You
That's
woke up
reasonable
the
doubt.
next morning, as you said, to screaming, correct?
Yes,
The screaming was so loud that you thought that the person screaming was actually in your bedroom, correct?
that is correct.
That was, and it startled you, fair to say?
Yes, it did.
And then ultimately, you learned that Karen Reed ended up in your driveway, correct?
Yes,
You could hear her screaming outside, correct?
I could hear her outside, correct.
She was hysterical
She was screaming, Jen. She just kept repeating Jen.
in a hysterical manner.
Yeah, Jen, Jen. Yes,
And she was screaming so loud that she was in danger of waking up the whole neighborhood.
Okay,
correct?
y'all, that
she
is
was loud.
strange in and of
And other
itself.
than screaming
because
Jen, Jen, in
his
that hysterical
Wife
tone,
knew that
you
Jen
really
was driving
couldn't
to the
make out
house.
her words a lot of the time, correct?
not when she was outside my house. No.
Skipping ahead to when you went back to Fairview that morning, it's fair to say that when you went, did you say that you went inside Fairview at maybe around 7 a.m.? Is that a good estimate?
Yeah, I don't know the exact time, but it would say give or take, could be a little before, a little after, but somewhere in that vicinity.
And I believe you testified that the only people inside that you saw there were your wife, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert.
That's-
In addition to Officer.
Officer, at that moment, that's who I recall seeing there.
Okay, so there were, and you didn't know where Brian Jr. was, whether he was sleeping, but you didn't see him.
I don't recall seeing him at that moment, no.
And Officer Lank was the only police official that you saw inside, correct?
At that moment, correct.
Okay. Now, in the days after January 29th, you participated in a group text exchange with 3 other people. Do you recall that?
Could you name the 3 people?
Sure. You had a group text chat going with your wife, Jennifer McCabe, your brother-in-law, Brian Albert, and your sister-in-law, Nicole Albert, correct?
Oh, yes.
I'd like to ask you some questions about that group text chat, if I might.
Sure.
You would agree with me that on February 1st of 2022, that was 3 days after John O'Keefe passed away, correct?
Yes.
And at some point on February 1st of 2022, you were physically either at or near the Albert home at 34 Fairview in Canton, correct?
I could have been. I don't recall if I was there.
You recall watching what investigators were doing in the neighborhood on February 1st?
I do not. If you could show it to me, I could maybe reflect my memory. I do not recall that specific day.
You don't recall monitoring what troopers were doing? in
I
the
was not
neighborhood?
monitoring anything that the troopers were doing. If I had driven down the street, dropping someone off, picking somebody up, and saw the troopers, then I saw the troopers. I was not monitoring anything.
Directing your attention to 1:34 p.m. and 27 seconds. You texted your wife, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert, quote, "Troopers back out front, but in front of Asian house." Did you not?
If I texted that, you could show it to me.
May I approach you, Mike?
Yes.
I got to catch that again.
Troopers back out front, but in front of Asian house. Did you not?
If I texted that, you could show it to me.
What is
May I
Asian?
approach you, Mike?
Yes.
What is Asian house? That's strange. Y'all, that's strange.
02150.
No, show it to him. Don't.
I'm sorry.
Be patient.
Touch it?
Oh, you show it to.
Show it to
Oh,
Mr.
I'm
Miller
sorry.
and
Judge,
don't reference what
patient.
it is.
You think
Please.
this is my first try?
Oh! What?
This is my.
Touch it?
Oh, you show it to.
Show it to
Oh,
Mr.
I'm
Miller
sorry.
and don't reference what it is.
You think this is my first try?
Oh! Oh! Stop! I'm surprised the judge did not him.
Thank you.
Oh, she's
I'm
pissed
showing
off
you a
at him.
document, sir. and
Look
if
at
you
her
look up-
face.
Or look at it by yourself and look up at me when you're done.
with you?
I don't use glasses, but I can't see this. So maybe I need glasses.
Um,
I'm making it out.
Okay. The judge is not very patient with the lawyers and the evidence. She starts to instruct the lawyers before they have the chance to give the evidence to the person to number it. He said back to the judge, sorry, the lawyer said back to the judge, not my first trial. Watch it again.
No, show
Watch
it
it
to him.
again.
I'm sorry.
Touch it?
Oh, you show it to.
Show it to
Oh, I'm
Mr. Miller
sorry.
and don't reference what it is.
You think this is my first try?
Now, is he saying, I think he's saying that to himself because he's maybe nervous and he's making a mistake, but I don't think the judge accepted it in that way. I think she may have thought she was talking to her, but that did not present itself well. I think he was joking about himself making a mistake, but I have to say, this court does things a little bit different than what I've seen other courts do. This is a lot. And I think he's getting frustrated with himself on how this judge wants the evidence presented. Funny. Let's move on.
Thank you.
I'm showing you a document, sir, and if you look up or look at it
Not.
by yourself and look up at me when you're done.
with you?
I don't use glasses, but I can't see this. So maybe I need glasses.
Um,
I'm making it out. I got it.
I do have a.
Is it a light?
Once
he says he
again,
doesn't
No, it's not.
sometimes
It's
I
just-
don't
it's
hear
just dark, but I
every
got it.
word that's said, so I have to go back and watch it again to make sure that I understood fully because the meaning changes with that.
What the hell?
If you're struggling,
I'm reading mine, right? The middle one?
Yeah.
Yeah,
You take
yeah.
all your time, the time you
Yep,
need.
I got it. Yep, I see it.
Okay. If I may just grab that
Yes.
back.
Thank you.
Having reviewed that document, is your memory refreshed?
I see that I texted what you said I texted. The
Okay.
troopers were outside of the house, yes.
Right, that's my question. This is a page that contains the group text that you had with Jen McCabe, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert, correct?
Yes,
And in terms of the question that I asked you, you now acknowledge that you testified troopers back out front, but in front of Asian House, correct?
that's correct.
Mr. McCabe, what is an Asian house?
The next door neighbors to the Alberts were Asian.
So you mean that a family of Asian origin lived next door?
Yes,
They were the next door neighbors to your brother-in-law and sister-in-law?
correct. They lived, if you come out of Fairview, they lived to the right of the Alberts.
And did you know their last name was the Chungs?
I had no idea that I've never met them. I don't know their last names. I just knew it was an Asian family next door.
And you didn't feel the need to ask their names or try to call them by their names?
I've never
Objection.
met them, sorry.
Objections sustained.
That
No,
is
Mr.
rude to
Davis,
say
I'm
that
sorry.
about a person. Very disrespectful. Ooh, happy sidebar. Someone's going to get their hands smacked. Just saying. Wow. I do not appreciate the text, but that was his language. Not good. Yes, he's an idiot. He didn't tell the police that. He was texting the group, Jen, Brian, and Nicole. He was texting that in a group chat.
When you did tell the group chat about the troopers being at that house, nobody asked you to clarify which house you were talking about, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Did anyone ask you to clarify?
Nobody asked me to clarify that I recall.
In fact, Brian Albert responded with just a question right now. Do you recall that?
Yes, I think that was on the screen you just showed me.
And you responded yes, correct?
Did I get to see all the text or no?
And with the court's permission,
Yes.
I'm going to give you the previous page in case you need
Just,
it.
just give it to him.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I'll just give you one, and if you need the other, just let me know.
No problem. Thank you.
And again, just look at it silently to yourself and look up at me when you're done.
The judge is not being consistent with her evidence procedures.
So am I to assume where you said Brian Albert said right now?
Yeah, would you like to see that?
So would that be the last one and then this is the next one?
What you,
I'm just making sure.
I understand. I appreciate that. You tell me.
Okay.
If with the court's permission.
Sure.
Thank you.
Mm.
That's what I was just looking for.
If I may collect the document.
I didn't read the rest of it.
No, take your time, please.
Whew. Y'all, this is interesting. Very interesting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You would agree with me that after you told the group in this group text that the troopers were back out front, in front of that house, Brian Albert's response was, right now?
Yes.
And then you said yes, correct?
Yes.
And then Brian Albert replied, okay, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. As of the reading,
Oh, is that how he replied?
That's what it just said. Yes.
All right. Now, at that point, you texted the group that you were trying to get a picture of what you were seeing, correct?
I didn't see that on the text.
And you don't deny that you said that in the text,
Can you
correct?
show me the text, please?
Oh, sure. Oh, did you say you didn't see it in the
I
text?
didn't see that.
I'm
No.
sorry. I think that's probably because I didn't give it to you. May I push?
Yes.
Oh, I don't know if you heard that pop, but it felt good. This is looking very suspicious. I need to sign for that.
Have you shown those both to Mr. Lally?
That's the next page after this one.
Very suspicious.
I'm showing you 2 pages.
Okay.
Again, read it to yourself and look up at me when you're done.
Do you have a phone with a flashlight on you?
I don't have a phone on me. If you have a flashlight, I'll be able to see it.
Do you mind? Oh,
Just
Nancy.
dark.
Madam
What? Just
Secretary.
give him your glasses. Don't give him your phone. What?
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jim.
Everyone
All
has
right,
their
much better.
phone.
I got it now.
Grab that from you.
Thanks.
Having reviewed that, do you acknowledge that you texted the group that you were trying to get a picture of what you were seeing?
Yes, I said I was going to try to take a photo.
You would agree with me that you were watching what was going on, correct, on February 1st?
No, I just happened to be driving through the neighborhood at that moment.
So you.
And where were you driving to at that moment?
Through, and then you texted the group to tell them what you saw, correct?
Yes.
And then
Where were you going when you were
You-
driving through?
didn't just keep driving up the road and leave the area, did you?
I think I did.
Let's change topic, y'all.
I don't, unless you tell me I went back, I think I did. I said I was going to try to take a picture.
Right, well, that's my point.
Yeah.
You weren't, just having seen the troopers back out there at that house, in your mind, you still weren't done, correct?
I was going to take a picture to show them, oh, the troopers are outside your house.
Right. So in answer to my question, you weren't done with that scene, correct?
I think I was, because I don't know if I took a picture.
Well,
I think I went through. I mentioned I was going to try to take a picture.
That's
I
right.
don't know if I took a picture or not.
you didn't intend to be done at that point, correct?
I didn't intend to be done.
Right, because you wanted to take a picture of what was going on.
I was going to take a picture to show them that troopers were outside in front
Right.
of the
You
house.
wanted
Correct.
to continue to monitor what was going on.
Not their
I was
house,
not
the
monitoring what was going on.
neighbor's
I just
house.
happened to drive by at that moment.
May we be seen at sidebar?
Okay.
Okay. I want to know, why were you driving through that area? Who were you going to see or pick up? Where were you driving? Why were you on that street? What reason did you have to drive down that street? That is not clear. Not clear. I'm not understanding. I've heard from other people that Matt got very involved in the investigation. We can do that tonight's live. I think Recovering Addict would say, pass the pickle, please. I guess it's a morning break. Possibly the morning break. There's no sound. So I guess that the jury is leaving. Everyone's standing up for
Is
that.
there any objection from counsel if Mr. McKay brings his own phone back in? Should he need a flashlight again?
No objection.
So why don't you do that? Okay.
Really?
You're awesome. Thank you.
You have a wonderful time. You can always watch later.
All right. Thank you.
All rise for the court, please.
She didn't say we're in recess. She just left. Okay. So with that, I'm going to take a very small break and I will be back. All four of y'all keep talking, chatting, whatever. And I'm going to be back in a minute. All right, I'll be right back. I'm back. And the only thing to eat here at the office are my kids' toaster strudel. Can y'all hear me? Are we good? Oh, local steakhouse. That's awesome. What is a 5-year gift? Yep. Oh, that's awesome. Yep, definitely an anniversary time to shine. My father taught industrial technologies. That's woodworking, metal, car shop. Sorry, I signed that. When I talk, I'm trying to sign it. But if I'm eating, I can talk in English and then sign while I chew. That's one good thing about knowing sign language. You can talk and eat at the same time. Oh, I had another person warn me about drinking a whole lot of coffee. The first coffee has caffeine. The the others do not. Right now, cold does not feel good because of the sores in my mouth, and I need food that is very soft. I'm sorry I'm eating, y'all, but I did not get anything this morning. I was nervous about using my hearing aids for the first time. Yeah, that was a little, I actually had dreams about using my hearing aids Bluetooth and then everything shutting down and having to start again and use my wired ears again and all of that. Oh. The converter that I have on my Rodecaster that's making it possible for me to Bluetooth is awesome, and anybody can buy it. They're great for AirPods on airplanes. I bought it for an airplane trip to Washington last year and haven't used it since, but it's working out awesome. So, yep, it's an awesome thing. It's called AirFly. So, what is everyone's thoughts on today's trial? I know Emily D. Baker just started her live. She really just started. They're calling they're calling the court in order. Oh God, don't tell me I'm gonna freeze up. Her court is she is just now this minute starting the trial. So she is now 2.5 hours behind. I wanted to see her when all of this crap went down with this witness. My mouth still hurts. Mm. You're so lucky to have a husband that can make you things. That's beautiful. I miss my father making me things. He passed away 2 years ago. I guess I can get rid of the spicy meter because we ain't so spicy no more. I don't know who else would be on. Recovery Addict is a few days behind. He's not doing any live. He's leaving that for Randy. And I can understand why. Okay, we're back. I was a little bit behind, but I have a hair in my shirt. Ladies know what that's like. The judge does not look so good.
Court's back in session. Please be seated.
Does this
Court's back in session. Please be seated.
All right, can we bring Mr. McCabe back in, please?
witness, please?
Yes. All right, Ms. Giannetti.
Thank you, Ron. Mr. McCabe, I'm going to approach this in a little bit of a different way to hopefully make it easier on you and me and the jury. I'd like to hand you,
Wow.
with the court's permission, the 4 pages that you've already reviewed, just to have you identify them. If I may, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
And I'd just like you to take a look at them and just confirm that's what you've already seen before we took the break.
Thank you so much for staying with me. I really appreciate all my mods. You are a blessing to me, and I love you so much. That's bad. I think he needs glasses. He doesn't have any. He doesn't use glasses, but I think this reading is showing him he needs to
Yes,
go and
these are the
buy
ones you showed me
glasses.
earlier.
Thank you, sir. May I approach?
Yes.
Having reviewed those, sir, does this appear to be an accurate transcription of the sequence and the content of the group text chat within that time frame?
Yes.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
All right, the only concern I have is I don't want to give the jury something they need a flashlight to read.
Well, my next.
So can I see it?
Of course.
They can always give a better one. Is my sound okay, Sparkles? They can always enter, oh, sidebar, they can always go into the computer. They can always go into the computer and adjust it later. Well, no, they can't because they have to admit it into. They have to enter it into evidence. Nope, they can't. She may request a better copy before they do. For y'all who've been praying and concerned about my mouth and all that, my ear infection is starting to be better. The sores in my mouth are becoming better, but the one big one at the roof of my mouth, doctor said it can take maybe 2 more weeks for it to heal. But now I can eat soft food, as before it was only drinking. But the warmth feels so good. This gentleman in the white with the blue or gray plaid is the brother to John. Yeah, it's been hard. And I had 5-6 days of headaches from all of this. It's like a nerve in the roof of my mouth was activated, and I could not get rid of the pain. It may have been less or more, but it was awful. And yesterday was the first day I did not have the headache, but the pressure in the ears has been awful at the same time. However, heat feels amazing. And right now, if I drink cold drinks, pain straight through to my head. So warm or room temp is all I can drink right now. Nothing real cold, icy or cold. But I do enjoy hot tea or coffee. I've been drinking broth, chicken, beef, vegetable. Do what you have to do. So no other person, either Brian or Nicole, said that there was a group chat. Well, this is chatting in sign language, but text. There was not a group text. This is the first time I think I'm hearing that. Have you guys heard that before? I have to say I'm hearing actually better with these than I did the others. It was a little bit of struggle, but with these I can isolate, I can separate sound, meaning I don't have to feel or hear other things but what's coming through the computer.
If you would display the first page, 2150.
I understand why now they need.
Distance vision. Are you able to read what's on the screen?
I don't know why it's on blue. Can I have them in front of me
Can
while
I
you're
have that? Thank
displaying
you.
them,
Yes.
please?
The reason why it's blue is because it's from you.
Yes, thank you. Oh, yeah, that's much better.
Much better. Okay,
Yes.
now we can all see it. With regard to your initial text exchange that we talked about, can you confirm what you texted at 1:34 and 27 seconds in the afternoon of February 1st, 2022?
Yes. Do you want me to?
Yeah.
Oh, troopers back out front, but in front of Agent House. Looks like more has been dug up there for at least, there or at least looks like it.
Okay. And Mr. Bates, if you go down the page to see the responses. And who was it that responded to your notification that the troopers were back out front?
That would be Brian Albert.
Brian Albert Senior.
Yeah, yep, senior.
And his response was?
Right now.
And that was at 1:34 p.m. and 45 seconds?
Yes, it was.
And you took that to be a question, correct?
Yeah, asking right now, yes.
And we can move to the next. Yes, 2151, please. Go ahead, walking the street. Yes, please.
Y'all,
And you responded to Brian by saying what to his question about right now?
I responded, yes,
And that was at 1:34 p.m. and 56 seconds?
yes.
You would have still been on scene at that time?
I'm not sure if I was still on scene, but I was obviously, if it was in the area, it must have been in the area, correct?
And the next exchange, Mr. Bates? And who responded to you?
Brian Albert again,
And his response was?
okay.
Do you have a memory as to whether or not Brian Albert was on scene at that time or if he was somewhere else?
I don't have a memory of where Brian was at that time.
Given the fact that you're saying troopers are out front and he's asking right now.
I'd assume he's not, I'd assume he's somewhere else, yeah.
response to him, or your response to the group, I should say, was what?
I had to pick up a car, so I drove through.
Right, so this is a little further than we talked about.
Oh, I know, we're getting to the next.
So that's the reason. That's the reason why. Okay.
So take this one down, please.
Sorry. Why am I one-sided on my ear right now?
Just a moment here, I'm sorry.
I'm only hearing on one side. I'll be back.
Yes, the second bubble, please, Mr. Bates, on 2152. Okay, now we're at 1:35 PM and 16 seconds, Mr. McKay.
Yes, that's correct.
And your text to the group of you, your wife, Brian and Nicole Albert is what?
Trying to get pictures.
All right, and at this point, I've asked the next bubble be displayed, and then I'm going to skip to the bubble after that once you see it. The next bubble comes from Brian Albert.
Yes, Brian Albert.
All right, and that's at 1:35 and 30.
Mr. Yannetti, let him,
I'm sorry.
the screen speaks for itself.
What-
If it
what-
doesn't, then the witness can.
Of course. What time is that at?
1:35, 32.
All right, and his response, does that appear to be a typo?
PK, I'm assuming.
All right, the next bubble after that would be 2153, please. That's all. And that is from whom?
Brian Albert.
All right, and the time there, are you able to make that out?
Does that say 1:35, 34 or 1:38, 34?
Whatever it says. If you can't see it, you can't see it. Next.
Sure. And his response was,
Okay,
does that appear to be correct in the PK?
I'd have to go back and,
Well, the previous one you
Next,
tested.
next question.
Sure. All right, we can take that off from you. I'd like to just go over two more areas of these group chats with you. You would agree with me that later that same day on February 4th, the four of you, your wife, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, discussed in that group.
I had to
chat,
reset my ears,
that
y'all.
Michael Proctor was talking to Kerry Roberts over the phone, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
So I'm missing all of this.
At 3:01 and 48 seconds, you commented on the interview of Michael Proctor with Kerry Roberts, did you not?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we be seen?
Okay. Jurors,
Sidebar. What's going on? What did I miss? All is well here, Miss Lois Lois Cox. I am doing good. Thank you for coming over. I appreciate it. I'm doing something new. I'm hoping it's working. I am praying it's working. Trying to go through and figure out what's going on with my system. So all is well for me. Thank you so much for joining. Let me get some music going so I can hear. Okay, it's the court feed that's in mono. The court feed is in mono. Okay. I fixed everything from last night. Yay, thank you for your help. I appreciate it so much. The ears are working beautifully. I think the microphone sounds good. I hope. Not one person has complained yet. Yeah, I'm enjoying it. It's so nice not to be connected by wires and having to fight with it around my arm. Used to get stuck. So I'm happy about that. What day is Recovery Addict on? Do you know? Well, do it. We can skim forward a little bit, can't we? No, he's behind a day or two on the trial. Okay, on 11. Tonight, join us for our Friday fun night, please. I'm hoping to have a man come on and talk via the phone about evidence. He is a retired state trooper from Georgia. I'm going to start at 7 o'clock my time, Central Time. And bring your friends with you, please. Yes. Thank you, Eddie. Everyone, bring friends. Invite. Now, understand, I do not hear the sirens in the emergency vehicles. I feel it on my eardrum, and I have an ear infection in both ears.
All right, Mr.
That's pretty
McCabe, generally, do you recognize those,
Yeah.
sir? All right, so
I'm
go
just
ahead.
marching up. Yep.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Yannetti.
The pages that I've handed to you and that you now have in your possession, those are from the same group chat that you identified earlier, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And it appears to have the same sequence and content of the group chat as well?
Yes.
I would offer that one.
Over the Commonwealth's objection, again, I'm not sending anything to the jury that they can't read. So let's mark this for identification. And the substance of those, each individual one will be question by question.
Understood. So, Mr. Bates, with regard to page 2160, I'm looking for the second bubble.
Do you have an extra copy for me to follow along? No?
Make a copy real
Or,
fast.
Jim, was it, Mr. Yannetti, was this in what was marked for, you're using that? All right.
I believe we have extra copies here.
Thank you.
Always have 4
All right. And if
copies.
it's a question by
One
question
for the
objection,
judge,
just-
one for the witness, one for the defense, and
may what
one
be displayed.
for the
And I did not take it in. I said the content on a
prosecution.
question by question, so it's each bubble.
All right. You saw that at 3:01 p.m. and 48 seconds on February 1st that you
Thank you.
texted, quote, very weird that she's been barely interviewed. The whole dead comment was just told. I was supposed to have them talk last night and forgot to tell Proctor to call her. Do you recall that?
Whoa, I got to go back. I was reading. Okay, I do not have AirPods in my ears. They're hearing aids. And I clean them 3 times a day.
Or Jim,
I
was
can't
that, Mr. Yaneti, was this in the,
function without
what was
them.
marked for, you're using that? All right,
I believe we have extra copies here.
Thank you.
all right. And if it's a question by question objection, just,
May that be displayed on?
may what be displayed?
I just offered that as an exhibit.
And I did
educate
not take it in. I said the
all the
content
time about the
on
hearing
a
aids.
question by question, so it's each bubble.
All right. You saw that at 3:01 p.m. and 48 seconds on February 1st that you texted, quote, very weird that she's been barely interviewed. The whole dead comment was just told. I was supposed to have them talk last night and forgot to tell Proctor to call her. Do you recall that?
I recall it, correct.
All right. And those were your words, correct?
Yes, they are.
May that be displayed?
No, it's in. We may display it later, but I'd like to move this testimony along. So that's in evidence.
And then in that discussion, at 3:03 p.m. and 15 seconds, it was Brian Albert who texted, quote, hope they don't think she's making it up after the fact for some reason, end quote, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Can you read the timestamp again?
It's the
Yes,
second
it's on
page.
page 02161.
Oh, I found it.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's in the middle. I got that timestamp correct?
3:03:15.
Correct. And I read that accurately. Hope they don't think she's making it up after the fact.
Yes, that's correct.
And then less than a minute later at 3:05 and 32 seconds, you replied, yes, she was hardly interviewed, and I think just answered what was asked. Oh, I'm sorry, strike that whole question. I skipped his next response, which was at 3:05 and 2 seconds, where he said, but if they barely interviewed her, that's on them, correct?
That's from Brian. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, with regard to that exchange, you would agree with me that you were talking about Kerry Roberts being interviewed by Michael Proctor, correct?
I don't want to make an assumption. Do you have the text previous to this that shows that we're referencing Kerry?
I do, and I'll show you that only to refresh your memory.
Yeah, I don't want to assume something.
I understand. I'm going to show you one page and ask you to look at it silently to yourself.
Okay.
And I've opened the packet for the page.
Okay.
You can just look up at me when you're done.
Yeah. Again, my assumption it's Kerry based. Can I go back another page?
Feel free.
Okay, that's what I was looking for.
Yes.
Did those previous pages refresh your memory about the context of your group chat conversation?
Yes, it did.
And certainly it was talking about Kerry Roberts being interviewed, correct?
Yes, it was.
And you were passing along information about that interview to Brian Albert, were you not?
Yes, I was letting him know that Kerry was being interviewed.
And you were telling him things that she was saying, correct? Remember you said the whole dead comment was just?
I'll have to go back and watch.
Objection, Your Honor.
Yeah, but I-
Sustained.
All right, in any case, we're going to move on to the very last discussion that I'd like to ask you about. Earlier that day, February 1st of 2022,
Oh,
at
before.
12:50 p.m., and 37 seconds, Brian Albert texted the group, which would have again been his wife Nicole, your wife Jennifer, and you. And that text was,
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, so I can't, which bubble on which page?
02148.
Right, on which page?
That's the page, 02148.
Okay, so I don't have
And
it.
the bubble is the second of the three bubbles.
So I don't have it.
I don't have.
I don't know what the objection's pertaining to. Jurors, I apologize that this is taking so long. You know what, Ms. Giannetti, why don't you?
That's for the court, Your Honor. And for the.
So you're objecting to it, so I'm not going to let you say what it is. You can show it to the witness.
Yes, will do.
Which one is this?
Second bubble on 02148. Then the third bubble on 02148. And then the first bubble on 02149. That's all I'll be asking him about.
Thank you.
All right, so I won't allow, based on the objection from the Commonwealth, the second bubble on 02148.
I
I
thought
will
you should
allow-
allow all or none.
The author of the third bubble
It,
on page 02148.
it's, no. The second bubble on 02148,
Is not allowed into evidence.
Why not?
I need to be heard on that then.
Sidebar.
All right, I'll hear you at sidebar.
Y'all. Okay, what did I miss, y'all? Should I go back and look? Are the jury leaving? What did I get correct the first time? Well, thank you so much, CG. I'm not sure what I missed. Can anyone tell me real quickly what I remissed and what I got right the first time? I'm a little late to the party. Oh, I have in the past had a friend named Lois. Luis would be the wrong. Lois, not Louis. So what is happening with the evidence in court and the dead body information? I'll go back and watch later. That's funny. I hope that all of you find when you come here that I'm doing close to a good enough job like RA, and no way I can be close to RA and EDB, but one day. When a person gets dramatic about something, that usually means it's hitting a nerve. I hope to have deaf people start the map. Ooh,
Yes, please.
Can I have the jury back, please?
stop whistling. Painful. Yeah, same. I still watch all of them myself. I hope to build a community. Same. I mean, like right now, EBD just started and she's got more than 12,000 people watching her. Yeah, maybe I can teach one sign a day for court. Where do I advertise? I don't want to pay. I did that one time and got stuck in a contract and had to buy my way out. Not want to do that again. My knuckle.
And Mr. Jackson, if you are planning on doing this with the next witness, I'd like you to let Mr. Lally know which ones of these you intend to use so that we can avoid all of this. And if you have a copy from me, that would be helpful for objections.
There's not anyone doing what I'm doing that sign at the same time. No one doing court.
Court, all rise for the jury.
I can't do memberships yet. And if I can, how do I do that? I think you have to have 1,000 subscriptions and I'm stuck at 205. That's not a lot. I have a subscription to him and EDB. I can do that. Itch nose. Now, Court TV is the only one that has closed captioning. Any other place does not
1680.
have.
Thank you, Your Honor.
EDB
When we
said that
spoke,
she
I just
struggles
wanted to ask
with
you about
Court
this,
TV.
the last exchange here. You will agree with me that on February 1st of 2022 at 12:51 and 49 seconds, you texted the group chat to say, ask Chris to ask some questions, correct?
Yep, I'm reading it right now. Yes, that's correct.
And who was the Chris you were referring to?
That would be Chris Albert.
Brian's brother, correct?
That is correct.
And then you then texted your wife, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert, quote, tell them the guy never went in the house, correct?
Yeah, that's part of the same text. Yes,
Mr. McCabe, who was the guy that you were referring to? Does he have a name?
that would be John O'Keefe.
When you told the group to tell them the guy never went in the house, that
Ooh.
was you talking about how you should all get your stories straight, correct?
No,
You would agree with me that your stories are all straight in terms of the guy never went in the house, correct?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
John never went in the house. It's not a story, it's a fact.
Well, when you said
Why am I
tell
interpreting?
them the guy never went in the house, Brian Albert was on that exchange still, was he not? He was still part of the group text?
Yes, Brian is on the exchange.
And Brian Albert was the one to respond, wasn't he?
Let me switch pages here.
Oh,
51.
He responded, did he not?
Yes, he did.
And then at that point, you knew Brian Albert was the oldest brother of the Albert family, correct?
I can't hear
Yes,
music.
that's correct.
The oldest sibling in that family, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And in his response to your instructions that his younger brother, Chris, should say that John O'Keefe never went in the house, or the guy never went in the house, you would agree with me that he responded with one word, correct?
Yes, he did.
And in response to you saying the guy never went in the house, Brian Albert's response was exactly, correct?
Yes, that's his response.
All right, we're done here.
All right. Commonwealth,
Rain.
any redirect?
Just briefly, Your Honor.
Wow, that is strange. Oh, I need to unpin that.
Now, Mr. McCabe, John O'Keefe never went in the house that night, is that correct?
That's correct.
And from this text communication, as far as Chris Albert was concerned, was Chris Albert ever at the house on that night?
No, he was not.
And this is something that you, obviously, death of John O'Keefe occurring, how it did, where it did, and why it did. That was something that you discussed.
Can you keep your voice up?
Yes, I'm sorry. This tragic occurrence, as far as what happened to John O'Keefe, his death, where, why, how, that was something that you discussed within your family, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And why?
I didn't hear that
Why
one.
was it a discussion in your family?
You're talking about the immediately after? It was, no one knew what happened. John never never came in the house, so we had no idea what happened to John.
And John was someone you were friends with, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, did you ever tell anybody what to say at any point in time to the state police, to any investigator whatsoever?
No,
Did anyone in your family or in your presence ever tell anyone that in front of you?
no.
Now, you asked some questions about when you were looking out and you saw the SUV, correct?
Yes,
And your focus, as you indicated in your testimony, was on the SUV, correct?
yes, that's correct.
Now, during the time that you were looking out, did you ever see a pickup truck outside?
I knew the pickup truck was out there, but again, I didn't look at the pickup. I kind of saw it, but was focusing on the SUV.
And
I saw a vehicle out there. Let's say that.
my question is more so, as far as the tire marks that you were talking about in the road, was that before or after the pickup truck was hit?
It was after.
Now, you were asking questions about directionality and things of that nature as far as coming down Chapman or Cedar Crest, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so if someone had driven by the house, missed the house, and then went on to Cedar Crest, turned around, presumably then they would be taking a left or a right from Cedar Crest onto Fairview, is that right?
Yes, if they passed the house, they would have come to Cedar Crest and turned around and come back onto Fairview.
And you were asking questions about whether or not you saw Mr. O'Keefe from your vantage point in the SUV, is that correct?
Yes, I was.
You didn't see him, correct?
I did not see him.
Could you see anyone inside from where you were?
I could not see anybody in the vehicle.
Do you see anything about the windows as far as their tint or anything like that?
I don't recall the tint. I couldn't see inside though.
As far as any statements that Ms. Nagel made on the way home, is it your testimony that you, Ms. Nagel, didn't say those statements or that you didn't hear those statements?
I did not hear those statements.
Oh, now you're going to
February
change?
1st, do you recall what you were doing on that day when you drove by Fairview?
I don't recall what I was doing. I don't recall exactly what I did that day.
And were you going specifically by Fairview or where were you?
Based off of reading these text messages, I was doing something, picking up a car or something. It says, I don't recall where, and I cut down Fairview.
Now, as far as your statement in those text messages where you said, looks like more has been dug up, do you recall that?
I don't recall it. I read it in the text message.
Do you recall what that was in regard to? As far as what were they digging?
Oh, sorry. I do recall. They dug out the snow. It looked like the snow banks. It looked like there was more snow dug out in the around the around the scene.
And by the scene, you mean around where the flagpole fire hydrant that was?
Correct. Yes.
And do you recall any sort of change in the weather between the 29th and February 1st?
I believe the temperature rose. Snow was starting to melt, if I recall.
Now, when you and your wife your wife was talking to Mr. O'Keefe and you were given directions, there was some reference to Bella's house, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that was sort of used as a directionality as far as Mr. O'Keefe would be familiar with where Bella's house was.
Yes, that's correct.
What, if any, relationship in the past were you aware of between Mr. O'Keefe and Bella's mother?
At some point, Bella's parents were separated, since divorced. At some point, Mr. O'Keefe had a relationship with Bella's mother.
After
No.
that conversation in which that was referenced as far as Bella's house, did you ever hear from John O'Keefe again?
Never heard from him again.
Nothing further.
Anything?
Oh.
You were just asked if you ever told anyone, if you told anyone what to tell the state police or investigators, and your answer was no, correct?
Yeah, I don't recall telling anyone to tell anybody anything.
So with regard to your statement, tell them the guy never went in the house, who's the them?
Do you mind if I go back and read?
Take your time.
I think I know. I just want to read it.
What?
The them was Channel 4 went into D&E.
You done with your answer?
Yeah, you just asked me who them was.
And the answer is, you were instructing people on the group chat to tell Channel 4 that the guy never went in the house, correct?
Yes, this was on February 1st. As I said, none of us in the house had any idea what happened to John O'Keefe. So we instructed I was saying, we don't know what happened. He never came in the house.
All right, so
That's what was my statement was.
sir, I didn't ask you for any of that just now, did I?
You just asked me
No,
why I said that.
asked
Whoa. Whoa. Y'all, we got to take a breather. Whew. I just heard in the ear the prosecution go, what? So I'm going to go back. We're going to hear this line again, okay? Oh, snap. Let's see if I went back or not.
Mr. O'Keefe and you were given directions, there was some reference to Bella's house, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that was sort of used as a
I know, I hit the
directionality
desk
as
and
far
it
as
turned
Mr.
it
O'Keefe
on.
would be familiar with
Thank you.
where Bella's house was.
Yes, that's correct.
What, if any, relationship in the past were you aware of between Mr. O'Keefe and
It's gone now.
and Bella's mother?
At some point, Bella's parents were separated, since divorced. At some point, Mr. O'Keefe had a relationship with Bella's mother.
And after that conversation in which that was referenced as far as Bella's house, did you ever hear from John O'Keefe again?
Never heard from him again.
Nothing further.
Oh, that doesn't mean.
very briefly.
Okay.
You were just asked if you ever told anyone, if you told anyone what to tell the state police or investigators, and your answer was no, correct?
Yeah, I don't recall telling anyone to tell anybody anything.
So with regard to your statement, tell them the guy never went in the house, who's the them?
Do you mind if I go back and read?
Take your time.
I think I know. I just want to read it. The them was Channel 4 went into D&E.
You done with your answer?
Yeah, you just asked me who them was.
And the answer is, you were instructing people on the group chat to tell Channel 4 that the guy never went in the house, correct?
Yes, this was on February 1st. As I said, none of us in the house had any idea what happened to John O'Keefe.
Whoa, whoa,
So we
whoa.
instructed I was saying, We don't know what happened. He never came in the house.
All right, so,
That's what was my statement was.
sir, I didn't ask you for any of that just now, did I?
I got to do this
You
again
just
one more
asked me
time. I want to hear
why
what
I
they
said-
said.
I didn't ask you for any of that.
That's what was my statement was.
Sir, I didn't.
Happened. He never came in the house.
All right, so,
That's what was my statement was.
sir, I didn't
That
ask you
was.
for any of that just now, did I?
You just asked me
No,
why I said that.
Okay, I'm sorry I kept going back. The prosecution said that was his statement. So I love being able, sometimes I can hear really good with these.
I asked you
Ella
who
is
the
this
them
kid.
was, did I
Objection, Your
not?
Honor.
You
A
did.
friend
You
of
looked like you
John
asked me to
Sneed's.
elaborate.
Okay.
A friend of
So
John
your
Sneed's.
answer to my question is, the them was you were saying that Channel 4 should be told that the guy never went in the house. Yes or no?
Channel 4 was who I was referencing. Yes.
No further.
All right, you are all set, Mr. McCabe. I will take those documents.
Woo, y'all.
Yes.
Thank you.
Could Bella have killed
Your
him?
next witness, please, Mr. Lally.
No, Bella's mom.
Yes, Your Honor. The call Jennifer McCabe to the stand.
Oh, y'all.
Jimmy.
Y'all.
Watch your step.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. You may take this.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Sure. Jennifer McCabe, MCCABE,
And where do you live, ma'am?
Canton.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
Approximately 20, well, my whole life, I lived in Canton, except when I first got married, I lived in Stoughton for a year or two.
And,
Oh, popcorn.
where do you live currently in Canton? How long have you lived there?
I live at 12 Country Lane, and I've lived there about 10 years.
And prior to that, where did you live in Canton before Country Lane?
15 Sutcliffe Ave in Canton.
And how long did you live on Sutcliffe?
Approximately 10 years.
And with regard to both addresses, who, if anyone, do you live there with?
I live there with my husband, Matt, and my 4 daughters.
And how old are your 4 daughters?
15, 16, 18, and 20.
Now, if I could turn your attention to January 28th and to January 29th of 2022. Do you recall what days?
I do, yes.
And do you recall what days of the week they were?
Friday and a Saturday.
So starting with Friday, January 28th in the evening, do you recall what was going on that night or where you went? What were you doing?
Well, first, I set up at my house for a team dinner for my daughter's hockey team. Then I met up with some parents for my daughter played for the Canton High basketball team. So we met up with some parents before. We had a drink, appetizers. My younger 2 were with us. We fed them dinner. And then we went on to Canton High School to the basketball game.
Now, starting back, the oldest daughter with the hockey dinner at your house, that was your daughter Allie, is that correct?
Yes,
She's your oldest?
yes,
Now, the daughter who had the basketball game, is that your second oldest?
yes,
And with regard to her, she was on varsity team, is that right?
yes,
For Canton High School?
yes.
And with respect to just basketball in general, when the kids were younger, what, if any, role did you have in regard to that?
I'll allow it, but then you'll move on quickly.
Sure.
I was a basketball coach for the rec, well, the town program.
For how many years?
I believe with Emily, I started approximately when she was in 5th grade. And then I was also a coach for my daughter, Olivia, I think starting when she was in 6th grade. And with my youngest, I think I coached from 1st grade on up until 8th grade.
Now, as far as the high school game was concerned, is there sort of a typical start time for high school basketball game?
Yeah. Move on. We know the time. Move on.
After the basketball game, where did you go?
My husband and I dropped
Oh,
my youngest
that's
daughter
good. That
home,
was
and
the
then we
prosecution.
proceeded to meet my sister at the waterfall.
And which sister is that?
My sister, Nicole,
How many sisters do you have?
3.
And do you recall about what time it was that you got to the waterfall?
Approximately 9 o'clock.
And when you say we, who do you mean?
My husband, Matt, and myself.
And do you recall which vehicle that you were in going around Canton that night?
I believe it was my car, yes.
And what kind of car was that?
Denali, Yukon, I think. Denali, yeah.
Ooh.
Bigger type vehicle? Is that correct?
Yes, big SUV.
Now, with respect to you had a cell phone around that time, is that correct?
Yes.
Your cell phone, what if any connection did that have between cell phone and vehicle?
At that point, I don't think mine was connected. I'm not sure.
Now, when you arrived to the waterfall, did you go right in, or what if anything did you do?
I waited a few minutes because my husband was on a phone call.
And at some point, did you and your husband then go in?
Yes.
And when you arrived in the waterfall, where within the waterfall did you go?
We walked in, and I believe we sat at the 3rd table.
And at the time that you arrived, who, if anyone, was there that you were familiar with at that table?
Chris and Julie Albert, Nicole Albert, Caitlin Albert, Tristan Morris.
And at some point shortly after that, or at some point after that, who, if anyone else, came in and joined the group that you were with?
Nick Kolikitis did, and then his wife did a little bit after. And then Brian Albert and Brian Higgins arrived. And then Karen and John arrived.
And prior to Karen and John arriving, who, if anyone, from the group had left?
I believe Tristan left, maybe to go sleep because he had to plow, I think.
Now, with reference to Karen and John,
Mhm.
we're talking about John O'Keefe and Karen, correct?
Yes.
And how long had you known John O'Keefe?
Approximately 10 years.
And how was it that you first came to know John O'Keefe?
John's sister and her husband lived in the neighborhood, and my daughter became friends with John's niece when they were in kindergarten. And during that kindergarten year, John's sister and then brother-in-law passed away, and John moved in and took care of the kids.
And just for clarity purposes, this would have been when you were living at the home on Sutcliffe?
Yes.
And then after John moved in with his niece and nephew, what, if any, role or what, if any, relationship did you have with either John or his niece specifically?
So my daughter was very good friends with his niece. And so, she would be over all the time. And JJ would come over with Patrick and pick her up. And he would come in and talk to us and hang out.
And how would you describe your relationship with John O'Keefe?
He was my friend. I love John. He was an amazing guy.
Now, with reference to Karen Reed, and just for clarity purposes, do you see Karen Reed in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Can you identify just as to where she's seated or not?
She's seated between her attorneys.
John just has to record reflect identification
Yes.
by the witness. Now, with respect to the defendant, Ms. Reed, when was it that you met her?
John had reached out to me saying that he was dating a new girl and that she had MS and I also have MS. So he said he would like for me to meet her.
And how long have you had MS?
I believe it will be 10 years this October.
And do you recall specifically when around that was, what year, what month, anything like that?
that I met Miss Reed.
Yes.
Yes, they came over in July of 2020.
And came over to your house, is that correct?
Yes, they came over to the house. They brought the kids, swam. I have a pool.
Now, over the course of, you were familiar, obviously, that Ms. Reed was dating Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Mhm.
Over the course of time.
Yes. Sorry.
Over the course of time from July of 2020, when you met her, to January of 2022, how often would you see Ms. Reed?
It would vary. You know, there were times that we would bump into them, or depending on their sports, or, for my daughter's birthday party, when it was time to pick up, they'd come over and hang out, or Halloween. It just varied. We have 4 kids, so we're always kind of in all different directions. Sometimes it depends on what month it is and what team we're with.
And how would you describe your relationship with Ms. Reed?
I enjoyed Miss Reed. I really liked her. I thought we connected from the beginning. She was very easy to talk to. She had MS, I had MS, and there's
In
not a lot
past
of people
tense,
our age that I
liked,
personally know that have it.
not
So
still
it was
like.
nice to have someone who understood like what I was going through. So we had that in common.
Now, with respect,
I was
with
past
respect to,
tense.
either, starting with
Like.
Mr. O'Keefe, was your friendship the type where you would have any sort of discussions about his relationship with Ms. Reed, or any girls that he dated at any point in time that you were friends with him?
At different points, yes.
And what, if anything, specific do you recall him telling you about his relationship with Ms. Reed specifically?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. I'd like to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
Okay, we've had some interesting little moments. We have. I struggle a little bit. I hate it when people talk in the past. About a person that's still alive. I would say I like her, but obviously right now they're not talking. It's interesting that the new woman or the old girlfriend has just popped up now. No one has said anything about it until today.
So, Ms. McCabe, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe and his relationship with Ms. Reed, is that something that you spend any real time talking about with Mr. O'Keefe?
No, occasionally, hey, how are things going? How's she feeling? How's she doing? Very general.
And same sort of question with regards to Ms. Reed. Is that a conversation that you had as far as her relationship with Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, similar.
Now, on that evening, if I could turn you back to the waterfall.
Mhm.
You arrive about 9. About what time was it that you left?
Approximately midnight, a little give or take.
And so during the 3 hours or so that you were there, how would you describe sort of the mood or demeanor of the group that you were with during the time you were there?
Fine, friendly, normal, typical night, just out having a drink, listening to music.
And you mentioned about 11 o'clock or so was that Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed came into the bar?
Correct.
And when they came into the bar, where did they go in relation to where you were?
They came right over and talked to the group that we were with.
And when Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant came over, what, if anything, did you observe the defendant do or have with her when she came?
Oh, she had brought a glass with her and kind of took it out of her coat and just kind of chuckled about it.
What, if anything, did you observe about the glass?
I believe it had ridges on it.
What, if anything, did you observe as far as what was in the glass?
It was clear.
Was there any other kind of like a straw or a lime or anything like that?
I don't remember.
As far as you knew, at some point, did you become aware of where Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed had been prior to coming over to the waterfall?
Yes.
And where were
CF McCarthy's,
they? Where is that in location to the waterfall?
just right up the street.
Now, over the course of the evening, you were at a bar. Fair to say you were drinking, is that right?
Yes.
Do you recall specifically what you were drinking?
I think beer.
And same question with regard to Mr. O'Keefe. Do you recall him drinking? And if so, what, if anything, was he?
I can't be certain. Possibly a beer, but I can't be certain.
And with respect to Ms. Reed, same question as far as do you recall her drinking? And if so, what, if anything, do you recall her?
Again, I remember just a clear glass, a glass with a clear liquid in it.
Any different glass beyond the one that you've already testified about, or no?
I don't remember, sorry.
Don't believe you. So since she said she said
You left.
can't remember, he
waterfall,
can't
sometime around midnight.
ask
correct?
any follow-up questions
And let me ask you this.
to the
first.
glass.
So with respect to the time that you were at the waterfall, did you speak with Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, briefly at the bar.
And do you recall just generally what it was that you talked about?
Yes, his niece had just gotten into Bishop Fian, so he was very excited.
When are y'all coming?
And with respect to Miss Reed, did you speak to her at the bar?
Yes,
And do you recall what, if anything, the two of you spoke about?
yes.
And what was it?
Karen had shared a little bit of frustration that morning, or one morning she had taken Kaylee to Dunkin' Donuts, and John, was frustrated, didn't, saying, don't take her. She's going to, make a habit of it, meaning like she's going to come to expect it every day. And then we just talked about how, challenging it is with kids. And, she mentioned that that's kind of all they ever fight about. And I said, yeah, well, welcome to parenthood, and, she just was a little bit frustrated, felt like the family needed to be doing more to help. And she just wished she had, more time, just her and John. But again, it was just, girlfriend to girlfriend kind of venting.
Now, as
That's
far as,
interesting.
Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, what, if any, observations?
That's interesting because the same verbiage was used.
Baseball hat, jeans. That's what I remember.
Do you recall any sort of
By another person.
coat or heavier
The
coat or
same
anything
exact
like that?
words.
No.
Now, over the course of the evening at the waterfall, what, if any, discussion was there amongst the group as far as going somewhere next, or what to do after the waterfall?
Karen had asked Chris if we could go up to D&E. She wanted to go up to D&E and have him cook some food.
And was that something that was brought up by the defendant once, more than once, or something?
Many times.
And what was sort of the response from the group in regard to going to D&E and making food?
So Brian, Chris, and Matt do this annual weight loss challenge every year, and it was in the midst of that. So they were like, no, we can't go up there. We're not going to eat. We'll do it another time.
Now, following that conversation, what, if any, other, let me ask you this, why did you go to the waterfall in the first place?
So I went to meet my sister, Nicole. She was heading there because she was going to go have a drink with her son was going to have some friends and then meet out. So I was going to meet them for a drink for my nephew's birthday.
To be clear, that nephew was Brian Albert Jr., is that right?
Yes,
And did Brian Albert Jr. ever show up at the waterfall that evening?
he did not know.
Do you know why not?
Brian suffers from anxiety, and during that time period, he was really struggling.
So he decided to stay home.
He just decided to stay home, yes.
And so after the discussion about going over to D&E and then the communication of not going over, what if any other discussion was had as to where people were going or what was happening after leaving the waterfall?
Brian Albert Sr. Just made a general, hey, I'm going to go home, have a drink with Brian if anyone would like to come.
And was that something that was just to certain people, or was it expressed at the table, or how was that expressed?
It was expressed to everyone like, hey, we're going to go back home, have a beer with Brian if anyone would like to come.
Now, after that was sort of put out to the table, what, if any, discussion did you have in regard to that with either Mr. O'Keefe, Ms. Reed, or both?
Both of them. I said, oh, you guys should come. Do you want to come?
And did they indicate that that was something?
Not all of them
Or did they
21.
indicate that they were coming?
They both wanted to come, and they said they were coming, yes.
Colin Albert was 17.
Left the waterfall,
Mhm.
who, if anyone, left with you or left at the same time?
I believe I walked out with Karen. I know I walked out with Karen, and I believe Miss Kolakidis as well.
Prior to you leaving, your sister Nicole and her husband Brian, had they left prior to
Yeah,
you leaving?
Brian Albert
Yes.
is contributing to the delinquency of a minor by providing alcohol.
Is that right?
At the time, he was not a 21.
When you were walking out with them, what, if anything, was the sort of conversation or the discussion as you were walking out the door?
Well, Matt and
I want to touch on this comment. My son has social anxieties sometimes. And it's not the same having people you know in your own environment, in your own home, and people you've known for years versus going into a place with a crowded full of people that you don't know.
John were still inside. So at one point I said, oh, Karen, why don't you just come with me? Figuring, because, Matt can talk to anyone and God knows how long he was going to stay in there. So I was just like, hey, do you want to drive with me and they can meet us?
Your husband's a talker, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as the car that you had parked there before, where was that parked in relation to the waterfall?
I believe I had to kind of walk straight out
In the parking lot?
in the parking lot. Yes.
And after you had exited from the waterfall, at some point did you observe Mr. O'Keefe come out as well?
Yes, he did.
And did you have any conversation with him in the parking lot while you were out there?
I believe briefly, Karen, him, and I all spoke. Yes.
Do you recall briefly what you spoke about?
Them coming back to Fairview.
And after sort of the two of you parted ways, did you observe where Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant went?
I just saw them they walked left, I walked straight.
And if one were to walk left in the direction they were walking, where would that bring them to?
Washington Street, the main street.
So you went over then to your car in the parking lot?
Yes.
And while you were in your car in the parking lot, well, let me ask you this question. When you walked out of the waterfall, what, if anything, was different about the weather from when you had walked?
It had started to snow.
And as far as the snow was concerned, what was that initial point when you walked out of the waterfall? Was it accumulating or anything like that?
Yes, I would say, it was starting to cover the car, so you'd have to put your windshield wipers on to clear it.
So you didn't have to get the scraper out or anything like that, just click on the windshield?
Clip on the windshield wipers. I probably was lazy and just rolled the windows down to get it off the windows.
And so you're in the car for some period of time waiting for your husband, correct?
Yes.
And about how long is it that you're waiting for your husband before he comes out?
Actually, it wasn't long. I think I turned the car on and then I saw him walking and I pulled up.
And while you're waiting for your husband or shortly after he gets to the car, what, if if any, communication did you receive at that point?
I received a text from John saying where to.
And with respect to that, did you respond in kind via text, or how did you respond, if at all, to Mr. O'Keefe?
I was driving, so I called him.
And when you called him, if you know, was that something that would come through Bluetooth with regard to the car, or?
Yes, it would have been because it was my phone and I was driving, so I would have had it over the car.
So your phone would have been paired up with your phone?
Yes, I plugged it in when I got it. I always plug my phone in when I get in if I'm driving.
And with your husband in the car, it's fair to say that he could hear both sides of the conversation as far as you and Mr. O'Keefe.
Wait, I thought,
And so that initial call that you placed to Mr.
okay, guys, question. Didn't she say her phone was not synced to the car? Just a question. Also, when I walk away, can you hear me talking? Because my hearing aids have mics too.
O'Keefe, is that done while you're driving?
Yes.
And what, if anything, were you telling him as far as that initial call?
He had asked for he said where to. I gave him the address. And then I believe I, just started giving him directions. And I actually
Okay,
think
good.
Matt spoke over me and was saying, go this way, go this way. And then I said, yeah, you just go down to Fairview. It's at the bottom.
And
You
so,
don't hear me
as far as
now?
the directions, do you recall anything specifically about what you told Mr. O'Keefe as far as where the directions were?
Can you hear me now?
Well, he actually called back a second time. And when he called back a second time, I instructed him that it was
Testing,
by a
testing.
friend's house, one of his niece and my daughter's friend. And I said, oh, it's right, go past Bella's street. It's at the bottom of the hill.
And before we get to that, just as far as that initial phone call, essentially Fairview Road, you're familiar with?
Yes.
And it's where your sister lives with her family, correct?
Yes.
And if I could just ask, with regard to your sister's husband, Brian, how long have you known him?
Since I was in kindergarten, very long time.
So they had dated for some period of time before they got married, and they've been married for some significant period of time.
Yeah, she had a crush on him for years. Then they dated, I think, for 10 years and before they got married. So yeah, they've been together most of my life.
So you're familiar
Okay,
with
what?
Fairview in the sense that there's on one end of it is Chapel.
Gotta go
The
back.
hill.
And before we get to that, just as far as that initial phone call, essentially Fairview Road, you're familiar with?
Yes.
And it's where your sister lives with her family, correct?
Yes.
And if I could just ask, with regard to your sister's husband, Brian, how long have you known him?
Since I was in
What about
kindergarten,
now?
very long time.
So they
Is
had
this
dated
better?
for some period of time before they got married, and they've been married for some significant period of time.
Yeah, she had a crush on him for years. Then they dated, I think, for 10 years and before they got married. So yeah, they've been together most of my life.
Who?
So you're familiar with Fairview in the sense that there's on one end of it is Chapman and one end.
I hate to do this. I'm talking about you said my sound was too loud. So that's solved. Are they talking about Bella's mom and them being together for 10 years before they got married? I lost that. Y'all don't get mad. Forgive me. We got to hear that again.
And Ms. Kolokitis, is that right?
Yes.
And when
Whoa,
you
whoa,
were
whoa,
walking
whoa.
out with them, what if anything was?
Yes.
And
Okay, Ms.
when you were
Kolokitis.
walking
Okay, the
out with
attorney's
them, what,
wife.
if anything, was the sort of conversation or the discussion as you were walking out?
Well, Matt and John were still inside. So at one point I said, oh, Karen, why don't you just come with me? Figuring, because, Matt can talk to anyone and God knows how long he was going to stay in there. So I was just like, hey, do you want to drive with me and they can meet us?
Your husband's a talker, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as the car that you had parked there before, where was that parked in relation to what?
I believe I had to kind of walk.
I'm
After
gonna
you
skim it.
had exited from the waterfall. then went.
I just saw them like they walked left, I walked straight.
Parking lot?
Yes.
Went out of the water.
Sorry.
Was it accumulating or anything like that?
Yes, I would say, it was starting to cover the car, so you'd have to put your windshield wipers on to
Okay.
clear it.
So you didn't have to get the scraper out or anything like that, just click on the windshield.
Flip on the windshield wipers. I probably was lazy and just rolled the windows down to get it off the windows.
And so you're in the car at for some period of time waiting for your husband, correct?
Yes.
And about how long is it that you're waiting for your husband before he comes out?
Actually, it wasn't long. I think I turned the car on and then I saw him walking and I pulled up.
And while you're waiting for your husband or shortly after he gets to the car, what if any communication did you receive at that point? Text, or how did you end with regard to the car?
Sorry.
Or
Yes, it would have been because it was my phone and I was driving. So I would have had it over the car.
so your phone would have been paired up with your phone?
Yes, I plugged it in when I got it. I always plug my phone in when I get in if I'm
So
driving.
when if she's not driving, it's
So
not her
your husband
phone.
in the car, it's fair to say that he could hear both sides of the conversation as far as you and Mr.
Yes.
And so that initial call that you placed to Mr. O'Keefe, is that done while you're driving?
Yes.
And what, if anything, were you telling him as far as that initial call was concerned?
He had asked for he said where to. I gave him the address. And then I believe I, just started giving him directions. And I actually think Matt spoke over me and was saying, go this way, go this way. And then I said, yeah, you just go down to Fairview. It's at the bottom.
And so as far as the directions, do you recall anything specifically about what you told Mr. O'Keefe as far as where the directions were?
Well, he actually called back a second time. And when he called back a second time, I instructed him that it was by a friend's house, one of his niece and my daughter's friend. And I said, oh, it's right, go past Bella's street. It's at the bottom of the hill.
And before we get to that, just as far as that initial phone call, essentially Fairview Road, you're familiar with?
Yes.
And it's where your sister lives with her family, correct?
Yes.
And if I could just ask, with regard to your sister's husband, Brian, how long have you known him?
Since I was in kindergarten, very long time.
So they had dated for some period of time before they got married, and they've been married for some significant period of time.
Yeah, she had a crush on him for years. Then they dated, I think, for 10 years and before they got married. So yeah, they've been together most of my life.
So you're familiar with Fairview in the sense that there's on one end of it is Chapman and one end of it is Cedar Crest, correct?
Correct.
And just in that initial phone call that you had with Mr. O'Keefe and you and your husband are giving directions, you recall if you were indicating to him to go to Cedar Crest or go to Chapman in order to get onto Fairview?
Go to Chapman.
And is that the way that you went as far as going from Washington Street downtown to Fairview?
Yes.
Now,
Yes, he did. That's where we found out that he dated the other woman at one point.
the waterfall to Fairview Road.
Approximately 5+ minutes, depending on if you hit lights.
Now, if you're indicating you're indicating to someone to come down Chapman, and you said it was, I'm sorry, your testimony is it's sort of towards the end from that direction?
The end of Fairview, the bottom of Fairview.
And that's to my point as far as the bottom.
Mhm.
Any kind of incline or decline, or how does the road sort of situated as you come from the Chapman side down to where your sister lived, 34 Fairview?
It's a hill.
And the hill goes down, is that correct?
Yes.
Is that somewhat of a precipitous? How would you describe sort of the hill?
Well, the first hill is a bit steep, and then it flattens a little, and then there's another hill. But the second hill is more long.
So there's actually two hills as you're going down, correct?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned the second call, Mr. O'Keefe then calls you.
Yes.
And about how much time elapsed between when you first talked to Mr. O'Keefe and the second?
Approximately 4 or 5 minutes tops.
During either call that you had with Mr. O'Keefe, could you hear anything? You had it on Bluetooth, correct?
Yes,
Could you tell whether or not he was connected to a Bluetooth? Could you hear anything in the background?
I couldn't know.
And as far as when you were speaking to Mr. O'Keefe, did he express an intent that he was going to the house at Fairview?
Yes, he was driving there and he was trying to find it.
And when he indicated that he was trying to find it, was he expressing that in singular or plural or something else?
No, more general, like where is it? Type.
Did he make any reference during the time that you were talking to him to anyone he was with?
No.
And now, as far as this second call, you indicated, what did you use exactly as sort of a geographic locator?
My daughter and his niece's very close friend lives on a side street off of Fairview. So I just said, go past Bella Street, and it's at the bottom.
And Bella is someone that, through his niece, John O'Keefe, would have known, correct?
Correct.
That's why I take
This time,
specific notes.
at this time, what, if any, relationship were you aware of between Bella's mother and John O'Keefe?
They had dated
I'm going to allow it.
They had dated briefly years before.
Is this redirect or cross? Are we in cross?
Now, was that sort of the substance of the conversation that you had with Mr. O'Keefe? In that second phone call?
Yes.
Oh,
Now, after that second phone call, did you speak to Mr. O'Keefe on the phone at any point in time after that?
No.
Now, you arrive at the house on Fairview. Do you recall where you parked when you got there?
Yes, pulled into the driveway.
And the driveway at the house at Fairview essentially has two garage doors. Is that correct?
Yes.
Sort of widens out as you get to the top, closer to the house.
Yes.
I thought that was too
Where in
quick
relation to the driveway was that you parked when you got there?
because they opened
I
the door
just remember
They
pulling
opened the
in. There was
door.
definitely a car in front of me.
with
There
map.
possibly could have been a car to the left.
You exit the vehicle, go into the house, correct?
Correct.
When you get to the house, who, if anyone, do you observe in?
When I walk in, Caitlin Albert, Brian Albert, Julie Nagel, and Sarah Levinson are all sitting at the kitchen table. My sister Nicole was in the kitchen wiping the counters because she's always cleaning. And Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were in the, I guess you'd call it the TV room area, just standing and talking.
And ma'am, I'm sorry, I'm just having a little trouble hearing you. So
Oh, okay.
that microphone, you can adjust that any way you want. So anywhere you want.
She didn't say Colin Albert, did she?
Thank you. And so when you come into the house, where were the, you mentioned a table, where were people situated?
In the kitchen.
Now, with respect to what was going on at the house throughout the course of the evening that you were there?
I sat at the table and I just spoke to Brian and Katie and the two girls most of the night.
And just so we're clear, when you're talking about Brian, that's
I didn't
Brian
either.
Albert Jr. or little Brian?
Yeah, little Brian. Yeah, little Brian.
Now, as far as at any point in time when you were at the house, you familiar with a gentleman named, someone named Colin Albert?
I am, yes.
How do you know?
He is my friend's son and my sister's nephew.
Your friend Julie's son, correct?
Yeah, so my friend Julie's son.
And your oldest daughter, Allie, was Colin's friend, so is Colin's friend.
Oh my God, there's too many
Yes, they're
connections.
born a week or two apart, and we've kind of they've done everything together. They're very good friends.
Now, at any point in time that you were there on that early morning, did you see Colin Albert at all?
No.
And when you arrived at the house, obviously you're familiar with your daughter and the car that she drives around that time. Did you see your daughter there, Allie, at any point in time?
No.
Were you aware at any point in time in that early morning hour that you were there that your daughter had been there at any point in time prior?
Sustained.
Now, with reference to the home, at any point in time, did John O'Keefe ever come inside the house?
No.
During the time that you were there, let me ask, more specifically, about how long a period of time was it that you were there, or about what time did you?
Oh, no. We got to go back. Did y'all see that? Body language time. All this time, she has not been looking at the jury box. Not jewelry, jury. If a person is lying, often they will look to confirm that you saw what they said. Look again. Y'all, look again.
For coming to the home, at any point in time, did John O'Keefe ever come inside the house?
No.
During the time that you were there, let me
The
ask,
only time she has looked at
how
them.
long a period of time was it that you were there, or about what time did you leave?
I believe I
Yep.
left approximately around 1:30, 1:45, approximately.
And do you know about what time it was that you arrived there?
I'd say approximately somewhere between 12:20, 12:30. Well, 12:20, I believe, 12:20-ish, because the last call from John, when I went back and looked, was 12:18.
Oh, we went back and looked. You don't remember.
Now, similar to what I asked about the water.
And she goes, no.
Leaner inside the house. What, if anything, do you recall with respect to
Good. Everybody was in a good mood. There was no Brian and Brian were talking. My sister was cleaning. I was talking with the kids. Just a normal night.
Now, while you were in the kitchen
So
dining room
why-
area for the time that you
Why'd
were
you
there,
not help
did you see
your
anybody or observe
sister
anybody,
clean?
from the group that you just described, go anywhere else in the house as far as away from that area?
Julie Nagel went outside.
So beyond Julie Nagel going outside, did you see anybody else go upstairs, downstairs, to a basement area, or anywhere else in the house?
No.
Now, given that when you were in the car and you were driving, you hooked
Well,
your
whoa,
phone to the charger,
whoa,
is that
yes,
Yes.
yes.
right?
Brian
Did you
Sr.
charge your
did.
phone at any point in time when you were at your sister's house on Fairview that night?
I don't recall.
And you mentioned Julie Nagel, Sarah Levinson. Were those people that you knew prior to that night of the 28th?
I was familiar with who Sarah Levinson was, maybe had run into her at different points. Julie Nagel was closer to Brian, so I would see her. I think she's dog sat for me when I've been away. Like Brian will do it, but then if he's not available, Julie will do it. I don't know if she had dog sat for me before then or right after then, but I was definitely familiar with Julie, and she possibly could have dog sat for me prior to that.
Possibly, you know.
And now with reference, there was also someone there by the name of Brian Higgins, is that correct?
Correct.
And that is also someone who was there prior to you getting there, is that right?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you know about Mr. Higgins, or did you know him prior to that?
I had met him a few times. He's Brian Albert's friend.
So other than being your brother-in-law's friend and meeting him a couple times, you didn't really know him that well, fair to say?
Good. Yes.
Now, you mentioned at some points that Julie went outside, correct?
Yes.
Nagel went outside?
Yes.
And do you know what she was going outside for?
Yes. Her brother had come to pick her up. And so she was going to go tell him, try to get him to come in.
And what, if any, conversation did you have with Ms. Nagel or Ms. Levinson in regard to their going home prior to Ms. Nagel going out and talking to her brother?
Objection. I'll sustain it in that form.
What, if anything, had you said to Ms. Nagel prior to her going out prior to her going outside?
Sustained.
Now, if you know, about how long was Ms. Nagel outside?
I believe it was just a few minutes.
And at any point in time while Ms. Nagel was outside, what, if anything, did you?
Excuse me?
So when Ms. Nagel went outside, what,
Mhm.
what were you?
I was sitting at the table, and then my nephew had said another car was out there.
And after your nephew said that, what, if anything, did you do?
I went to the front door.
And front door of the home leads sort of, you walk in there, there's a foyer and a staircase in front of you.
Yes.
And as far as the front door was concerned, is there any sort of other door that's, is it just sort of the wooden front door, or is there another door in front of it?
The door was open, so it was just a storm door.
And the storm door is made out of glass, is that correct?
There's no
Yes.
mud room.
So when you went over to the storm door and looked out, what, if anything, was?
I saw a vehicle.
And can you describe the vehicle that you saw?
I saw a dark SUV.
And as far as Ms. Nagel, did you make any observations of where she was? When you
Well, why did you? Why?
Kind of just
Did
looked
you
at the
go
vehicle,
and look?
and then I saw I saw lights kind of over to this side. But then once I saw the vehicle, I took out my phone and I texted John.
And just so we're clear, as far as when you say this side, so you're standing at the storm door,
Mhm.
see the vehicle, and where's the vehicle in relation to you and where you're standing at the front?
It was straight ahead.
Now, the headlights that you were saying is sort of off to the side. From your perspective, looking out at the street, is that to the left, to the right, or something else?
Left.
And as far as this dark SUV that you saw, could you tell anything else about it as far as the make or model, or did you recognize it at all?
No.
Now, at this time on January 29th, 2022, were you familiar with any sort of vehicles that Mr. O'Keefe had?
Yes.
And what kind of vehicles did he have?
Gosh, I don't know the brand. It's, it was a small SUV type.
Do you recall like what color it was?
His might have been grayish. I'm not 100% sure.
And any other vehicles that he may have had?
Yes, he had this old fashioned car that he loved, but Kaylee is so embarrassed of it. But yeah, he had that as well.
Now, as far as Miss Reed was concerned, were you familiar with what kind of vehicle she had at that time?
Yes.
And what kind of vehicle were you generally aware of her driving?
She had a Lexus.
And was that a sedan or an SUV, or what kind of vehicle?
I think it was like a small SUV.
Now, the vehicle that you saw outside of the residence of Fairview when you looked out the storm door, was that consistent with what you knew Miss Reed to be driving at that time?
Yes.
Now, as far as that vehicle was concerned, at any point in time over the course of the evening, did you see anyone exit that vehicle or come out of that vehicle at all?
No.
Certainly never saw anybody exit that vehicle and walk over and come inside the house.
Sustained.
As far as that vehicle, when you first saw it, could you tell whether or not it was running or anything like that?
It was running. Yes, I could. I could tell it was running. It had the taillights. I could see the red.
You could
I'm
see
going
the
to
red.
actually keep your voice up, okay?
Okay, sorry.
Now, in addition to the taillights that you saw, could you see the headlights or anything like that?
Yes, the headlights were on.
And as far as the interior of the vehicle, were there any lights on inside the vehicle that you saw at any point in time?
No.
And as far as the windows of the vehicle, what, if anything, did you observe as far as their coloration? Was it tint or anything like that that you saw?
Didn't observe. No.
Now, you see the vehicle sort of straight ahead of the front door, and then you pull out your phone to text Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall what you texted to him at that point?
I think I said here, question mark.
Do you think you said here, is that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Good point. Possible.
Show Mr. Jackson. Okay.
Judge, give him an opportunity, please. I just signed what I said. I thought it was,
May I approach the witness?
I think I wrote it down.
Yeah, I'm showing you a 3-page document, just asking you to look at it.
Okay.
I think we'll get crossed today. He's moving pretty quickly.
Just generally speaking, that 3-page document, do you recognize the contents of that?
I do.
Or what do you recognize it to be?
It's my text messaging with John.
So from sort of the early part of the 28th and around midnight through, I'm sorry, the 29th through the entirety of the 29th.
Yes.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Almost.
Is there any objection, Mr. Jackson? Okay.
I need to make me some short keys for this. I really do. Oh, really? I'm not good with acronyms. GSD? GSD? Oh, you have a German Shepherd dog. Oh, I was like, a guide service dog? What? Okay. I was thinking maybe the dog was down in the basement with Brian Jr. I was thinking maybe the dog and the son was in the basement and the son was keeping the dog quiet when the cops were there because Brian Jr. was in the house but went downstairs and stayed the whole time that the police were interviewing, and they never talked with him that day. I don't think they moved the dog out of the house, but maybe down in the basement. And he could have snuck out of the doors out and gone around the yard and disappeared. Just saying. Y'all. It's interesting to know what Brandy knows. Anyone listening to her right now and what her thoughts are on the old girlfriend? So I'm not upset so much to hear that John had an old girlfriend. That's fine. I don't think she's a part of this. And anyway, or we'd hear more about that. Okay, go check with her and come back, please. This is a long sidebar.
Actually, great timing. So we'll have you back here at 2 o'clock. And Ms. McCabe, I'll just ask you to let the jurors walk out first and then. Okay.
Court, all rise.
Goodbye.
Sparkers, really? Show us good gossip that we could talk about.
Okay, so we're still in session?
Oh,
Just so the court has it, I have an extra copy of the court.
That's what I was hoping for. Thank you. Yes. All right. Thank you. And then, Mr. Lally, you'll be able to make those redactions that are necessary over the luncheon break?
Yes, Your Honor, I think what we can, and by we, I mean Ms. Gilman, because she's the one who can actually do these things. But no, I think we will be able to sort of take the whole numbers off of it and be able to print new copies without the numbers so that they can be
So
used.
the same version.
Exact same thing,
Therefore,
just with.
authentication, redacted for purposes of admission and publication.
Yes,
All
yes.
right. Great. I appreciate that. We'll see you at 2 o'clock.
Thank you very much.
okay. Emily D. Baker is now at the point where they're talking about the V-shape tire marks. I want to give me a second. I want to kind of pop in. I can't show you hers, but I can listen. That is so true. She states that none of this would be confusing if we had cell phone data, GPS, etc. She's very... I don't know, y'all. This is cray cray. Turtle Boy has so much information. Where's the best place to access it? And I'll pop it up. Where's the best place that I can access Turtle Boy? Turtle Boy. Is it Instagram? Yes. But I thought he was out. Okay, let's see if I can go over to Twitter. I thought he was out. Oh God, I may have to sign in, and I haven't done this in ages. I haven't been here in ages. Okay. Okay. 35 minutes ago. I can't wait to do this all over again for his trial. I can't, can I guess I can share page. I can share. Yeah, but he's not allowed to be in the courtroom. Maybe I should do it this way. Just a reminder, Jen McCabe has 2 young children at home the night that John was killed. Her and the hubby McCabe decided to go out after the party to drink until 2 in the morning before doing. Oh, I no offense, y'all. I have no problem looking at some stuff, but I don't want any accusations right now. He is not allowed in the room itself when specific people are testifying. It's hard testifying. Allow courtroom during certain thing. It was streaming trial earlier this week. So today we've had a few aha moments, and that's wonderful. It's going to be interesting to see if did Jen say if she saw the white Jeep car? If she did not, I want to know, why did she not see it but her husband did? Do we know why, or if Jen saw the car parked in front of the mailbox? Hoping that's my kids. Yeah, my kids. That'll be strange. Okay, I'm going to take a 10-minute break. I will see y'all back here in a moment. Hi, baby girl. Oh, my doggy dog and my kiddos are here. Okay, guys, I'm going to go down the street and get lunch. We are out of food here. So I will be back in about 15 minutes. Remember, they're going to start at 2 o'clock their time, which is 1 my time. So I'll be right back. You want to get food from HEB? Like what?
They have soups. I can get a meal simple. I can get a.
Yeah, we can put stuff on the food stand. Yeah. I'm going to leave my ears here because they are connected. I'm going to be driving deaf. I'm going to leave my phone. I'm leaving everything here. Okay. Do you want anything else? Okay. Yeah.
I had to call Tracy that I couldn't help her. Tell her what? Tracy that I couldn't help her with how I'm sore throat. Wait, when does she want help?
Oh my god. Hey, how are you guys doing? How are you guys? I just been looking around Canada, and I think it's disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. So this is max level with no fees and no ASI, and just me filling out like the plot. Level change like level 15 Phantom Rogue, level 2 Necromancer Cleric, level 3 Necromancer Wizard. I have a question, you know. I tried Googling this, but I'll work. Something doesn't work. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah.
You wouldn't be able to hear the bell. Close it yourself. You're the one who did close it. I know. I know. Come get it. I swear every time we see her, her leg, I brought my wallet in. Every time we see her, her legs are tripled in size. Who's a good girl? Oh my gosh. Who's a good girl? The only chicken had like stuffed chicken with weird cheese things, and then it had like mushrooms. I was like, oh, I like that. Cheese. Tomatoes. What's wrong?
My throat's a little sore.
What? Both of you? Mm-hmm. Well, I never had a sore throat.
And then you start a little bit going.
Huh?
So that orange juice start a little bit going down.
Can you grab that?
Grab what? Okay, we're not.
I felt it. Am I wrong? Was it the door? Oh.
Where are you?
It's the only thing I can find that I actually thought of something.
Yeah, awesome.
Okay. If you don't want this, you can also.
I want a grilled steak and steak.
Really? You could hear my son talking? Really? What did he say? Uh-oh, was it bad? happens. Okay, I'm going to turn this music off. Oh, okay. Court is on break. Pulling up someone to see where they're at. Cottage cheese for lunch. Yum. I need to make me a question and answer thing like somebody else made. This has to be one of the weirdest days in court for me. Y'all hear anybody else's voice? Um, I need to create some better swoops. I forget. I do. Because we have is my little swoopy thing. Aww. That's sweet. Okay, let's see. Okay, so you just saw the cut on the back of John's head. I'm just waiting and living for the medical examiner. Give me the medical examiner. But a glass like this, this is a very nice, heavy, sturdy glass. A hit on the back of the head with this hard enough would make that cut, and it's slightly curved, and then it would break, and then it could flash if it's not a dog bite. I want the medical examiner's report. I really want to see the ME. I don't care about all these other witnesses. Give me the ME, i.e. medical examiner. I want to see their report. Do we know if they published that report yet? Can we get our hands on that report? I would love to. Excuse me. I really would love to see that. Thank you, my daughter. Y'all, all of this is notes for this trial. I was doing notes between 10 and 14, day 10 and 14. I will finish this. This is all for tonight's broadcast. But I need to put a little piece of paper in there so I know where I was. Matthew McCabe says he talked to John O'Keefe. He texted him about the house. I'm just going back over the day 13. The Colin Albert videos, I thought those were priceless. And someone said, well, what's the big deal about those videos? It's just some kids blowing off some steam. And I'm like, oh, no, honey. Sorry about that. It goes to show that this young man has a little bit of a testosterone control problem. And he's not the sweet kid that they're seeing. There's another side to that boy. I'm not saying that he hit John, but it's goes to show character. Now, Matthew McCabe was talking about the placement of the car. At first, he did not mention anything, not say anything about the Jeep. Nothing about the Jeep. Y'all, I've got like literally 8 pages of notes from this yesterday. Yeah. Okay, but Bella and John met through his adopted daughter or niece. And that's how he met the mom. And the two of them dated for a little bit of time per Jen. So to me, that's important to know. Now, the $80,000 bail, was that all of the bail, or did she pay all of that, or did she put up part of that and use a bonding company? Do we know? That would be interesting to know. How did she pay that bail? Did her parents pay all the bail? Did her mom and dad pay the bail? I'm sorry, I'm putting this together. It's hard for me to sign and do everything at once. Okay. The few things that makes me, as maybe a juror, think I don't know how this is on Patriot Ledger. I don't know what that means. So for the last few days, if I look back and I did not have any notes and I was on that jury, the things that kind of stick to my mind is, number one, that no one except one person says where the white Jeep was parked. And where was that? The mailbox. Good point. I'll get there. We'll talk about that tonight. Mm. I wrote a little note. So every other person who has testified has stated did not see where the white Jeep that was Brian Higgins' car. Not one person until today could tell us where it was parked. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. It's all everyone has said concerning about where was the car parked. Now, if the white Jeep was parked, so I'm at the door. I'm looking out the door. Right, well, your side. I'm mirroring it. Right here would be the Jeep. And then they said, Karen Reed. And then they said she pulled up and stopped, past the fire hydrant and the flagpole. And then you have another persons, Julie, Sarah, and Ryan, all three were in a pickup or car, and none of them said anything about a white Jeep. And they were asked, any other car parked in front of that? No, 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 no. They said in front of them was Karen Reed. I want to show you something. Let's try this. Perfecto. Found it. That's what I want to share. Okay. So they said Karen Reed pulled up where this car is. Then they said she pulled forward, and then they said she pulled up here. If Brian Higgins is parked here, get me big. If Brian Higgins is parked here where this car is that had Ryan Nagel, Richie, and Tonio, it should be Tonio, Heather Maxon, and Julie Nagel were in this vehicle when they arrived. Okay, but once again, you have the mother's car, you have 4 cars parked here. They're saying that, that the Jeep was here. They arrived at the same time right behind. Can you get that for me, Sparkles? I can pull it up if you get it for me. But am I right? Am I right? They would have to be back here, right where where my mouse is. They'd have to be here, and the white Jeep would have to be here. That's 3 cars in front of the house. Oh, Court's coming back. That does not compute for me at all. Not at all. No comprehende. Please, if you can find that link real quick, I would love to see it. And I'd put it up and, but for me, it's not making sense. It is not making sense at all. It's not clear. Yeah. Let's talk about the blood. Let's talk about the blood. I had to stop signing and I apologize. No way that John's head did not bleed a lot more than a few drops on the snow he had placed after the. Okay, but the very first EMT that arrived stated there was a pool of blood. Oh! I got an official acceptance letter to Angela State University to start college again this fall. Sarah? OMG, y'all. I knew it was going to happen, but it's official. Ooh. Wow. Now I'm getting a lot of loan applications. OMG, that's so awesome. I know they told me I was going to probably be accepted, but it's official. Baby girl,
Yes.
it's official.
What's up?
You and I are both Angelo State University students. I got it. It's official. I'm in. I just got the email or the
Good job.
text.
Now you have to do the scholarships.
We'll do that
Like
after.
today.
Yeah, like today during the
Yeah.
break, we'll do the scholarships.
Okay.
Oh, oh my gosh, that's so awesome. It's real. See, I never went to college, and then at the age of 43, I started college. No, 42, 42. In the fall of 2013, I was age 42. And I graduated with a degree in deaf support specialist. It was only an associate's because they did not have a BA in anything sign language. So it took over 90 hours to get that degree. And then I double majored. So I did the deaf support specialist with the focus on interpreting. And then I've not been back. So now at the age of 53, 53, I'm going back to college to get a bachelor's degree in criminal justice. Well, with my degree, with what I want to do, I have to have a criminal justice degree. I'm thinking about becoming a lawyer for the deaf. But I want to work with the deaf people in the criminal justice system. My mind is kind of today. I have to turn the fan on, y'all. If you hear it, let me know. Oh, great. It's run out of juice. Oh, everything's out of juice today. Can you just send me the link? Where do I find it? How do I search? Can you not hit Control C, the control button with the C, or is it on your phone? Okay. All right, then I'll go to Turtle Boy YouTube, but what's the title that I can specifically look up? So I don't have to sit here and search which one it is. I can share it. I just need to know which video. Is it a short or long? So it would be in the shorts. I have to come over here to do it. They're coming back. I'll find it.
Good afternoon, court is back in session. Please be seated.
Yeah, we're back, y'all.
Thank you.
Someone doesn't look happy.
All right, so Mr. Lally, just before you begin, folks, I neglected to tell you before or during the testimony of Mr. McCabe, and I don't want to keep repeating instructions, but I do want to remind you when it comes to electronic communications, before you can consider them in your deliberations, you must first find that it's more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent the communication was in fact the person identified as doing so. If you do not find it more likely true than not that the person identified as sending the message was the one who sent it, then you may not consider that electronic communication in your deliberations. All right, thank you. Mr. Lally, go ahead.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would seek to introduce, well, let me.
What about if I texted him?
In those pages that I've just placed before you, do you recognize?
You said last week you might be able
I
to
do.
create a link to send people to my page.
They are text messages between myself and John.
I will be going live at 7 p.m. Central Standard Time for my Friday night fun night.
January 29th.
Yes.
Period. You're always welcome to join at any time. Blessings. Have an awesome day.
Portrayal of the content of those text communications.
Yes.
Now, with reference to Mr. O'Keefe, this is someone that you knew and you had his information put into your phone as far as contact.
Yes.
And on prior occasions when you had contacted, or specifically that morning when you had left the waterfall and you talked to him on the phone, you called him and who answered? You called the contact that you had as John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
Okay, who answered the phone?
John.
Okay. And then the contacts that you had put in as John O'Keefe called you and you answered, and who was on the other line?
John.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Commonwealth seek to introduce and admit into the exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. This is subject to what we talked about in sidebar?
Yes, understood.
Thank you. That's exhibit 89. All right, thank you.
Your Honor, with respect to what's now been marked as exhibit 89, if I could, with the court's permission, publish that to the jury.
Yes.
I don't know what happened there.
Mr. McKay, what's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you as that exhibit?
Yes,
And this is a text communication between yourself and Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
correct.
Your Honor, I'm sorry to do this. May we approach?
Sure, why don't you take that down, Ms. Gilman? And thank you.
Already in recess. Or sidebar. If I bring up another video like in YouTube, can y'all hear it going? Okay, I am in his page. Do y'all hear that beeping? I guess that's the court. I'll be right back. Okay, I just texted the guy. I'm not finding it. If one of the mods can find it, that would be great. I've got too much to do here. But if y'all can find it, we can look at some of this tonight. I just need to have it queued and put in the queue.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman.
Oh, that felt good.
So, Ms. McKay, with what's for you and what's up on the screen is the exhibits. There are sort of green bubbles and blue bubbles, correct?
Correct.
And can you tell the jury as far as who's communicating which direction, as far as the green bubbles are who and the blue bubbles?
Green is John and blue is myself.
And so the first text from this particular date, if you could just read to the jury as far as from whom the message is sent, what the content is, and then what the time is.
So John sent to me where to at 12:14.
And it assists you if you have that in front of you.
Oh, okay.
You can look at that. So the next bubble down is a blue bubble, is that correct?
Correct.
Similar to the one before, can you just read as far as that? Well, before I get to that, I'm sorry. So you receive that message from Mr. O'Keefe. You call him, have a conversation. He calls you back for the conversation.
Correct.
And then subsequent to that, could you read the next blue bubble down as far as from whom, what the content is, and what time it is?
So this one is from myself to John, and it says here at 12:27. So at that point, I see a car out front, and I text him here.
You testified to as far as looking out the front storm door, seeing a car, and then you sent the text. That's the text.
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down to that. And ma'am, similar, if you could just, who sent it, what's the content, and what is the time?
I sent to John, pull behind me at 12:31.
And what were you referring to when you said pull behind?
So at this point, the car had moved from the prior spot where I originally saw it. So I thought, what is he doing? Why don't
I have a question, y'all. The guy cannot do it tonight. Something's come up. But would y'all want to pause the trial and talk now? Just a consensus.
they just pull behind me in the, in the driveway?
Scroll down. And again, with this bubble, if you could read out.
From me to John saying hello, and it was at 12:40.
And at this point in time, as far as, let me ask you this way. When you're sending these text messages over these periodic time period.
Mhm.
What, if anything, are you doing sort of in between?
So I originally went to the front door, saw the car, texted them, then texted John. Then I went back, kind of sat at the table, just either threw my phone probably in my back pocket. And then a couple minutes later, I got up again and saw that the car had moved. So I had sent the pull behind me. And then a few minutes later, I went back to the to the front door, I'm sorry.
And when you went back to the front door, what, if anything, did you see at that?
So at this specific point at 12:40, when I say hello, I cannot be certain whether they were still out front or if they had left.
And from any of these text messages that you
What I'm going to do, he's at work, so I will have a special live tomorrow. I will do a very special live tomorrow and have him come on.
sent, what, if any, response did you receive from Mr. O'Keefe after the where to?
None.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, to the next level. And similar to the prior ones that we did.
Sure. Jen to John, where are you? And that was at 12:42. Myself to John, hello, at 12:45.
Now, this is later in the morning, and we'll get to that a little bit more in a moment, but at some point you left the residence of Fairview, you went home, and you were woken by something, and then at some point you texted John later on that morning, the 29th.
Yes.
You know, the next couple of those text messages that you sent at that point,
Correct.
if you could just, similar to the other ones we.
Myself to John, please answer at 4:59. Myself to John, Karen is worried. We need to find you at 4:59. Myself to John, please answer so I know you're okay. 5:04.
I just let them know. I just let recovering addict know. I just told him.
Now, Ms. McCabe, if I can take you back to at the house on Fairview. Again, you're sending these text messages and going back to the table and then going back to the window at various times.
To the front door.
To the front door.
Yes.
And at any point in time, do you see anybody exit from the dark SUV or the black SUV you see in front of the house?
No.
And at any point in time, did John O'Keefe come into that?
No.
And at any point in time, did John O'Keefe respond to your text messages?
No.
At any point in time, did John O'Keefe call?
No.
Now, at some point subsequent to this, have you had occasion to look at your phone or at your call history?
Yes.
And through review of that, were you able to see phone calls that your phone made to John O'Keefe's phone around that same time frame that you were texting him and going to his phone?
Yes.
May I approach Ron?
Yes.
But the one thing that bothers me is, why was she so upset? Why was she screaming? Why was she behaving like she already knew that John was dead? I feel like she was blowing it up. I personally, and most people would have thought, oh, he stayed and fell asleep at Brian Albert's home. Why? Because he was drinking. He didn't have a car. Couldn't walk home. My first thought would have been he spent the night and he slept at the house. Sensei? Close. Good girl. Good job. Now, sometimes we have gut feeling that something's wrong. I understand that.
Just generally speaking, ma'am, do you recognize what's contained in that 4-page document?
I do.
And what do you recognize?
The calls between myself and John O'Keefe.
And am I correct that it starts in sort of a descending order as far as the earliest calls are on page 4 and then the most recent are on the first page?
I agree with the second half.
And the phone calls that you were testifying to about before, as far as talking to him on the way from the waterfall to residents at Fairview, did they appear in those?
They do.
Objection, Your Honor. May we push briefly?
I feel that Jen's not involved emotionally. I would think, this is to know, this is to think. I would think that Jen would have been going over to Karen. Oh, baby, it's okay. It's going to be okay. They're trying very hard to save his life. Keeping Karen in one place, helping in any way possible. But no, she was just I want to know when she entered the home what she did and what was said to Brian Albert, Nicole Albert. That's tonight, y'all. Tonight. I gotta find a drink, a special one for tonight.
Okay.
Maybe my Tennessee moonshine.
Ms. McCabe, as far as the first calls that you were testifying about, as far as when you spoke to Mr. O'Keefe on the way from the waterfall to the residents of Fairview, were those contained within those calls?
Yes.
And, as far as, is there a time that's associated with those calls that you observe in those 4-page documents?
Yes.
And what are?
12:14 and 12:18.
And turning your attention to page 1, that would be sort of the last in line there. What time is the last call between yourself and Mr. O'Keefe, and who's calling?
I'm calling him at 5:25.
May I approach him?
Yes.
Almost 15 minutes. The next.
Is there any objection?
There's not, Your Honor. Thank you.
All of these are my possible drinks of choice for tonight.
Thank you.
They don't have an iced tea.
Now, Ms. McCabe, you had mentioned that during the course of
I am a college student again.
You observed a vehicle outside of your sister's house, correct?
Yes.
And Your Honor, with court's permission, I would ask to publish with this witness exhibits 71, 72, and 73.
Okay.
And Mr. McCabe,
Ew, I don't drink that hard stuff.
I do.
Okay, I think you can just go right to what you want her to identify, please, Mr. Lally.
So, Ms. McCabe, in front of you on the desk, there should be a the laser pointer, just click on the button and point at the screen. And if I could ask if you could direct, well, first and foremost, with respect to this photograph that you observed in this photograph, where you first saw the black SUV in front of the house.
Feels strange to say
It
I'm
was
a
directly
college student
if I was staring out the
again.
front door. So this angle is kind of unique to see it. But if you go from the front door directly straight out, so maybe the edge, if you understand what I'm saying.
Using that just direct to his attention.
So if there's the front door and I look straight out, but the perception is almost like a side view. It's not straight on, so it could have been a little over here.
So Ellie, why don't you show another picture if this one isn't helpful?
Judge, why are you helping them do that? You need the straight
Yes,
on,
so
not
just
the
follow
side.
this and then come straight.
And right here, y'all watch, I'm clicking, right here is where the Jeep was. Right here. So right there would be the SUV.
And lastly, now, Mr. Katie testified that another point.
These are not professional pictures.
Correct.
If you could, again, using the laser pointer, just bring your attention to where in this photograph, if at all, you observe with the vehicle in a second.
You can't miss a
was right
Jeep
about,
with a
right near the
snow
flagpole.
plow on the front.
Okay. Just come in, you can take that.
One person saw that car with a snow plow on the front. No other person has said anything
No.
about that. All have said, I saw no other car.
Turning your attention to back in the home, at some point you indicated you looked out and didn't see the black SUV there anymore.
Correct.
And what was your thought as far as where John was or where John had gone at that point?
At that point, I thought maybe they decided not to come in. Maybe they got into an argument, or maybe Kaylee had called.
Did you think much of it at that point?
No.
Now, you leave the home around what time?
Why did you not text? Why'd you not
Approximately
come in?
1:30, between roughly 1:30, 1:45.
And when you leave, who, if anyone, goes with you?
So it's myself, my husband, Matt, and I had offered, when Julie Nagel's brother had come to the house earlier, I had offered Julie and Sarah Levinson a ride home because we had just gotten there and they had wanted to stay later. So I also drove home Julie and Sarah. Well, my husband drove them home.
And so you exit
Did
the
you hear
house,
her
go out
say
to
there
the
was a
door.
body outside
Correct.
in the
Your
snow?
husband, Matt, was driving.
Yes.
Where are you seated in?
And the front seat.
Do you recall where Miss Levinson and Miss Nagel were seated in the car?
They were in the back seat.
Do you recall which one was on which side?
I do not.
And when you come out of the house and you're starting to go home, what, if anything, had changed as far as the weather from when you had gone in to when you had come out?
The snow had, accumulated more.
And when you get into the vehicle and as the vehicle is pulling away, what, if any, conversation do you recall having with anyone in the car?
When I got in the car, I kind of turned around to Julie.
I'm going to allow this subject to moving strike. There's a portion that's relative. Go ahead.
I turned around and was facing them and talking to them. And I believe Sarah Levinson had laughed or made a joke because I had bread or something in my car. And we made a joke about that. I had my niece earlier that week for the week. And so I had brought stuff in the car because I was dragging her from one of my kids' sporting events to the next.
And as do you recall which direction, or did you observe which direction your husband Matt exited from residence in Fairview? And by that I mean, did he head towards Chapman or did he head towards Susan?
Chapman.
And so, as far as I may not have asked this before, but as far as the black SUV that you observed in front of the house, which direction was that vehicle facing?
Chapman.
Each of the times that you saw it?
Yes.
And so, as with that vehicle as with the one that your husband was driving, which side of the vehicle would have been closest to the house in Fairview?
Passenger.
Now, as you're driving past the house, heading to the house, how were you positioned within the car?
I'm turned chatting to the girls.
So, and when
Why
turned,
can't you remember who was
window,
sitting where?
console, which way?
Turn the console towards the back seat. So my back is to the window.
And either of these girls, did you know where they lived?
No.
Do you recall whether or not you found their homes by way of sort of yes, or was it just sort of verbal directions?
I'm assuming they just gave Matt directions to where they lived.
And so you drop each of them off. Do you recall which order they were dropped off in?
Julie, then Sarah.
And then following dropping off Sarah, where did you and your husband?
Home.
And this whole trip sort of from Fairview to dropping off Miss Nagel, Miss Levin.
Oh, he's not touching that with a 10-foot pole.
It could be 20, 30 minutes, maybe about approximately 20 minutes. Not exactly sure.
You arrived home sometime after 2 a.m., is that correct?
Yes.
And when you and your husband Matt got home, went inside the house, and where did you go?
I went upstairs to bed.
And at some point, did your husband come up as well?
He did.
Was it a long period of time between when you arrived home and when your husband came up?
I don't think too long. I think he had like some cheese or something because he was on a crazy diet, and then he came upstairs.
Now, did you go right to sleep, or what, if anything, did you do when you went up to bed?
I asked him to watch a show. He said no. He was going to fall asleep, which he does usually immediately. And I went on my phone.
And,
Oh,
what, if
wait.
anything,
Now, didn't he say he was on his phone at the same time that she was on her phone? Do you remember him talking about a TV? I don't remember that.
I was researching, my husband and I did briefly talk. My daughter had gotten an offer to play on a club bath.
Just tell us what you were doing, please.
Sure. I was researching a basketball team, and I believe I also texted my sisters, and I texted in a group chat with my husband and another individual.
Now, if I could just turn your attention back to when you were at the house on Fairview that evening, and I believe this is the last time, so I apologize for the back and forth, but when you were there, what, if any, videos or any music or anything that you pull up on your phone to share with the group that you were?
So one of my sisters loves this song Raining Men. And she always, well, not always, maybe every once in a while, she's a little too much to drink and takes out an umbrella and sings and dances. And it's like a big family joke. And my other nephew had previously been over and showed me the video from whenever, I don't know if it's the 1970s, of It's Raining Men. So I just was playing it, showing my other nieces and nephews, and we were just like laughing because they all have umbrellas, and it's just something, it's like an inside family joke. So I played that, I think, a couple of times.
And so after you get home and you're looking at the basketball program and things of that nature, what, if anything, else did you do before you went to bed or went to sleep, I should say?
Had sex?
Nothing. I possibly could have gotten up to go to the bathroom. I do that almost every night.
Now, at this time, you had an iPhone, is that correct?
Yes,
Did you also have an Apple Watch?
I did, yes.
And do you recall whether or not you were wearing the Apple Watch that evening or when you went to bed or anything like that?
I do not recall.
And as far as the Apple Watch is concerned, is that something that you routinely or always take
I gotta
off
take my girl to the potty. I'll be right back.
Mostly, but not always. I mean, there are times I go to bed with it on. More often than not, I take it off, but there are times that I do sleep with it.
Boy, that smells good.
And with respect to this particular evening, do you recall whether you had it on or whether you took it off or even had it on at all?
I don't recall if I had it on that night.
Now, turning back to that last exhibit, as far as the phone calls were concerned,
Mhm.
were there certain phone calls that you made to Mr. O'Keefe's phone around the time that you were observing the vehicle outside?
Yes,
Do you recall making any phone calls to Mr. O'Keefe at that time?
I don't.
Fair to say that at no point while you saw the vehicle outside, did you have any conversation with Mr. O'Keefe?
I didn't.
Now, you go to sleep, and at some point later on in the morning, you wake up, correct?
Correct.
And what is it that wakes you up, and when about was that?
I woken up to my phone ringing.
And do you know what time it was?
4:53.
And according to your phone, who was calling you at 4:53?
John's niece.
And so that would be John's niece, Kaylee, is that correct?
Correct.
And how old was she at this time?
I believe she was 14.
And she had just gotten into Bishop Thean, correct?
Correct.
She was in 8th grade going in, finishing up her 8th grade year of middle school, correct?
Yes.
Is that a normal thing, that Kaylee would be calling you at 4:53 in the morning on a Saturday?
No.
So you answer the call, is that correct?
Yes.
When you answer the call, who, if anyone, is initially on the other end?
Initially, it's Kaylee.
And what, if anything, did Kaylee say to you?
That John didn't come home and Karen and we wanted to talk to me.
And even in that initial call, when you're speaking to Kaylee, what, if anything, do you hear sort of in the background when you're talking?
Karen screaming.
And could you hear what she was screaming?
She was just screaming, Jen, Jen, Jen.
That doesn't make
Is
sense.
that correct?
Extremely.
Now, at some point, does the defendant get on the phone with you?
She does.
And what
I don't believe that.
do you have with her at that?
She proceeds to scream my name multiple times. And she tells me that John didn't come home. They got into a fight and that she left him at the waterfall.
And how do you respond?
Whoa. What? What? What?
I had just woken up. I was confused. I didn't know what she was talking about. I was like, what are you talking about? And then she, told me that they had gotten into a fight and she left him there. And now where is he? And she was just kept screaming my name over and over. And so
Yep.
then I remembered
Right, she
that
keeps looking
Chris
to the
Albert had
left.
still been at the bar. So I
She
thought,
keeps-
well, maybe
she keeps
John
looking to the left.
home
Can
with
y'all
Chris,
hear me
'cause
over
Chris
her?
lives close to the waterfall.
And so at some point, that conversation ended and you recall how that ended?
I told her that I was going to call Julie and see if John had ended up with Chris.
And so you hang up with her, and then what did you do then?
I called Julie Albert.
And did Julie pick up the phone?
She did not.
And as you were calling Julie, did you have any conversation with your husband, Matt, around that time?
Yes. He, had kind of shot up out of bed when Karen had called. When Kaylee had called because Karen was screaming. And then
I'm
he was,
kinda
what's
choppy.
going on? And I said, well, I'm calling Julie because Karen, they got into a fight and I was trying to explain it to him. And he said, what are you talking about? We saw them outside of your sister's house.
Testing,
And at that
testing. 1,
point,
2.
I hung up.
And when you hung up, Julie had not answered yet, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as Miss Reed is that someone who had your phone number? Did you have her plugged into your phone as a
Is this
contact
better?
before that date of January 29th?
No.
So never had any kind of conversation with her over the phone as far as a text or a phone call or anything. You didn't even have her information.
Okay, I do want to hear that statement again. I'm going to back it up just a hair.
Sleep, or what, if anything, did you do when you went up to bed?
I asked him to watch a show. He said no. He was
Even in that initial call when you're speaking to Kaylee, what if anything you hear sort of in the background when you're talking?
Karen screaming.
So that's better.
You hear what she was screaming?
She was just screaming, Jen, Jen, Jen,
I want to hear this series again. Sorry, y'all.
Is that correct?
extremely.
Now, at some point, does the defendant get on the phone with you?
She does.
And what, if any, conversation do you have with her at that?
She proceeds to scream my name multiple times. And she tells me that John didn't come home. They got into a fight and that she left him at the
shifting to the
waterfall.
left. She's shifting to the left on the lie. Well, if it was a lie.
I had just woken up.
Look at them.
I was confused. I didn't know what she was talking about. I was like, what are you talking about? And then she, told me that they had gotten into a fight and she left him there. And now where is he? And she was just kept screaming my name over and over. And so then
That
I
doesn't make sense
remembered
because
that Chris
they
Albert
all
had
know
still
they
been
drove
at the
to
bar.
house.
So I thought, well, maybe John walked home with Chris because Chris lives
bar
close to the
closed.
waterfall.
She didn't go back.
So, at some point, that
That's
conversation
not
ended.
reasonable.
Recall how that ended.
I told her that I was going to call Julie and see if John had ended up with Chris.
And so, you hang up with her, and then what did you do then?
I called Julie Albert.
And did Julie pick up the phone?
She did not.
And as you were calling Julie, did you have any conversation with your husband, Matt, around that time?
Yes. He, had kind of shot up out of bed when Karen had called. When Kaylee had called because Karen was screaming. And then he was, what's going on? And I said, well, I'm calling Julie because Karen, they got into a fight and I was trying to explain it to him. And he said, what are you talking about? We saw them outside of your sister's house. And at that point, I hung up.
Did or did she not say? Did or did she not say that she herself saw the car outside of the house? She said that herself, right? She looked outside the door. She opened the door and looked and saw the car. Why does she have to ask other people if they were at the house? Yeah, that too. But you yourself just gave conflicting statements.
And when you hung up, Julie had not answered yet. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as Miss Reed is that someone who had your phone number? Did you have her plugged into your phone as a contact before that date of January 29th?
No.
So never had any kind of conversation with her over the phone as far as a text or a phone call or anything. You didn't even have her information.
Correct.
And so after hanging up while calling Julie, what if anything?
Sorry, guys, I missed that. I'm trying to read and do everything at the same time.
Then he was, what's going on? And I said, well, I'm calling Julie because Karen, they got into a fight and I was trying to explain it to him. And he said, what are you talking about? We saw them outside of your sister's house. And at that point, I hung up.
And when you hung up, Julie had not answered yet. Is that correct?
Correct.
Listen closely.
As far as Miss Reed is that someone who had your phone number? Did you have her plugged into your phone as a contact before that date of January 29th?
No.
So never had any kind of conversation with her over the phone as far as a text or a phone call or anything. You didn't even have her information.
Correct.
And so after hanging up while calling Julie, what, if anything, did you do then?
And then I'm not sure if I called Kaylee back or if Kaylee called me back.
But at some point, you get back in touch with Kaylee or at least her phone, correct?
Yes, I get Karen. I get in touch with Karen again, and I say, Karen, we saw you outside of my sister's.
And what was her response?
She told me that she didn't remember going there, and then she started yelling, Jen, Jen. And then she was saying, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? And then she proceeded to say that she had a cracked taillight.
And this is while you're still in your home and you're in your bedroom, correct?
Correct.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Other sworn testimony says that you, the two of you, meaning Carrie and you, didn't know about the taillight until you arrived at the house. Is your story changing?
And what was your response to that?
I thought she was honestly like just talking crazy. And then she said, oh my God, I left him there. Like she was extremely irrational. She said that it told me again that they had gotten into a fight. So now she was just kind of all over the place, just screaming. She was very hard to understand. So my brain started going, okay, well, if she left him there, where could he be? Who could he be with?
As you're going through that sort of process, what did you do next?
So then earlier in the night, there was another individual who we had been in contact with, or my husband had been talking to, and he had mentioned that he was going to meet up with John at Waterfall as well, but he never ended up coming. I knew he was at a house close to Fairview. So I thought, well, maybe if they got into a fight, like John might have texted this individual and maybe he just ended up on his couch.
Who was that individual?
Tom Beatty.
And who is Tom Beatty in relation to, how did you know him?
He has two daughters that are the same age as my daughters.
One of those daughters, at least around the same age as Kaylee?
Yes.
And so based on sort of that process, thought process and what you're doing, what did you do next?
So then I start calling Tom.
And at any point in time, did you call Tom? Did Tom pick up the phone? Did you speak with him?
He did not.
And so following that, what did you do?
So I know at some point I was starting to call John. My husband was as well. At that point, I get up and I'm like, okay, well, we got to go out and look for him. And in my head, I was thinking I'll drive over to Tom's and maybe he's there. I then go downstairs. Matt gets up. He's starting to get dressed. I go downstairs. I make a coffee. And I'm not sure how much time passed, but then all of a sudden I hear screaming out front.
Now, if I could
Wait a minute, honey. Wait a minute, honey. Wait a minute. Your husband and your story at this section is not matching. Not matching. Your husband, if I remember correctly, never said anything about Tom or that the two of you had talked about that. Your husband said that you were on the phone with Jen and then you called other person and he did not want you to go driving, but nothing was talked about Tom. And why would Karen Reed drive back to the Waterfall Bar and Grill after she left Brian Albert's house and drop off John when she knew that the bar had already closed? No one was there. Your group was the last group to leave the bar. This is not matching up. I understand about the car's light, but He didn't want her to go. He did not want his wife to go out in the weather to start with. But if you look at his story and her story, they're
Or so that you had known and been friends with John O.
Mm-hmm.
With his, either his niece or his nephew.
Okay.
Home. Is him not coming home, is that something that had ever happened before, you were ever aware of before?
I was never.
okay, that's fine, but I've never heard the name before, and why not
John
use
ever
that
gone out
name?
at night and then not come home when the kids were home?
Objection.
Not to my knowledge, no.
So at some point you make your way downstairs, is that right?
Correct.
And then what, if anything, did you hear once you were downstairs?
Screaming
And where was the screaming coming
out front.
from? And when you heard that screaming, where did you go?
I ran to my front door.
At some point, did you open your front door?
I opened my front door, correct.
And then what did you see when you opened the front door?
Miss Reed came running up my walkway.
And prior to, during any of the other conversations that you had with Miss Reed, did you know where she was when you were talking to her?
No.
Obviously, the first call was Kaylee calling from the house. That was
Yes.
your assumption.
Mm-hmm.
And then subsequent.
Yes.
And as far as the second call that you were talking about, do you know where she was when she was talking to you then?
The first couple calls, I know she was at the
thought you were
house,
taking a
and
break.
then I don't know.
So was opening your door, hearing you screaming from out front, was that something that surprised
Yes.
you? And when you hear the screaming, if you could just explain to the jury, how loud was the screaming that you were hearing?
Very loud.
And what, if anything, was she saying?
It was more of the, Jen, did I hit him? And then she would yell, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? And then she was yelling, we have to go to Fairview.
And in addition to Miss Reed, what, if anything, else did you see when you opened up the door?
Just,
Ask in a better way. Did
yeah.
you see a vehicle?
yes,
And where was the vehicle and what did the vehicle look like?
it was in my driveway. I believe the driver door was left open.
And what kind of vehicle was it?
A black Lexus.
Consistent with what you had seen outside of Fairview the night or earlier in the morning.
Yes.
And so as she's coming up your walk towards your front door,
Running, yes.
and then what, if any, conversation did you have with her there in reference to that?
I just said, Karen, I was trying to calm her down. Matt came, I believe, and was yelling down that she was going to wake up the neighborhood. And then she was yelling that we had to go to Fairview. So I told Matt that I was going to go with Karen.
Initially, before that, what were your plans as far as going to look for John before Miss Reed showed up at your house?
My husband and I were going to go to Tom Beatty's.
Now, once you decide that now you're going with Miss Reed, the defendant, where did the two of you go?
So as we walked out, there was a car pulled up and then a plow.
Recognize the car that pulled up?
No.
And I'm sorry, I interrupted. So the car pulls up and then the plow, and then what happened?
So in the car was Kerry Roberts. And so she kind of rolled down the window and was like, Karen, what are you doing? And then the plow was behind her. So Kerry pulled up and I believe I told Karen that I was going to drive her car because I didn't want her driving because she was hysterical. So we got in her car and then Kerry Roberts called Karen. And then Karen was screaming and, saying that she had cracked her taillight. We need to go to Fairview. Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? And then she would just scream our names. Kerry was telling her to shut up, that we needed to just go back to John's and we'll drive in one car and let's go to John's. Maybe he's there and he's passed out and you didn't see him.
Okay. When you open up the door initially and you come outside and you see the defendant out there screaming and all of that. Again, with respect to the weather, what was the weather at that point?
It was like dark and it was almost like a whiteout.
And so you get into.
Why not just call the
vehicle,
police?
correct?
Yes.
Why not just call the
And
police
you're
at
driving
that point and
vehicle
stay
from
home
your
and
house,
and
to
stay safe?
Hills Ave, is that correct?
Yes.
Why do you need to drive in the middle
Yes.
of a
Familiar with that residence?
whiteout?
You've been there plenty of times before.
Yes.
Now, with respect to Kerry Roberts,
Mm-hmm.
did you know Kerry Roberts prior to this morning of January 29th?
I had met her once before.
And can you describe to the jury sort of the circumstances of that or how you knew her prior to January 29th?
Way back when, after
Kerry
John's
Roberts.
sister and brother-in-law died, I would have Kaylee a lot and Carrie would have Patrick. And one day John said, I get a discount at Reebok. I'm going to take you guys for sneakers, get all your kids' sizes. So he took Carrie and myself and we went to Reebok and bought sneakers for all my girls and me. And then he took Carrie and I to the hillside for lunch just to thank him for, helping, because that's what he did.
Now, was Kerry Roberts someone that you had as contact saved in your phone? Had you ever texted her or called her, talked to her? When you and Ms. Roberts and Ms. Reed walked into the home that morning into the mudroom, what did you do? What did Ms. Roberts do? What did Ms. Reed do?
I took off my boots or shoes, whatever I had on. Kerry Roberts took off. Karen just ran straight in the house.
You and Ms. Roberts both took off your shoes, and Ms. Reed then just walked in the house with boots or shoes or whatever she was wearing on.
Yes.
Which house?
And then once you get into the house, where is it that the three of you went respectively once you got in?
We all dispersed. I looked in the TV room where there is a couch. Then I kind of walked through a dining room.
Whose
and then I
house?
peeked into a living room. I went upstairs. I looked in John's room.
Oh,
Carrie was also running around different rooms. And then I went into Kaylee's room.
And during this time when you and Ms. Roberts are sort of going around room to room, what was the defendant?
I'm not sure.
When you see her doing the same thing that you were doing?
No.
Now, with respect to, you went at least peeked into John's bedroom, is that right?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you note about the bed when you looked?
It was made.
And so then you go into Kaylee's room and check on her, correct?
Yes.
And at any point in time, did you see Patrick at any point?
No.
And were you aware of where Patrick was, or did you know at that point?
At that point, I believe Kaylee told me he was at a sleepover.
So you have some conversation with Kaylee, is that right?
Yes.
And about how long a conversation did you have with Kaylee?
Probably about a few minutes.
And when you left from Kaylee, what is it that you said to her as you were leaving?
oh, sorry. Thank you. Understand now.
I promised Kaylee. I promised Kaylee that I would find John and everything was going to be okay.
So after that, where did the three of you go from there?
After that, the three of us got in the car and we drove to Fairview.
And when you say you got into the car, which part of the game?
Carrie's.
She's going to get real emotional now. Just watch and see. Sorry about that.
Madam Mayor, approach.
Yes.
Okay, I'm showing you two photographs again. If you could just look at those and look up when you're finished. Did you recognize what's in those photographs?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those to be?
the defendant's vehicle.
And, may I approach?
Yes.
You want to call them up to speak to introduce them as the next two exhibits?
No objection, Your Honor, thank you.
Someone asked, why do I eat so much candy? It's sugar-free. Sugar-free.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could,
My mouth gets very dry.
Ms. McCabe, what's depicted in this photograph is the defendant, Ms. Reed's vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And in sort of.
So she's gonna testify to the car light being broken
Correct.
up.
And the tail light, if you could.
Whoa, wait a minute.
Direct the jury's attention to where you observe that.
I don't know where that music's coming from. That looks different to me than the other one. I'm going to take a screenshot of this, and then I'm going to compare it to the other picture I have. All right, let's keep going. Mm-hmm.
Now, ma'am, with respect to what's depicted in this photograph as far as any damage that you observed to this taillight area on the rear passenger side, is that consistent with what you observed in the driveway at One of Meadows Ave when the defendant was showing?
Correct, minus the snow, etc.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next exhibit. And again, you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes.
And this is essentially a closer image of that same rear passenger side taillight area, correct?
Yes.
Again, what's depicted in this, is that consistent with what you observed minus sort of the.
Okay, y'all, my hearing aids are Bluetooth to my TV, and my daughter just turned on the TV, and my hearing
The
aids
snow,
immediately
etc.
connected to that.
And, Ms. Gilman,
So I can't hear nothing right now. I got to get it back in the right mode. But I want to get these pictures downloaded.
and again, you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes.
And this is essentially a closer image of that same rear passenger side taillight area, correct?
Yes.
Again, what's depicted in this, is that consistent with what you observed minus sort of the caked in snow when you were in the driveway of Mr. O'Keefe's house on the morning of the 29th?
Yes.
Gentlemen, you can take that down, and Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish just a short portion.
So now I have to connect my hearing aids again.
Actually, I'm sorry. If I could publish a portion of what's been marked as Exhibit 6, which is the ring camera from the driveway.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have video number 154 from the driveway. Ms. McCabe, directing your attention up to the screen, what's been marked as Exhibit 6, or video from Exhibit 6. Do you recognize what's depicted in this video?
I do.
What do you recognize?
That's myself getting out of the car at Meadows Ave.
Is that essentially where you parked Ms. Reed's vehicle when you pulled in?
Yes.
If you could, just direct the jury's attention with the laser pointer as to where Ms. Reed's vehicle is that you parked, and if you see Ms. Roberts' vehicle.
That is Miss Reed's, and that would be Miss Roberts.
And as far as the right garage door that you entered into the house, if you could direct the jury's attention to whereabouts that would, I know it's not on the video, but where would it be?
Walk straight.
Someone, if you could run this in its entirety. Mr. Kay, what was depicted in that video, is that consistent with what you observed, the weather conditions to be around the time that you arrived at Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Yes.
And lastly, in this line, Your Honor, if I, with the court's permission, could publish just a very short portion of what's been marked as Exhibit 41. Gentlemen, if I could ask you to fast forward this to about 2 hours.
I just said that my daughter's playing a game and all that music in my ears was from her game. I have a device that plugs in the back of the TV that Bluetooths to my hearing aid so I can hear. What's even better is I can watch TV and hear, and no one else can hear what I'm watching.
Yes, I do.
Watching.
That is John's house.
Now, what's depicted in this video, sort of the screen directly in front of you, do you recognize what that is?
Yes,
What do you recognize that?
John's driveway.
As far as what, if anything, do you observe in John's driveway?
John's car and Karen's car.
And where, if you could, using the laser pointer, just direct your attention to where is the defendant's car and where is Mr. O'Keefe's?
Mr. O'Keefe's car and the defendant's.
And where you observe the defendant's car to be, is that essentially where you parked it at that time?
Yes.
John, may I have a moment?
Okay.
At this time, if John O'Keefe was murdered and Jen and all of them knew about it, while the car was left at Jennifer's home, the husband could have broke out the rest of the taillight and collected all the pieces.
I'll see
Possible.
counsel at sidebar for just a minute.
I knew that was coming. I knew Sabah was coming. So is that a possibility? At that point, they already knew he was deceased. If the defense's story holds true, and so Jen's husband Matt was involved, then if Jennifer left her car there because the taillight was cracked, he could have gotten the rest of the pieces. Not saying that's true. It's just another thought. I don't call thoughts conspiracy theories. It's called brainstorming. Anything's possible at this point. I mean, we've had it would be hard for me as a jury constantly thinking and having all this. I don't know. Oh, by the way, y'all, anybody watch the Bridgerton?
Jurors, I just want to tell, I appreciate counsel trying to work together for this.
I
It's probably gonna
watched
take too long, so we're
all
just going to make
4
do.
series.
We've had enough interruptions today. So.
Yep.
Now, Mrs. Cave, as far as what you observe from what you can on the screen right now, the condition of the passenger side taillight, is that consistent with what you observed when you parked the vehicle there sometime earlier that night?
It's kind of hard to see from this distance.
I wonder how many people watched all 4 series.
Video you see from your passenger side.
It was 2 in the morning when I went to sleep.
Gilman, you can take that. Now, Ms. McCabe, you then, yourself, the defendant, and Ms. Roberts then get into Ms. Roberts' vehicle, is that correct?
Yes.
Who's seated where within Ms. Roberts' vehicle as you're going from Meadows Ave? Or what was the plan and where were you going sort of first when you left Meadows Ave?
We were going to Fairview
And why were you going to Fairview?
because Karen kept screaming, we need to go to Fairview.
Now, who was seated where within the vehicle when you did it?
Kerry was driving, I was in the passenger seat, and Karen was in the back.
And what were the lighting conditions at this point that you're driving over there?
It was hard to see out the window. You really had to be kind of staring out. It was dark. The snow was coming out the car.
And as you're making that drive, or as Ms. Roberts is making that drive from Meadows Ave to Fairview, about how long a drive is it?
Approximately 10 minutes. I mean, with the weather, the lights, the street lights, I would say about 10 minutes, give or take.
And as far as during the drive from Meadows Ave to Fairview, what's going on inside the car over the course of that ride?
Karen is in between us, like from the back, kind of pushing up in between Carrie and myself. And she's just screaming, Carrie, Carrie, her name over and over, my name over and over, and repeating certain phrases. Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Carrie is yelling at her to shut up, to sit back, to buckle up, to look for John.
And while this is going on, what, if anything, are you and Ms. Roberts doing in the front seat?
She's slowly driving and I'm just peering out the window looking for John. I mean, it was a crazy situation. She's screaming, he didn't come home. Could he be walking home? Where is he? So we're just looking out the window, looking for John.
Now, during the time that this is going on and Ms. Reed is sort of screaming in between you, was that continuous or what, if anything else, did you see her doing in the back seat while you were going from Meadows Ave to Fairview?
I didn't see her doing anything. She just continuously screamed that. And then as we got by different landmarks, she then started, screaming, asking if John could be at certain people's houses.
And whose houses was she asking if John could be at?
If she could be at Bella's house.
Referring to the directions that you had provided the night before?
Correct.
And so that would have been, Bella was a child who was around the age of Kaylee and your daughter.
Oh, here we
Yes.
go. They're setting her up.
There have been some years in the past dating relationship between Mr. O'Keefe and Bella's mother, correct?
Yes.
And so Ms. Reed is saying that in the car that morning as you're driving over to Fairview?
Yes. She asked, could he have been with Ashley? And I looked at her and said no, because to me that was a crazy idea. And then Carrie had mentioned, oh, do you think he could have called somebody else that lived on a street over? And she started screaming, who's that? Who's she?
And you recall who Carrie referred to?
Yes.
And who was that?
A woman that John had previously dated.
And was that anywhere recent in time to when you're driving around on January 29th? When they had dated?
No.
So similar to Bella's mother would have been years before.
Correct.
And so when Ms. Roberts said that, what, if anything, did the defendant?
She was just spiraling, yelling about Ashley, who was Bella's mom, and just talking what I thought was very irrational about John maybe being with her.
That doesn't make sense.
So you're looking around outside of the vehicle as the vehicle is going down towards Fairview, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you recall how it was that Ms. Roberts came about coming to Fairview, similar to the night before? Did she come in from the Chapman side or from the Cedar Crest side?
Chapman.
And as the vehicle turns from Chapman onto Fairview, what, if any, conversation was going on at that point?
Well, Bella lives on that street, so that was when that conversation was being had. Also, just a continuation. It was just like continuous screaming of our names. Carrie screaming at her to sit back, and then sometimes she would sit back and almost like be quiet for a minute, and then it would start all over again.
Now, as you were coming down Fairview Road, what, if anything, were you saying to Ms. Roberts did Ms. Roberts know where she was going as far as where your sister lived?
No, I told her that my sister lived at the bottom. And then as we got closer, I said, you know, just past, see where those trees are? Just past the trees is my sister's house.
And as you got in that area of sort of the trees, from the residence of your sister at 34 Fairview Road, trees that you're talking about, where are they in relation to the property?
They're at the start of the property is the trees, and then their property begins.
And so the flagpole area and fire hydrant that you were talking about in earlier exhibits, is that in the same area as the trees?
Yes, it goes the trees and then the fire hydrant, you know, then further up is the fire hydrant and the flagpole.
As you're coming down Fairview now, approaching 34 Fairview, the house would be on which side of the vehicle? On the driver's side or the passenger?
The driver's side.
And as you approach that area where trees and the flagpole and the fire hydrant were, what, if anything, happens then?
We drive past the flagpole area, and all of a sudden Karen starts screaming, there he is, and she's banging to get out.
And banging on the door in the back seat?
Yes.
And at the time that she's saying this, were you able to see anything outside of the vehicle?
I saw nothing.
And what, if anything, when she's banging and kicking or banging on the door, what did Ms. Roberts do?
Miss Roberts unlocked the door. Karen got out. Miss Roberts looked at me and said something like, she's crazy or she's batshit crazy, something like that.
And when the defendant gets out of the vehicle, where is it that she goes?
She just runs
And runs with?
straight to John.
And again, when she's running, at this point in time, can you see what she's running toward or where she's going or anything that she's talking about?
I was on the passenger side. So as I got out, she was already at John.
So she gets out and essentially makes a beeline over to where John was?
Correct.
And you're getting out of the passenger side, and by the time you come around the car, she's already there.
Yes.
And when she gets over there, what, if anything, could you see at that point?
It's okay. I'm sorry.
She
I'm real quiet.
straddles
I'm
John,
writing.
and she lifts up his shirt, and then she lifted up her shirt and went to lay on him. And Miss Roberts went over, and she was removing the snow from his face.
Let me take a step back from that just for a moment. And Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish just a portion of what's been marked as Exhibit 12.
So you're telling me that she lifted up her shirt and laid on him?
What I'm going to ask you as it plays through is if what you observed in this video is consistent with what you observed during the drive to Fairview Road that morning. I'm just going to give you a quick play. Now, as this video is running, Mr. McCabe, if I could just ask, what you see in this video, is that consistent with sort of the lighting and the conditions weather-wise that you observed when Ms. Roberts was driving from Meadows Ave?
Yes.
This is a cop's, I believe. Yeah, cops.
Mr. McCabe, do you recognize whereabout in the town of Canton this perspective wise as far as what street or where it is, any landmarks that you observed in the video?
Yes, that is Cassie. We just passed Cassie's Corner Store, and that is Chapman Street.
That's fine. That's a cop. They don't have to stop at a red light. That video is from the I want to say the supervisor's truck. It's numbered 683. Yep, it already been plowed.
Again, Ms. McCabe, do you recognize whereabouts in the town of Canton we are in this portion of the video?
Yes,
Where are
this is the top of Fairview.
we? So this would be from Chapman coming on to Fairview, is that correct?
Correct.
And prior to that, along that ride along Chapman, is that the period of time you're looking out the window and trying to see if you can see John on the side of the road?
Yes, but we didn't drive that way.
You came from the other direction?
Yes.
You would have been taking, instead of the right onto Fairview, you would have been taking the left onto Fairview?
Yes.
And just come in. Now, what's up on the screen and what you just observed as far as the ride down Fairview, is that fair and accurate portrayal consistent with what you observed when Ms. Roberts was driving down that morning?
Yes.
And at this point in time, as you're coming sort of down the hill from Fairview, is this the point that the conversation occurs as far as Bella's mother and prior dating relationships and things like that?
A little bit more towards the top of the street.
So Bella's mother lives more closer to the top by Chapman?
Midway down, yes.
Just give a minute if you could. vehicle in the roadway there, do you recognize that?
Yes,
And what do you recognize that to be?
Miss Roberts.
Just for clarification purposes, with the laser pointer, if you could direct the jury's attention where you see Ms. Roberts. Now, the area where you observed Mr. O'Keefe, can you see that in this particular pause frame of the video?
Not in this frame, I cannot. It's not clear.
Come in if you could. You see that area now?
Yes.
You could, using the laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention where. Just come in if you could play this for. If you could, fast forward just about a minute. Right. Right. And then you pause. Okay, do you recognize any of the individuals up on that screen?
Yes.
And if you could, with the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention, who you recognize and who you recognize that?
Carrie Roberts, myself, Karen Reed.
Come on, you can take that. Excuse me. Now, Ms. McCabe, if I could just take you back to when you arrived there. You indicated Ms. Reed goes over to Mr. O'Keefe, Ms. Roberts. What is it that you were doing at that time?
I got out of the car and I came around, and for a second or two, I completely just froze. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. And then Carrie and I made eye contact, and I called 911. And Carrie was asking me to go to the car and get, she was yelling to get towels or blankets or something out of the back of our car.
Is that why the back of the car is opened up in the video that we just saw in reference to Ms. Roberts' vehicle?
Yes.
Did she direct you sort of where to go within the vehicle to find the blankets or the towels, whatever it was?
Yes.
Now, you called 911, you spoke to the operator and told them essentially where you were, correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as that initial, what you saw, that you froze and couldn't believe what you saw, can you describe to the jury what it was that you saw?
I saw Carrie wiping the snow off of John's face, and I could not believe that that was John laying there.
And how was John positioned, or how was his body positioned when you saw him?
He was just laying flat on his back.
And as far as the snow Ms. Roberts was wiping off his face, was there any other snow on his body at that time?
Yes.
And if you know about how much?
There was enough that his body was covered in snow.
And could you tell at that point how far Mr. O'Keefe was from the roadway as far as Fairview Road was concerned?
I mean, I remember kind of a little ways in. I don't know exactly.
And So you make that call to 911, and what is sort of going on with respect to Ms. Roberts, the defendant, and Mr. O'Keefe while you're on that 911?
So I run the blankets over to Miss Roberts, and she's kind of lifts him up, put the blankets underneath him, and she's screaming at Miss Reed to get off of Mr. O'Keefe. And they're kind of yelling back and forth. Karen's screaming, "Is he dead? Is he dead?" I, at some points, walk over towards the car, Carrie's car, to get away because they're so loud. And I was trying to be calm and get help there for John as fast as possible. Carrie starts yelling about doing CPR. She tells Karen to do mouth to mouth. Karen's yelling because as they start, blood starts coming out of John's mouth.
As far as the CPR, that's what you're talking about?
Yes.
So during this time, the defendant's yelling and you're on the phone with 911, correct?
Yes.
You're trying to back up or distance yourself a little bit so that you can hear what's going on with the 911 operator and they can hear you.
Yes.
And after you complete that 911 call, what's going on with that?
I go over, and at that point, Carrie asks if I can take over doing the compressions.
And did you do that?
I did, yes.
And at some point after you call 911, to either police or fire or someone responds and arrives on scene, is that correct?
Yes.
You know about how much time it was in between when you hung up with 911 and when the first responders started to arrive?
From when I hung up, maybe a few minutes. I'm not exactly sure.
And do you recall whether or not it was police or fire or who showed up first?
Police.
And is that the officer that was in that video or that cruiser that was just up on the screen as the last?
I didn't see the officer in the video, but I know it was Officer Saraf was the first officer to arrive.
So then, after the officer arrives, what happened?
He was trying to figure out what had happened. Karen just ran around screaming my name, Carrie's name. Is he dead? Is he dead? It was on repeat. Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? More officers started to arrive. The EMTs, they began to work on him.
And while by him you mean Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And Mr. O'Keefe's still on the ground and they're working on him there, is that correct?
Yes.
And could you see anything about sort of what they were doing or what was going on with that?
No, I just saw a bunch of them around Mr. O'Keefe.
And then what happened then?
More officers began to arrive. Miss Reed just continued to run around screaming. As more officers and EMT arrived, they asked what happened. One EMT asked, one EMT had asked, his name, his age, things like that. If she knew what happened, Miss Reed stated that she hit him. Besides running around saying, I hit him, did I hit him, could I have done this? Is he dead? Is he dead? At one point, one of the police officers put Miss Reed in the back of her cruiser, and he asked for myself to go over with her, and Carrie came over with us as well.
I'd like to just take you back to when the paramedic is asking for information, biographical information, things like that. You indicated that the defendant said, I hit him, is that correct?
Yes.
Is that something that she said once or more than once?
3 times. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Now, before you had made reference to statements she made with sort of qualifiers or questions as far as could I have hit him or did I hit him? Is that what she said at that time when she was speaking to the paramedic?
No, she was earlier. It was could I, did I? When she spoke to the paramedic, it was crystal clear. I hit him.
Now, one of the officers takes her over to the back of a cruiser, is that right?
Yes.
You were over in that area as well?
Yes.
Who, if anyone else, was over in that area?
Miss Roberts.
And while you were over in that area, what was going on over there?
We were in the back of the police cruiser. Karen was sitting in there. I kind of scooched myself in. Miss Roberts came over. Karen grabbed our hands. She asked us to pray. She looked at her hands and she had blood. She asked us if she could have gotten her period. We told her no, that was John's blood. Then she said, what if he's dead? Promise me you'll take care of the kids. Someone's going to take care of the kids. Then we prayed. Then at the end, they were moving John. And at that point, Karen told Kerry, go over, look, is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? Over and over. And Kerry said, I'll go over and check on him. And she was yelling, are they working on him? And then at that point, she grabbed my hands and she said, Google hypothermia, Google how long it takes to die in the cold. And so I had my phone out and it was cold and my hands were frozen and I have MS, and I took my phone out while she was screaming and shaking my arm, and I attempted to Google how long does it take to die in the cold.
And when you conducted that search, that was at the defendant's request on scene sometime after 6 a.m. on that day, correct?
Yes.
You recall whether or not that came up as far as your search in Google? Is it something that you typed once or more than once, if you know?
I believe I did it multiple times because as I was typing it, I don't know what else was coming up. She was screaming. My hands were shaking.
And do you recall anything as far as what the search results were, or did you click on anything, or did you get an answer to the question the defendant had posed to you?
I don't even think I got an answer because as I kept Googling and she kept yelling, and then they were moving John. And the next thing I knew, we were kind of moving because she wanted to see if they were working on him.
And so you were moving along with the defendant over towards where Mr. O'Keefe had gone to the back of the ambulance?
Yes, we kind of just moved to see what was going on.
When you moved over, what did you see then?
They were just putting him in the back of the ambulance.
Now, after Mr. O'Keefe was put into the back of the ambulance, where did you go then? What did you do?
At that point, different police officers, I believe, were arriving, and they were asking questions about what happened.
And did you speak to those officers?
I did, yes.
And at that point, did you know what happened?
No, to be honest, it was like I was there, but everything was just going on, and I was completely just in a state of shock and disbelief.
And that sort of period there, how long did that go on?
So I talked to a few officers. We tried to just give them, he didn't come home. We went out looking for him, kind of just the brief overview. And then one of the police officers asked me to go into the house and to wake up my sister and my brother-in-law.
And at some point while you were outside, did you try to contact your sister and your brother-in-law?
I believe I called my sister, Nicole.
And when was that in relation to everything as far as medically that was going on with Mr. O'Keefe and all?
I think I might have called her right after I got off with 911 possibly. And then, she didn't answer. And that's when I was walking over, I believe, to John.
And she didn't answer the call when you called her initially?
No.
And you recall calling either your sister Nicole or your brother-in-law Brian Albert prior to going into the house?
I don't recall. I know I did call Nicole at one point. I'm not sure if I called Brian or not.
Regardless of if you called or you didn't call, do you recall having any sort of phone conversation with either Nicole or Brian Albert before you went in the house?
No.
So you at least called your sister Nicole, she didn't answer, and then one of the officers directed you to wake them up.
Yes.
And when you went up to the house at 34 Fairview, how did you get in?
The front door.
And the front door was unlocked?
Yes.
Is that typical from your experience at that residence?
Yes.
And so you went to the house, and where did you go?
I went up the stairs to their bedroom.
And the bedroom door, when you arrived there, was it open or closed or something?
Closed.
And you opened it?
Yes.
And when you opened it, who, if anyone, did you see in the room, and what were they doing?
I saw my sister and Brian, and they were both asleep.
And you familiar with a dog that they have?
Yes.
What was the dog's name?
Chloe?
Was Chloe in the bedroom as well at that time?
I don't recall.
You come
What?
in, they're both sleeping, and what happened then?
I go over to the bed, and I'm calling out their names.
And how long were you calling out their names before you got any kind of response?
Brian responded first, and he was very, startled and looked at me like, what is going on? Nicole took a little, and, I think it took Nicole a little bit longer than Brian to wake up.
And what is it that you're telling them as you're coming into the room and they're waking up?
I'm telling them that we just found John out front, and I could have possibly said John has died. We just found John out front. They were very confused. At one point, I think Brian was like, "Who's John?" I mean, they'd just woken up and they had no idea what I was talking about.
Now, as far as when they're first waking up and you're explaining to them, how would you describe sort of their demeanor as you're talking?
They were both shocked. I think they thought, like, why? Not what you think they thought. Okay.
So what I'm asking them is just sort of when you observe them, how would you describe your physical observations of what they look like, their demeanor in that?
Shocked, confused, not understanding.
Objection, move to strike.
Strike the last one.
Now, as far as this conversation that you're having with your sister and your brother-in-law in their bedroom, how long was that going on for?
A few minutes, at least.
And then following that, where did you go?
They got up, got dressed, and then we walked down the stairs.
And when you got to the bottom of the stairs, what, if anything, did you see when you got?
There was a police officer at the bottom of the stairs.
And do you know who that police officer is?
Yes, Officer Lank.
At that time, did you know who that police officer was?
I did, yes.
How did you know?
He's from Canton. He was, 5 years older than me. I knew him kind of growing up, who he was, and met him through the years.
You're aware of who he was?
Yes.
And were there any other officers with him initially?
No.
Now, before you go into the house, do you know where Ms. Roberts and the defendant were, or what they were doing when you went to the house?
I believe they put Karen in a car, and Only if you know. Only if you. Okay.
If you know. Do you know?
Karen was in a car. Kerry was walking all around.
Now, as far as the ambulance with Mr. O'Keefe, at the time that you go into the house, was that ambulance still there?
I'm not 100% sure, but I believe it had left.
Man, I'm trying to do financial stuff online for college.
When you
and
come
I'm
downstairs
doing
with your sister and
financials.
your brother-in-law and the officers there,
Trying to get it just for an hour.
conversation, is that correct?
Yes.
Where did that first conversation occur?
In the hallway and then into the kitchen.
And from there, mentioned that there was Officer Lank at one point. Were there any other officers that joined that conversation at some point?
Hours later, yes.
And so during that initial conversation, you're talking to the officer, who, if anyone else, not what they said, but who, if anyone else, is speaking to them.
Brian and Nicole.
And the conversation initially with the officer, you know about how long that went on.
I don't. A few minutes.
And following that conversation, what did you do or what happened?
My husband arrived.
And had you called him?
Yes.
And when had you called him?
I called him when I was walking in the house to wake up my sister and Brian.
So as you're walking in, you call your husband Matt. And then
You didn't call him the moment you got off of 911?
after you're done talking to the officer, or while
Did not call him the moment
The officer was still in the house, yes.
911 finished?
And so in that vein, as far as when your husband comes in, the officer's there, correct?
Yes.
Did you see your husband talking to the officer as well?
Yes. The officer asked him to step outside or step to the side, and they spoke.
And then what happened then?
The officer told me to stay. The officer told me to stay, and that he said that the state police would be coming to talk to me.
And so you stayed at the house at 34 Fairview, is that right?
Yes.
You know where Ms. Roberts and the defendant?
Yes. Carrie came up, and she had told me that she.
Not what she told you. Next question is to you.
At some point, did you see Ms. Roberts and the defendant go?
Yes, to pick up John's parents.
I'll strike you.
As far as they left in Ms. Roberts' car, is that right?
Correct.
Ms. Roberts was again driving.
Correct.
And at some point, did you observe them come back to the house?
Yes.
And about how long was it between the time they left and the time they came back?
5 minutes, approximately.
And after they came back to the house, what, if any, other activity did you see outside as far as first responders?
I was in the house, so I didn't see Miss Roberts pull back up.
You were in the house for most of the rest of the time that you were there, is that correct?
Correct.
And how long were you there that morning waiting for the state police?
I believe I left approximately 11:30.
During the time that you were there, you're there, your sister Nicole Albert's there, your brother-in-law Brian Albert's there, and your husband Matthew McCabe's there, correct?
Correct.
And was there anybody else that arrived at some point over the course of the morning while you were there at the house?
Yes.
And who was that? And if you know about what time was it that they arrived?
Julie Albert.
Now, with reference to when Julie Albert arrived, at some point around that time, did you have occasion to look out and see sort of what was going on outside?
No.
Come here.
Were you aware whether or not there were any police
Sweet.
or fire or anything that was still there at the time that Miss Julie Albert
Place.
arrived?
Come on.
There wasn't.
And she comes in the house, and at some point, I'm assuming she's informed of what had transpired there before her arrival, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
And when she's informed of that, what, if anything, did you observe about sort of her demeanor or how she reacted?
Shocked.
Now, in addition to Julie Albert, who, if anyone else, was at the house that morning while you were there?
Officer Lank and Gallagher were there. And Brian Higgins came that morning.
And do you know how Brian Higgins came to know or how Brian Higgins came to be there that morning? If you know.
I don't know.
Now, you mentioned that Officer Lank came back to the house, is that right?
Yes.
That was after some period of time when he had left?
Yes.
He came back with another officer named Gallagher, is that right?
Yes.
And why did they come back to the house?
Because I called Officer Lank.
And did you have his number, or how did you get his number if you did?
Julie Albert gave it to me.
And so you called Officer Lank, he then comes back to the house on Fairview, is that right?
Yes.
And when he came back, what is it that why had you asked him to come?
Well, as I was sitting there and I was waiting for the state police to come, I was slowly trying to piece together what had just happened in the last couple of hours. And he had told me, if there's anything that you remember, once, if you remember anything, please, give me a call.
And so there was something that you remembered and you gave him a call.
Yes.
And when he came back to the house, what was it that you told him?
I told him about the comments and the remarks that Karen Reed had been stating that morning.
And specifically, what type of remarks are you referring to that you told Officer Lank when he came back?
I said that she told one of the EMTs that she hit him.
Now, at some point, you indicated that you left the house on Fairview, is that right?
Yes.
And with your husband, I presume?
Yes.
And where did the two of you go?
We went home.
And your children were still there without either you or your husband there, is that correct?
Yes.
And once you arrived back home, what is it that you did at that point?
We went in the house and Officer Proctor was coming over to speak with us.
And that Officer Proctor, is that someone that you knew previously or had ever met?
I had never met Officer Proctor.
And did he come alone or was he with someone else?
He had another officer with him.
You know who that officer is?
Yes, Yuri Buchanan.
And have you ever met Yuri Buchanan?
No.
When you get home, about how long was it at the time from when you arrived home with your husband to the time that the officers from the state police came by?
It was pretty quick.
In addition to the officers from the state police, did anybody else come over to your house on that day, late morning, early afternoon?
Yes, my brother-in-law, Brian.
And do you know why he came over that?
Yes, he came over. I had asked him. He's like a big brother to me, and I was all shaken up and nervous and overwhelmed, and so I wanted his support.
And he obliged and he came over, correct?
Yes.
Now, at some point after the officers from the state police came over, you spoke to them, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you recall where in your home you spoke to them?
In my dining room.
Now, when you spoke to them, was it both of the officers that were present?
Yes.
And was there anybody else present in the dining room when you were talking?
No.
And as far as your husband or your brother-in-law, Brian, do you know where in the house they were when you were in the dining room?
Yes, they were in my bedroom.
And at some point later on that day, did those same officers talk to both your husband and your brother-in-law, Brian?
Yes.
And during each of those respective conversations or interviews, do you know where you were in the house when those were going on?
In my bedroom.
And when you were in your bedroom, could you hear anything that they were saying downstairs in the dining room?
No.
So she is the only one that really says that Karen Reed said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
When I was young, my
Don't know.
Like it was like wood, but it was. There you go. I think that these are the pedal drums are cool.
Yes.
Yeah, we're not going to get to cross until Monday. Dang it. Dang it, Monday. On Monday. We got to wait till Monday. Because there's no way, unless they stop right now, that we're even going to start the defendant's side. We're not. That's disheartening because I wanted to get to her. I don't want to wait.
Two separate pages, just ask you to look at each of them and then look whenever you're finished.
Okay.
I know. I know. This sucks.
Do you recognize each of those documents and what the content is?
Yes,
And those are essentially, one contains text messages that morning of the 29th between yourself and Ms. Reed, correct?
yes,
And the other one is sort of the list of phone calls between yourself and Ms. Reed from that morning as well.
yes.
Now, before I get into those, as far as after you had gone inside the house and Ms. Reed had got into Ms. Roberts' car, what if any other communication or what if any other communication did you have with Ms. Reed that morning?
I texted her asking for Carrie's phone number because I didn't have it. And I also had a phone conversation with Karen when she was in the ambulance.
And that text communication that I placed before you essentially has one bubble on it, and that's you asking for Carrie Roberts' number.
Correct.
And the phone conversation that you had with the defendant, when was that, and you know where the defendant was at the time that you spoke?
Yes, she was in an ambulance.
And if you could describe to the jury sort of what, generally speaking, what was the content of that conversation? What did the two of you talk about?
She just was repeating, asking if he was dead. Is he dead? She brought up the kids, and then she also asked if I would visit her.
And how did you respond?
I said yes.
Now, following that phone conversation, did you have any further communication in any form that you can recall with the defendant?
No.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm about to seek to introduce and admit each of those as the next two exhibits.
Is there an objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection, Your Honor.
This is interesting.
Any particular order?
Doesn't matter, whichever.
Text first, please.
Just a couple more questions, ma'am. Now, you had asked the defendant, Ms. Reed, for Ms. Roberts' information because you didn't have it, correct?
Correct.
And at some point, did you receive that information from the defendant?
No.
And did you receive that information from any other source?
I must have, but I don't recall how.
And as far as asking for Ms. Roberts' information, why were you asking?
She was on the way to pick up John's parents and to bring him to the hospital. And I wanted to check in on them and then further updates from Carrie about John and how he was.
You wanted to know how your friend was doing, correct?
Yes.
No further questions for this witness.
We are going to get to cross.
I think we're way too much.
God.
Don't think I can get it done in 4 minutes.
All right, Jonas, I'm going to, we're not in session on Monday, so we'll come back Tuesday morning. So Tuesday will be a half a day. Someday next week, I might ask you to think about maybe revising some of these Tuesday, Thursdays to longer days, but I'll give you plenty of notice of that. I need to make sure that, I'm just asking you to think about it. All right, so please, those same cautions, do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it. Again, leave everything here, literally, figuratively. Clear your heads, and we'll see you fresh Tuesday morning.
All right, so I'll see counsel at sidebar about scheduling.
No, I just.
Oh, man.
No, so when I was younger, I had surgery, and because of how my muscles are there, if I sit on my optical feet and I take enough force to optic,
Y'all. Y'all. Oh, I feel like I just want to throw up. I am so frustrated. I'm frustrated. I'm not ready for this to stop. I mean, I want more tomorrow. Okay, Sparkle. Sparkle. Okay, y'all. Well, I guess what we'll do is I need time to decompress. I need time to absorb what I've heard. I made a lot of notes. When I'm looking down, I'm taking notes. And oh, sorry, I forgot. When I'm looking down, I'm taking notes and I have a lot to look through. I need to kind of clear my brain. Right now, I have a brain cramp. And so tonight at 7 Central Time, please, I'm begging you, double hand, please invite people. Let's hope that maybe Recovery Addict will join us. I'm not expecting that. I mean, it was a lot for him to do it last week, a week ago. I want to look at our focus. I'm not going to talk a whole lot about the first week. I will only talk about from day 10 through today, which is 14. We're just going to try and have some fun, maybe watch some videos. I want to see about Turtle Boy and see if I can find the reconstruction. So, well, we'll just see what happens. Whatever is meant to be will be. Look at this woman in the black suit. She is glaring at her. That has to be a very, very uncomfortable position to be that close to people that hate you at this moment. Yes, he joined my vlog, whatever they do it. Yeah, he joined my YouTube. I was surprised. I was like a little starstruck kid. It was awesome. And I'm very, very blessed to have my mods. Y'all are awesome. Okay. So today it was I think it was all day, wasn't it? Pretty much. We had Jen, well, Matt, and then Jen McCabe. So I'm going to take a break. All right. Love you guys. Have an awesome day. Let's just wait and see if anything is said. I think they have the sound off right now. She looks so tired. Her eyes are heavy. All of this must be very hard on her today. Bye, y'all.